Boss up, nigga.
Ha ha! What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Wake Up Show. After the weekend, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, nigga, of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard, but the ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg
Your
Greg.
third leg was just phenomenal.
Also, I'm the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill. I am the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer. I'm also the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. And it takes me 2 minutes to explain. But if you forget those names, just call me CGA. That is See God Allah. And I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you today. We had breaking news over the past, right as I was closing out Friday's show.
What's up, nigga? What's up for the weekend, nigga?
All right, I was closing out Friday's show, and there was some breaking news. The case was settled with Shannon Sharpe, and I actually covered probably a week before that or a few days before that the attorney, Tony Buzbee, did not even show up for the initial hearing. And it probably was a situation where they had a settlement. They probably assumed they had a settlement, so there was no need to show up. And it was indeed the case. About a few days later, it is settled, all right, over Friday, the weekend. Shannon Sharpe makes Gabby Zuniga super duper rich. And we got to say Gabby Zuniga.
Niggy.
Makes OnlyFans model Gabby Zuniga so motherfucking filthy, rotten rich that she retires from OnlyFans on the spot when the check was cut. All right, you talk about the humanity situation. We're going to talk about aftercare. We're going to talk about the realities of OnlyFans models. We're going to also talk about the realities of niggies that don't exercise good sexual discipline. We all can learn a lesson from this. We have some guys, 1, 2, and 3, and 4 people in today's show not practicing good sexual discipline and costing them millions and millions of dollars, all right, to get some pussy. Pussy costing these people millions of dollars. And as we remember, as we remembered what happened, it was $25,000 a cheek at one particular point, and the price went up. The price was elevated significantly, and I know Shannon Sharpe had some cause to be able to get this case settled and move forward, and it was settled without prejudice, which means they cannot bring any case back. All right, it's pretty much settled with one stroke of a check, with one John Hancock, all right, or one Shannon Sharpe scribe. All right, we got allegedly $5 million a cheek. And attorney's fees and so forth and so on, so much so that Gabby Zuniga, all of these people are in Las Vegas. I'm looking to bump into Gabby Zuniga. Actually, I'm not. I can't afford her. There's always this saying that I came up with. No woman is out of your league. They're just out of your price range. And I'm going to tell you, man, I have some Gabby Zuniga type beaches that I can reach to. But Gabby Zuniga is a little bit too expensive for even my blood. We got $25K a cheek going all the way up to allegedly $5 million a cheek. All right, this is just too crazy. And her retiring her OnlyFans. All right, I don't know. I don't got Gabby Zuniga type money. All right, and if I ever bump into her, I'm going to be like, can I get a discount? I mean, no woman is out of your league. She's out of your price range. She definitely out of your price range. But, you know, we're going to talk about what the future holds for her. All right, and so forth and so on. But it's going to be a great show. It's Monday. Today, I definitely have time.
Yeah, I got time, girl.
All right, my next appointment is not till 4 o'clock. I got a wonderful lady that does some stretch reflexology with CGA. All right, and she will be making sure my body is in order. All right, on some boss-up mentality, one thing that I've read, and it's not completely true, is LeBron James spends a certain amount of money on his body. And that is to take great care of his body and make sure he's at the peak of his performance so he can continue to play and have the great career that he can have. And I kind of took that on a smaller scale, and I actually have investing a lot of money into my body, right? Treating my body, going to classes, hiring personal trainers, working out, good memberships, doing rehab, and all of that. And I feel so much better. All right, chiropractor, I got me a chiropractor, and I also am meeting with the Pilates instructor to kind of work on my flexibility as well. So I got a lot of people. I got a lot of people putting hands on CGA. They ain't putting hands on my hips. All right, but they putting hands on to make sure I'm at peak performance so I can sit in this chair and shit in this chair. But I can sit in this chair and give you, the people what you deserve, which is the best Mickey Ficky entertainment on YouTube. As you guys know, I am almost 50 years old. The countdown is coming up. And we got a meetup being planned here, all right? We got a meetup being planned here for about 1 month from now. Let's go. Our first meetup coming up, all right? Coming up, our first meetup, and the location will be disclosed on the membership platforms, specifically Locals and Patreon, but the date will be revealed. We're going to give you an approximate date. We're not going to give you a location. Locations will be announced the day before the event. All right. And we will have some special guests at this location. All right. All right. So I'm actually going to be excited about that. We got meetups planned here. I think there's possibly 3, and we're going intercontinental with these meetups as well. We're going to have 3 locations coming up here in the next calendar months. Notorious CGA on the Cash Up. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. Thank you for the earlier end contributors and the contributors over on the weekend. I appreciate y'all. And who is this? Yes, y'all. You don't stop. Keep on. Shout out to our brother Paul, says he's locked in. Let's go. No Government Name BH is back with the contribution. We got our brother Joshua Moon. Joshua Moon says,
Niggy.
Shout out to him, and he says, Shannon, hold that L. Hold that L, Shannon. He doesn't pay for pussy. All right. I would never pay for pussy. All right. Shout out to our brother Ian Patrick. And he says right here, salute to CGA. Much respect. Everybody continue to boss up right here. It's boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
What happened? What? We having problems? Are we having problems? What's the problem? What's the problem? All right, what are we doing? All right, I didn't realize we were having problems. But Ian Patrick Williams says, boss up, continue to boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
All right, what's the problem? I'm going to have to do the ice cube on these people, man. All right, what do we got here as well? We got some other contributors on the other alternative apps. Alternative lifestyle. Alternative lifestyles. Alternative lifestyles meant some Duke shooting shit, but yeah. Shout out to our brother. It is Kevin Sullivan says, appreciate you, coach. Keep spitting that true fire. Neomass says the CEO was an amateur. Should have taken the HR 49er to the Momo. Shout out to you. We got Hustle Every Day. Today's stock gospel insert is from the book of Trick Daddy featuring Trina and thy quote. You don't know Nan. 304. He says, who spin the way the money that I spend? Who took the trick the traits that I've been? And who the fuck about 5 or 6 of your best friends? You know Nan? You don't know Nan, ho? That's what you meant to say. Who done been the place that I've been? Who done spend the place that I spend? Fuck about 5 or 6 of your friends. Shout out to Trick Daddy. All right. Yeah, reading lyrics is never good, especially rap lyrics. All right, you cannot read rap lyrics and then make it make sense. All right, do me a favor, man. You got to refresh the stream if you're having some issues here. Let me see here. Refresh the stream if you're having. I need to just copy and paste this. All right, as many issues that I have. If you're having audio issues, you know, man, ass nigga. All right, yeah, man. Or I should say niggy. Should I stop cussing on my show? You know, for people who are new here, I used to never curse on my show. All right. This was a thing here, but I was monetized at the time. And then when I got demonetized, all right, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. All right. Cause I'm never getting monetized again. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm a curse. I'm a curse. All right. I used to have to come up with words and phrases and talk around the algorithm and shit like that. But now fuck it. Fuck it. It's almost uncensored CGA, but if you're on locals, you see me completely uncensored. I'm uncensored. I say things like N-word B's. Yeah, I'll be dropping the N-word B's over there. These N-word B's? All right, yeah, you don't know about that. If you ain't on locals, you don't know about the N-word B's. All right, and it's quite funny, and I've actually almost said it on this show. I've almost said it on this show, and that was last week. All right, shout out to Hustle Every Day says, damn, Coach Paul Pierce got a DeLorean. He's bringing back 2019 all over again. He says, you just got the G-Wagon, a Porsche, and some white JUCOs. You've been lying to us. All right, for sure. That's it. All right, Paul Pierce is bringing back 2019. Red Pill talking points. All right, shout out to Macaroni Tony says, salute. Thank you, man, for the earlier contributions to the day show. We always do PayPal after the first round. But it is the 21st, and we have a lot of people who have donated on the 21st. J Flow wants to remind you to don't get married. Don't get married. All right, and the Steel Curtain says right here, you missed my post about Megan Good. All right, that was last week. Bruce Banner says the blue chip content is the key to freedom. Watching those videos have changed my perspective on life. I started to invest at least 10% of my income every month, now earning my first million before my 50th birthday is realistic. Salute from Sweden. Hashtag compound interest. Hashtag free agent lifestyle. For life, bossing up. $1 million by 50. MC Hamster, he says from $25K a cheek to $25 million per cheek. Yet only $30K for his daughter's wedding. Focus on digging her out and not focused on the situation you're digging yourself into. Not my 304 coach. She loves me for me. All right. She loves me for me. All right. My girl loves me for me. All right. But that money. All right. Money talks, bullshit walks. And we have, this is an interesting one right here. This is the interesting one. And we're going to have to explore this a little bit. We're going to have to see if this is accurate. Sky Daddy 444, he says, sorry for the long message, coach, but Coach Tribe, my tinfoil hat is on tight. He says, this woman ain't real. Uh-oh.
New world order.
He says, where's the interview on podcast? Anyone seen her speak on video? If they don't have a story, they'll make one up. You're calling big cappity cap on the whole thing. All glory to the Most High.
New world order.
Interesting.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Interesting. Anybody agree with this? Industry plant? She's AI?
New world
There's
order.
just a story. This is that would be the biggest conspiracy theory since JFK. All right, since JFK. Has anybody else had this theory? I don't know. I've never heard that before. I've never heard that you're saying that Gabriella Zuniga is not real. And it could, because listen, you know, let me add this, because in this situation, Shannon Sharpe, he did have the mysterious My Michelle video. Remember that? And the My Michelle, we never figured out who Michelle was. Well, there was a Michelle, but she ended up being a crazy bitch before he was messing with her. But remember, he had all the GAY rumors. And then the My Michelle video comes out. Then this comes out on top of it. You think that there's a conspiracy that Shannon Sharpe has put out for the people to make the gay rumors go away so he can have one or two women say he is now grabbing her throat and putting it up the Duke chute. Nigga.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm not on to something. That's VMAD. Actually, go ahead and give yours. That's VMAD. Hold on. All right, I don't know, man.
New world order.
Okay. All right, that's an interesting thing there you're pushing out here. Interesting. I've never heard any of this. But I do heard of this, all right? I have heard of this, and you guys have heard of this too. We'll come back to the other contributors to today's show. But you've also heard of this right here, and it is Doom and Gloom CGA up next. Okay. Since we've already got a little doom and gloomish, we're going to get Doom and Gloom CGA, brought to you by the VMAD is already on the New World Order. There possibly might be a Call Her Daddy podcast in the future, potentially, or maybe there is a non-disclosure agreement going on here. But Doom and Gloom CGA, well, you know when I tell you a lot of these people don't know what they're doing, a lot of men are being led astray. People are in a bind. Men and women are in a bind right now. And people are disillusioned. They misguided and undecided. That's why people like me have ideas like the free agent lifestyle. You have Boss Up 2025. You're seeing the frauds fall. All of the frauds are falling. All right. They are not able to keep up with the appearances. And a lot of them are, you know, they're not being able to keep up the appearance of the fake lifestyle. The real lifestyles are real. And people are searching for answers, so much so that a lot of people men are stepping up to say, I have the answer. All right. They're going to give you the answer. So in this situation here, we do know that there are some young men that don't know what to do. All right. They don't know what to do. They don't know if they want to go to school, get certifications. They're stuck in the mud. That doesn't mean all young people are stuck in the mud, but they are definitely finding out ways that like, you know, life sucks. Life sucks. We can't afford to buy a house. Inflation, right? The economy. Well, we're going to show you two videos of two young men that are in their early to mid 20s that don't know what to do. And you're pretty much going to hear some crashing out.
Here's William.
Yeah, that's what you're pretty much going to hear. We're going to start with the one young man right here that says everything about life sucks and is horrible. All right. Oh, my goodness. Let's start you in on this one here. Everything about life sucks and is horrible. All right, here we go.
I got a call this morning from AAA. AAA is a car insurance company. Car insurance is something that you pay for because you have to for some reason. When you become an adult and you attempt to live in society, every single aspect of being alive costs between $100 and $1,000 to $2,000. Every single thing. And the older that you get, the more things keep being added. So you work like a dog all month so that you can afford every single hand that's sticking out in your face saying, you have to pay this because otherwise you won't have car insurance because you need car insurance to drive, and you need car insurance because you have to drive a car and you have to go to your job and you have to do all this stuff. And please, if you're thinking at this point, well, you don't have to have car insurance. If you want to drive a car, then you have to get insurance because that's your decision. No, it isn't. No, it's not my decision because I live in a city that is car dependent.
Here's William!
Okay, yeah, man. Look, hey, I just want to say,
Hey, yo, chill, son! Hey, yo!
it's getting hard out here. It's getting hectic. I see his point. You know, that capitalism thing is a piece of shit. You know what I mean? I see his point. But there's only one thing you can do at this point. Remember when I told you, the only solution you have is bossing up. I know. You're not going to make it. But, Coach, I can't boss up. I don't know what to tell you. Right? I don't know what to tell you. But a lot of young people, they can't. You know what? You just get stuck in the rat race. You know what I mean? You got your little job, but then now you have your little apartment, but you can't live close to the city because you can't afford it to your job. So now you got to live 20 minutes out. But of course, now you need a car. Oh, I need a car. Oh, you need car insurance that's legally required. And now he's stuck in the fucking rat race. I think he's stuck in the rat race. There are ways out. And I'm going to tell you, if you ain't using entrepreneurial or starting a business, self-made, if you will, all right, or in sales, you're going to be stuck. All right. And so he's stuck in a rat race. That's basically what he's saying. You're needing this to cover that. And if I cover that, I got to cover this, right? You're being trapped in and snookered in. But the majority of people are like that because that's how the education is taught you. They taught you that you're going to go get a job, a stable job. And that's a myth. They told you were going to go to college and possibly make more money. Well, you'll make more money over the lifetime of your degree. All right. And that shit probably won't start kicking in until your 40s or 50s till you start recouping that. That's if you pay off your student loan debt. All right. But there are ways out of it. People have found to be entrepreneurs or self-starting and starting their own business. That's how they've gotten out of that. All right. And a lot of times, you might have to start 1 or 2 or 3 businesses and fail. All right. Just like me, I've started several lanes of self-employment, and some of them, the time ran out. Some of them got ended. Some of them didn't do well. They didn't take off, but then you try again. But this is the new state of the mind of people because they're being led astray in the fact that, you know, they're listening to other people, specifically normies. Specifically, normies tell them how to live. You got to do it this way. You got to do it that way. You got to get married and have kids. You got to do that. And people don't have a plan for themselves. Yep, higher taxes. People don't have a plan for themselves. They actually just listen to other people, and this is how you do it and be happy. But guess what? Let me tell you.
Here's William!
All right, what happens is you find out that those other people are fake happy. They're living a facade. All right, they're living the facade of their suburban neighborhood, the house that they bought, and their wonderful relationship and marriage. And then you figure out 5, 10, 15 years down the line that their facade crashes. And then you look at your life and you were headed down the same path. And now, you know, the path of destruction.
Here's William!
All right, and there you go. Now you got Here's William. Okay, so I would actually love to dive into his channel a little bit more because it seems like, you know, that's what his channel is about, you know, the realities of following the normie path. And now, hey, there was a great movie called Fun with Dick and Jane that described this. If you haven't seen Fun with Dick and Jane, all right, and I've seen this movie so many times. This is one of the movies that I watch. It's a comfort movie. You know, I watch it. I know it scene by scene, word by word, word for word. And it's kind of one of those old slapstick comedies. I wasn't a big Jim Carrey fan until this movie. And Fun with Dick and Jane. And it's basically how, you know, they sell you the normie dream, but then inevitably there's going to be something that causes that normie dream to fall apart, right? Which is going to be possibly a bad economy. This one specifically was Enron. It was centered around the Enron corporate scandal of how these families organize their life around corporations, but the corporations are cheating the system and it forces them to do bad things. All right. So even if you're not a fan of white people movie, was any black people in it? No niggas was in it. So, all right. But if you're not a fan of white people movies, or if you're not a fan of Jim Carrey, it's not that ridiculously, you know, it's not The Mask or anything like that. But this movie right here is going to give you a perspective of what most people live. They think, You know, they follow the steps of the Normieville. And Normieville is about giving you safety and security. But safety and security is lacking, all right, in today's structure. You just have too much corporate greed. All right. You have too much corruption in the government. You have too many times that these degrees don't pan out. Right. So you invest and then life doesn't pan out how you were told it pans out. And then you have crash out season. All right. You have crash out season. Where's my crash out guy? There he is.
Here's William.
All right. There you have crash out. And we have another guy right here that's a crash out artist. He's going to talk about it. He's 26 years old and he says he's done. He says, I'm done. So we can show you on the screen. And we have a Ricky Tan. And it looks like he is in some sort of scrubs. All right. As you can see there, he's in some sort of scrubs right there. What you will find is that people are overworked, underpaid, and they're also using gigs. All right. Their gig economy is going crazy. So even if you have a job like this, and this also goes for women, women also are doing this. You know how many women that I hear, they have a job and then they're doing gigs, side hustles. Then they're also trying to monetize date on top of that. Right. So it's like they're being spread thin. People are being spread thin. So let's hear what Ricky Tan has to say here.
Hi. I have not been having a great week. And it's a lot of things. You know, I've been busy. Haven't been able to make a YouTube video
Yep.
like how I would want in a very long time. I've been busy with I'm in a physical therapist assistant program, so I've been busy with that.
Yeah,
And I'm crashing out.
Uh-oh.
You know?
Here's William.
Man, boy. All right. And look at his videos here. It seems to be that's the thing. All right. Here, I'm leaving. It gets worse. This sucks. All right. Yeah, he's having a tough time. He crashing out. All right. They can't make it.
I'm having some issues.
Oh.
Financially, issues with, I don't know, relationship as well. Relationships are hard. There's going to be problems.
Here's William.
Hey, the last thing you need to do, I'm going to tell you as a society, as a stable society, I'm going to just tell you, America, the last thing you want are Asians crashing out. I mean, you don't want this.
Y'all ready for this?
You don't want this. I'm going to just let you know. When Asians crash out, it goes crazy. All right. Asians be raising them. All right. The last thing you need to do is, bonsai, kamikaze. All right. You know, you don't need any of this shit. Asians crashing out. They just start jumping out of windows and shit on 80-story buildings. All right. They take out people. All right. They start taking knives to college campuses. And then it's the Undertaker bill coming up. You don't need Asian people crashing out. Even the women will start doing crazy shit. All right. You don't want the women, Asian women crashing out. So maybe as a stable society, we could possibly prevent this. There's been a lot of Asian guys that have mass murdered with just a knife. All right, maybe a firearm. You don't want. And somebody said this, and this is true. What people don't realize, and I've been trying to tell you this, 90% of this problems is, look, I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. One thing that you will find is that normies will try to balance this unstable life, this life that brings you a lot of unsurety. I believe that's a word. Like you're unsure about life, right? You're trying to get your finances straight, but you're also trying to have a little girlfriend. You're trying to have a girlfriend. You're trying to date. You're trying to please her. And what is she saying? She wants the Zoe package and shit. She's like this. She's like
hair, makeup, esthetician, facials, vagina waxing.
And so these are the type of guys that say they don't pay for pussy. I don't pay for pussy, right? I don't pay, but their money ain't right. And then they're like, I'm struggling. I'm trying to keep my relationship. I work 12 hours at the physical therapy. And then all of a sudden I'm having less and less money. Yeah, that uncertainty. That's the word I meant. But look, you want to realize that probably your biggest issue is you can't afford to have a relationship. You can't afford it. And he's the type of guy that probably thinks he's had a long-term little girlfriend. All right. What is his race, ethnicity? He looks, I would say, more Japanese, if I'm not mistaken. He looks Japanese, possibly. All right. But he be trying to have him a little girlfriend. He might have him a little boyfriend. I don't know, nigga. I have no idea.
Yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
But he doesn't realize that the majority of his financial problems is that he probably cannot afford a relationship. And he's probably being spread thin trying to keep up and maintain the image of a relationship. And it's eating at him because he just doesn't have the resources. He doesn't have the resources. Like, he can't afford it. He can't afford to have a girlfriend. And I know people hate when I say that, but you can't afford to have a girlfriend. You can't afford to date. If you're a broke guy, you can't afford to date. You just can't afford it, because I guarantee you, if he got rid of his girlfriend, he probably could afford it a little bit, his life a little bit better. All right, but he's being spread thin, and she's already cheating on him. Yep. He's already cheating on him. Let's say he doesn't have a girlfriend. He's probably trying to date because, and he looks like the type of guy that's going to be corny dating. All right, corny dating. He probably doesn't know how to date very well, right? AKA, he probably doesn't have game. He probably paying for dates full, every single one up front. He's trying to keep up with me because I'm definitely putting hands on hips of his little Asian girlfriend, or he probably got white girlfriends too. All right. It doesn't matter what women he's dating. I probably could easily put hands on hips on anybody he's dating or in the general vicinity. So he can't keep it up. But this is what I've been trying to tell guys, is that he's trying to balance building himself up and bossing up and getting to an economic position, but he's building it around women that don't want to build. And so now he's not only got to do what? He's not in a position to afford it. So the little few women that he's trying to date, they're also dating other men. And he's trying to keep up with that. He's trying to make sure he can keep up and compete with that. And those women got rosters or other men that they're dating, and he trying to follow them bitches around. All right. Trying to make them loyal and faithful. You can't make women loyal and faithful. They're never been loyal. They've never been faithful. All right, but that's typically what people are in. This is unfortunately the state of the times. I predicted this. I told you that this was going to come, and I told you more and more people will get that wake-up call. And if he has black girlfriends, they milking him. All right, pause. Milking him, and not in the way he wants to be milked. All right, if he has black girlfriends, they're milking him. They're just stealing from him at this point. But anyway, man, good luck to you guys. Good luck to the future of the United States, the men of the United States. We do have some women coming up that want to give us some input on how this works with dating and relationships that will back up why these two men are crashing out.
Here's William.
Do me a favor, though. Hit the like button. And that was our great segment, Doom and Gloom CGA out. Yeah, if he has a black girlfriends, they robbing him blind. Right. And they ain't giving him that sweet black pootie. All right. Where's DJ Quick? Black pootie. Always talk about it because I love it. All right. Shout out to black DJ Quick. Anybody a DJ Quick fan? Shout out to NGN. He says right here, do you think Gen Z will be the first generation of men who will truly live life for themselves thanks to your content on Locals and Money Mindset? No. Now, as you can see, those are Gen Z men right there. The majority of Gen Z men, let me just tell you, man, I be hanging around Gen Z men. I hang around more Gen Z women than Gen Z men, but because my son and my daughter are Gen Z, I'm going to just tell you, Gen Z men, and I don't mean this as harm here, you're a decent demographic on my channel. They soft. They soft. They're just not aggressive men. You know, they're just not built aggressively. And when I say aggressively, men in the 90s, I think we were built what we call with hyper aggression. It's kind of like we overcompensated. All of our musicians were overcompensated, hyper masculine men, right? We grew up with hyper masculine men as our heroes, He-Man and Mr. T and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior. We grew up with these rawr ass niggas, Rambo, Command Bro. It was one of them niggas with the Jackson 5 afro. We grew up with hyper men, but we also had Prince and Michael Jackson. So we always had this example. We got to be Tupac, naughty by nature with the chain on. That's niggas with muscles, muscles and six packs. We grew up with just a hyper masculine sense of masculinity. That's what we were, but it was fraudulent. As we knew, a lot of these niggas was Duke shooters and weirdos and characters. Yeah, Stone Cold, The Rock. We grew up with these type of guys as our heroes. Gen Z, on the other hand, their heroes are Yu-Gi-Oh cards, anime, and I ain't shitting on y'all. I'm just telling you. K-pop, you didn't grow up with any masculinity. You know, your characters were very sensitive and had powers and shit. You know what I mean? We had by the power of Grayskull. Oh, I have the power, ass nigga. Y'all be having like, you know, they grow up with Shar Jar and anime characters and Merp. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, and even the boomers grew up with these niggas hype pimp slapping Ike Turner ass niggas. Yeah, Lil Uzi Vert, you know, the rappers cry on their music. They be like, I don't want to be alone. I tell you, I'm about to crash out. I'm about to crash out. I'm a slide. I always go slide on my homies for the ops. I'm always go slide on my homies for the ops. You know, this is the crying ass, emotional, you know, the emotional generation. So Gen Z men, while they are going to be alone, they won't have a choice because the Gen Z women out here, you know what they doing out here.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it.
All right. So this is the measure of these men. They're going to have to find themselves. But I will say a lot more Gen Z men trick on women, meaning that they just go directly and pay at the hole. Most Gen Z men are going to be willing to do that. All right, but anyway, I thought that was interesting. Yeah, they got Drake with that I want to feel you. I want to feel you. I don't want to be left alone. How does it feel? 'Cause I be out here in the 06 and I be with my homies. I be in the OVO. Yeah, you know, these niggas. You know what I mean? That's Gen Z. They be walking on their tippy toes, light in the loafer ass niggas. Wearing tight ass clothes, you know. They'll still be out here reckless with it. Shout out to our brother Kevin W. says, I haven't been contributing lately. He says, I took a look at my revenue from my business and have what it's done so far, and we've done over 55K. Thank you for preaching the boss up message and the free agent lifestyle. I haven't forgotten to give you a really good contribution. Shout out to you. I just need to work on cash flow first. Let's get it. Let's get it. Congratulations to Kevin, the software tester. Keep it going here. We got Cody Draper says the cold truth is men, especially women, don't appreciate what they have until it's done. All right, it's gone. Most people don't, but you're right. Most people don't appreciate it. Okay, like I said, we have today. What people have today, especially in America, you are living the life that everybody has dreamed of, that has ever lived. Like, that's what we have to understand. The life that we live today is the exact life that everybody before you has dreamed of living. Yeah. Everybody before you has dreamed of living the exact life you're living. Air conditioning, central air, safety, security. You know, everybody but other in the Gaza Strip. Nobody invading you. Not too many unnecessary wars, right? There are some wars going on, but people used to be blowing everybody up every minute of the day. People invading and taking over and causing your motherfucking map to just change overnight. All right, yep, this country doesn't exist no more. We're going to put this together. Yep, we can work from home. We got cars that don't be in there with the carburetor going crazy. All right, who remembers back in the day where the carburetor, you know what I mean? You fucking turn the car off and that motherfucker just be running, just in there, just shimmying and shit. And then you get out the car with his afro with the bald spot in the back, and he just walk on in the house, and the car just backfiring. The car just motherfucker won't shut off. Who remembers that? Press a 1 in the chat when you remember when the car wouldn't turn the fuck off. You guys don't have food insecurity. I mean, the food you eat is not real, but that's neither here nor there. All right, but that's neither here nor there. You Kraft macaroni and cheese ass niggas. All right, you don't have to go to the mall. You can just order some shit up. Instacart. You can just Instacart your shit, drop it right off in front of your fucking house. All right, I'm telling you, man. You got phones, constant news updates, 24-hour. You get news before everybody else gets news. So we live in a world, we got TV, we can watch everything. You guys are watching me. 60% of the people are watching me on the phone right now. You're watching me on the phone. Like, you're watching me like Elroy Jetson right now. You're watching me like Elroy Jetson. Like, in my olden years, we didn't have what you have today. Today, we have it, and we literally are like, this is unfair. This is ridiculous. Life is hard. You can get pussy dropped off at your door. Like, just think about this. You used to have to cruise the boulevard, like, you know, Too Short, Sunshine, convertible tops. You call them rags. We call them drops. You white black walls, we white Vogues. You got a girlfriend, we pimp hoes. Like, y'all used to go hard on the boulevard to go get some pussy. Today, you could just be like, swipe, swipe, ping, boom. And the bitch be at the door like, she be out here like this. Wait, hold on. Where's my sound effect?
I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs, and I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in, and that's it. And put the PIN number, and boom, money just comes right out. You can get a date. You don't even have to go put on your clothes. We used to have to get our fly silk shirt with the butterfly collars and shit, our slippery shoes, our pleated slacks and shit, and walk out at the club and talk to all these bitches. No, not today. Just swipe, 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 swipe. All right, boom, 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 boom. Bitch say, I need an Uber. You order an Uber, bitch, at your door. I looked at it as I have an ATM between my legs, and I'm just using it. All I got to do is put my card in, and that's it. And put the PIN number, and boom, money just comes right out. We used to have to go hard on the boulevard. We used to have to go outside and talk to 50 bitches at the mall, parking lot pimping. All right, but not today. We got it good, man. We got it good. All right, let me do two more over on the PayPal so I don't get too far behind. Thank you for the PayPal contributors. We got Kaylin in the building. You got video games. Oh, by the way, let me just say this. I know I'm riffing. You guys realize that you guys can play Tecmo Bowl tournaments without having to go to your homeboy's bedroom with all of his motherfucking lotion bottles and napkins and socks spread all across the room, and y'all piled into one room playing Blades of Steel tournaments. You guys can go onto your little computer, your little video game, and get like 4 of y'all niggies with your headphones and your mic, and y'all all in your dirty ass bedrooms and shit with all your lotion bottles and dried up socks. All right, you nobody have to be embarrassed. We used to have to go to our friend's house and have Tecmo Bowl tournaments, and we all piled into one motherfucking room on top of each other, trying to get Bo Jackson. We used to have to do that. We used to have to get together. Hey, we going over there. Everybody at 7-Eleven getting big old 1 liters of 7-Up, big ass motherfucking crunch tater bags, Skittles. We used to be all up on top of each other trying to play Tecmo Bowl. Nigga, it's my turn. Y'all could be at home like, all right, hey guys, all right now guys, hold on for a second. All right, guys. All right, pals. Everybody log in. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to drop in. All right, everybody make sure you get your refractory tool. Go ahead and line up. All right, get your refractory. I got one AKAR, and I have one. And then you get done. All right, let me get my lotion. You go into Gabby Zuniga's. All right, jerk off in your video game chair. Ugh. All right, jump back on. All right, guys, let's go ahead and drop into this zone, and we're going to go ahead and camp out. Ain't took a shower in 3 days. Sitting in the same chair till 5 in the morning. Sleeping all the way to 2 in the afternoon, ass nigga. Like, y'all got some... You literally got it easy, bruh. Y'all got life on easy mode. Talk about these hoes putting their pussy on the internet. You niggas got life on easy mode. Anyway, shout out to y'all. Kayla says, what's up? He says, when you settle, there's an admission of guilt. He says, Diddy did the same thing with Cassie and settled 24 hours after she initially sued him. Shannon is a simp of the year candidate, along with Alex Fine. And I actually have a good list of our simp of the year candidates, the 12 simps. And it's building because we're at the mid-year. All right, we're at the mid-year. But let me see if we can put that up there. I won't tell you what our list looks like, but at the mid-year, I already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 men on the
on the list right now. So it's building up pretty good, and we still got half a year to go. Okay, we do have one more, and I'm going to get on with the show, but thank you for sitting here and riffing. We're going to get you through your work day to contribute. Please contribute to the day show. It's great. No government name. Hit the like button. Says, and if you're getting this for free, what you paying for then? Shout out to you. If you're getting this for free, what you paying for? What are you paying for? What are you paying for? We don't know. All right, we don't know at all. Okay, shout out to no government name there. Let's get into the next part of the show, and this should be fun. It is Straggle and Sniggle Theater, so let me line up that beautiful intro, and we can get that part of the show going.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride.
Straggle and Sniggle. Okay, yeah, we're ready to go.
Y'all ready for this?
We ready for this, CGA. Get the banner up. All right, my little extra buttons ain't working right now, but we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Who likes white girls? Anybody like white girls?
Where the white women at?
All right. White girls can be a little greggy. They're a little kind of nerdy and needy. All right. They be out here. Gabby Zuniga, white girl. All right. But check this white girls out, man. This is what kind of like a niggy's dream and a niggy's nightmare all in one. You know, the white girls have played pretty creepy women in videos and movies. But it seems like there's a man here in the elevator. But these white girls are running white girl game. We got Tiva sandals. We got regular ass. What are these called? I can't remember what these shoes are called. You know, the white bitch uniform, basic bitch shit. All right, but here they go right here, and they're harassing this man.
I'm 2 steps away from what? Snow bunny heaven?
Oh, no.
Come smell our room.
Y'all don't think this is a weird request? Y'all going to bar school. I'm gonna switch the narrative about these white girls are trying to lure me into the
We need
room.
a third opinion on how our room smells.
Oh, Lord.
You went in our room freshman year twice. So.
I'm too black. You know?
No, he's lying.
My black
He
card.
came to all of our dorm parties. He's lying.
I'm 2 steps away from what?
Oh.
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
These are how GRape allegations come. Definitely the next Emmett Till shit going on. You know, these are the type of things that you actually dream of until it happens and you realize it's a trap. All right, you're walking flat into a trap right here. We just want you to come to our room and smell our room. Huh? Bitch, what you talking about? What the fuck?
I am so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
And yes, there's going to be a train here. You know what I mean? He definitely having an orgy. They're inviting him to the orgy. All right. So just so you guys know, this is how white women work. They're passive aggressive. They're never going to aggressively. Women are passive aggressive generally, but white women are passive aggressive. All right. They want to have sex with you, but they're going to say, come smell our room. They're asking for their cheeks to get clapped. Sadly enough, when their cheeks get clapped and he gets caught, they're going to say, he graped her. That's what they're going to say. He graped her. Oh, man, because their reputation. All right, but they're definitely trying to have sex with him.
Snow bunny heaven?
Look at them. Snow bunny heaven. So look at them. They sniggling. All right? They sniggling. They already know what's going on. Not the Birkenstocks. These shoes right here. What are these shoes called? These little kind of like they look like Jordans. I can't remember what they called off the top of my head. Not the Birkenstocks. All right? Not those, but the other shoes. I can't remember what those are called. All right. But all white girls wear these shoes. All right. They think they're fucking cool and everybody thinks they're kind of look like, what are these called? Pandas? Yeah, but dunks. That's what they're called. The dunks. All right. Hyper dunks. Dunks, if I'm not mistaken. The dunks. All right. So, yeah, that's the white bitch uniform right there. The dunks. All right. Yeah, the dunks. All right. Yeah. All white girls wear those. All right. Everybody wears those. Just like motherfucking regular shoes. All right. So, anyway. Yeah, the dunks. All right, so anyway. Yeah, white bitch uniform shit. But of course, yeah, Snow Bunny Heaven. They already know cheeks is gonna get clapped. But of course, they gotta tell them what? They gotta tell them, oh, you know, just come to my room and smell.
Come smell our room.
Now, if you did this to a woman, you're going to jail. Okay? If you did this to a woman, you're going to jail. If a woman was in the elevator, just so we know, if a woman was in the elevator and you wouldn't allow the door to close, you just kept kicking the door open. I don't care if you knew these women, that if it was a woman in the elevator and you wouldn't let the elevator close and you're like, come to my room and smell my room, you're going to jail. All right. And everybody can agree with that. Everybody can agree with that. That you're going to fucking jail if you just keep doing this right here.
Y'all don't think this is a weird request? Y'all going to bar school. I'm gonna switch the narrative. About these white girls are trying to lure me to the
We need
room.
a third opinion on how our room smells.
We need a third opinion on how our room smells. All right. These are your daughters, by the way.
Trying.
These are your daughters trying to get this nigga to the room to clap both of their cheeks. At least one of them. One of them want to get clapped. All right. Goodness. You going to jail if you do this to a woman. Shout out to these young ladies out here. Guys, these are your future daughters. Coach, that's somebody's daughter. All right. I see her. That is somebody's daughter. But at least he knows, and a lot of people don't realize this, a lot of men are negatively affected by the idea of men getting charges. So a lot of men in my generation are like, man, don't be scared. Don't let these hoes dictate what you want. Well, the problem is most of these guys have seen men kicked out of campus. In fact, I had a parent tell me that they had a friend, a neighbor, who just got kicked out of college for this type of situation. A woman, he said, she said, and he got kicked out of college. He got thrown out and he had to go to another school. All right. So these men are being coached when they go to college, when they're being told to do this, when they get a job, they're being told you're going to catch a case. And if you catch a case, you can ruin your life. So I know people want to say, you know, just approach these women. Don't be scared. And women are saying, we want men to approach. These young men are like, nah. Now, black men that got nothing to lose, please stay out of this conversation. All right. We're not talking about you goofy niggas. All right. You niggas that got nothing to lose. All right. We're not talking about you future Jiffy Lube employees. We're talking about people that have a future, actually. All right. But anyway, let's go back to this. We do have an interesting video. Let's go ahead and show this on the screen. I don't even know how to quite describe this on Straggle Sniggle Theater. I'll just read what it says. It says, DeNinjaring YNs. That's what it says. I didn't say it. They said it. But it says DeNinjaring YNs. All right, so let's go ahead and play the video. Let's refresh it. And as you can see, these are some black men here doing an etiquette class.
Take your time. Chew with your mouth closed. Good job. Chew with your mouth closed. Take your time. Chew first before you cut again. Take your time. Okay? Now pull your chair up a bit. Center yourself to the plate. Take your time. I need that handle in the palm of your hand. That's too big. I need you to cut that again, please. Because what's going to happen is it's going to be bulging out the sides of your mouth, and that's not eating gracefully. Good job. Good job.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
You know, I might start a deniggering class.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
I should definitely start a deniggering class. All right, because we definitely need a deniggering of the people. You know what I mean? This might be a good lane for me.
The real problem is niggerism.
Oh, stop
That's
it
the real
with
problem.
that sound effect. I can't have this. Oh, stop. Stop. I'm going to do a deniggering class. Yes, I am. Oh, stop. It's more. This is... Yeah.
The real problem is niggerism.
Stop
That's
with the
the real
sound.
problem.
And that's not me, y'all. That's my assistant. That's not me. My assistant is playing that sound effect. I'm just telling you right now. And she said, good boy. All right, we need a man. Uh-oh, there's a more. You need to take the braids out of your hair. Look at these niggas, man. All these shit these niggas do all day. They don't know how to cut food. All right, Jesus. I'm going to do this. All right, look at them. Chew your food. Yep. All right, what do we got here? Is that... That's not shrimp saute. All right, we need a haircut. We need a barber too. All right, we gonna do this shit. I'm doing it.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
Oh my goodness, that sound effect is ridiculous. All right, look at this. All right, oh my goodness, yes. Okay, we need a deniggering class. CGA's deniggering class. All right, this is crazy. Look at these guys right here. They like, where the fries at? All right, I don't got no time for this shit. CGA deniggering class. Send your sons over to the Notorious one. We'll denigger your son. All right, white people, you can come too, because they're all trailer park trash too. White people, you can come too. All right, we don't mind. All right, Indian men, you need to be in there too. Mexicans. All right, we need everybody in there. You don't have to be actually a black person for to come to my class. All right, anyway. We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a mammy out here. It says black mom, POV. Black mom explains to her daughter that princess treatment is a thing that costs. So when you guys blame modern women, these modern women, man, they change. They're this. We have to remember who raised modern women. Those are your Gen X parents. Those are your boomer parents. Let's listen to a mom tell her daughter how she should be treated like a princess.
I don't feel comfortable with giving it away for free.
You should give it away for free. You ain't catering it for free. You ain't raising it for free. This thing costs. Massengill, soap, Vagisil. No, this thing costs. And you just gonna give it to somebody for free? It don't necessarily have to be monetary, but respect, dinner, open up the door, trips, movies, pay some rent. I don't know, change the oil. Hell, go give me a down payment on a car.
Nowadays, even if it's monetary, oh, you a prostitute.
No, that ain't no prostitute. That's you knowing your worth. Give me.
All right, so again, we have these conversations all the time, and people wonder why the modern woman is at this level. I keep telling you, it's their mama, it's their grandmama. And I played a video of an Asian woman doing this. Remember this. So it's not just black women. I know you guys are going to attack black women and say that's why the problem with the sisters. But the mom probably has a baby daddy that was a nobody. All right, but that's neither here nor there. But I played a video of an Asian grandma telling the daughter the same thing. Who remembers that? Who remembers that? And she was like, your boyfriend doesn't give you money? You better make sure your boyfriend gives you money. So it's what we're understanding is that you think modern women changed overnight. And I've been telling you they haven't. They've been coached over generations to get to this level. And even though they have babies by men that aren't like this and make you guys pay for it, eventually they will still say, my worth is this, this thing costs, it's not for free, you shouldn't give it away for free. It's not the men telling them to do it. It's not us trafficking them. It's the women, generations of women telling them this.
Give me a down payment on a car. I need a new car. I need something. My rent need to be paid. I'd like to buy me a house. Can you put in on that?
See that? You hear that? And by the way, I don't even know if she was able to accomplish this herself, but as you can see, who's coaching them to think like this? It's the women. All right, it's the previous generations of women teaching them to be independent and get degrees and work for a job and never depend on a man. Even the generations of men, fathers before them, if their fathers were active, that's the message they got. It's not this new generation of women just completely came out of nowhere. They were coached into this and taught into this. We had a young woman named Trinisha. Shout out to Trinisha. Trinisha said that, her people, she thinks that black women have been coached to never tell men, specifically black men, that they're doing well. All right. And I can't remember how she described it, but I think we were on the JUCO stream, if I'm not mistaken, or on Twitch or Locals. And she was like, yeah, we were always told never to, I guess, big up a black guy. All right. Hey, brother, you doing well. Good to see that. All right. They were always told to never give men their proper respects. All right, because if you do, then they got you. So you do hear a lot of women, like even of other races, they don't want to glaze you. They don't want to, and they'll compare you to low life niggas. All right, or they'll say you just regular, or they'll say you got another guy. I know another guy that does better than you, and I have access to that guy. So that's just not a mindset with black women, and particularly women in general probably have been coached to never glaze you, to never give you your proper respects, even if you're a stranger, for sure. Don't compliment him. Don't tell him he's doing well, because if you do, then you put yourself below. You put yourself below. So we're seeing where this training is coming from. And as I've been telling you for many, many years, it's not, modern women are not a result of like music. I mean, not just music and culture, but their own also parents, their own aunts, their grandmothers, and so forth and so on. All right, let's see what else she has to say. She's asking for rent to be paid, house, car notes.
Yeah, I don't know. Donate some better favors than a hard.
Yeah, and of course these women have been hurt and they've been in pain.
No, that's all you got to offer. Every other man over here got that same thing. What makes yours so special that I got to give me up for free?
Hello.
You see that? All men pay. So yeah, what makes yours so special? I got to give it up for free. The real tragedy is they do it right, in their early years from 14 to 19, 14 to 24, they do that exact thing, and then they come out on the back end and they get an awakening. They go into a journey, an era, a chapter, and then they want to reevaluate themselves and redetermine what their worth is after the fact, right? Hector and Eduardo and Edgar already smashed and impregnated her, already hit, all right, and took her life on another trajectory. They've already made bad decision after bad decision. They had fun and ran with drug dealers. Now, guess what they're doing? I know my worth. I know what I'm worth, and they'll just raise the price. Unfortunately, that's what you're dealing with, but just so you can see where it comes from, so you know CGA ain't lying. We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. What about housewife shit? Who wants a housewife? Who wants a housewife? Press 1 in the chat if you want a housewife. All right, I don't know, man. Housewives are interesting. We do have, again, more women telling us and describing what being a housewife is. All right, they saying they're trying it out because they're hearing you tell these women that you're a high value man, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna get me a high value man, and then for that high value man, I'm gonna do housewife or stay at home girlfriend activities. Well, these women are determining that it ain't all what it's cracked up to be. All right, so here we go.
So I actually went a month cooking, cleaning, and shutting the fuck up. And let me tell you the benefits of it. I can honestly feel like, and honestly tell you guys that I really genuinely feel like a fucking slave, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck these niggas think this is, G? Like I'm confused. You gotta, now your sister, your cousin, your baby mother, someone gotta get in the paint with me at this point, bitch. I feel disrespected, bitch. This shit crazy, G. So I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, so she tried it for a month. And as you guys know, for young women, a month is a long time. You know, I've changed. I'm in a month. You know what I mean? I tried it out for a month. She said, I tried it out for 1 month. But the problem is you've been a whole skeezer and a whore for 12 years, right? Like that's what they do. They be skeezing and whoring for years, and they'll try it to do it right, the right thing for a month, and they're like, I just can't do it. Baby, it takes about 90 days to break a habit. It takes 90 days to break the habit. You need to do it for 90 days. Until then, shut up.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, so here she is right here. She said, I tried it out. It wasn't even for a month. It was like for 2 weeks, right? She's like, I tried it out for a month. It was literally 2 weeks. But you too busy being a whore, all right? And that fast money is too good that you feel like it's slave work, all right?
We went a month cooking, cleaning, and shutting the fuck up. And let me tell you the benefits of it. I can honestly feel like, and honestly tell you guys that I really genuinely feel like a fucking slave, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck these niggas think this is, G? Like I'm confused. You gotta, now your sister, your cousin, your baby mother, someone gotta get in the paint with me at this point, bitch. I feel disrespected, bitch. This shit crazy.
Yeah, this shit crazy.
In these streets.
Hey, the streets are too cold, man. The streets are too nice. The streets are too easy. The streets are too easy. Where Pookie at? She going right to Pookie. Fuck that. Fuck that. All right, niggas are lazy, man. I tell you, man. They just don't want to do shit. They don't want to do shit. We got Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have another woman that says what she believes being a wife is really like. Of course, she doesn't know. But we have another black woman here. She says what she thinks being a wife is. Here we go right here.
This is what I picture when a woman tells me she wants to get married. We got the kids. Mommy, mommy, mommy. Play, eat, help, I'm bored. A bunch of kids. And then we have the male child of a husband. Cook, clean, 50-50, sex, nurture me. And then there's you. Tired and drained. This is a sacrifice. This is what y'all are asking for. Y'all are asking to basically unalive yourself slowly. So then, now the woman is drained. Now this is where the 80% of women wants to divorce. So it's like a cycle. Like, women are basically like, oh, I want to get married. I want the white picket fence. I want kids. And then as time goes by, the 80% of women, basically all women, want a divorce. So what is the point?
Okay, so shout out to this woman here. That sounds oddly familiar. Oh, no, that is the marriage will she was talking about, right? Interesting. So for anybody who don't want to know here, if the marriage will is legit, yes, it's legit. That's what she just described right there. She described the mindset of women that take you through the marriage will. You see that right there? All right, she literally drew that shit up.
Straight Jack.
And so when you think I'm lying, I'm just telling you from the male perspective of what she described. She said right there, connection phase, investment phase, children, blah, blah, blah. Then bait and switch, what the fuck, woman tired, and then divorce. Okay? So if you ever thought I was exaggerating, the marriage will is 100% accurate. Okay, that's exactly the feeling. And then what men think is that they think these women are out here just trying to set you up and finesse you. No, they go through this stage in a reality and awakening, and then they come out on the back end going, you know what? I did it. I felt like a slave. Divorce. And I'm going to go back. Go back. All right, we got another one here. We have a woman. Her name is Sukihana. You guys know her. She's a strag. She came along in the strag era of Icy Spicy. And, there was a Sexy Red and any of these other strags. And they tried to put these women on as legitimate rappers. But, I don't know what it is here. But we have Sukihana. And she says, my life as a housewife. Okay. I didn't know she was a housewife. Maybe somebody can fill me in. It says, just giving y'all an update. If anyone has advice, let me know. Her life as a housewife. Here we go. Sukihana.
Why was I just arguing with this nigga? And I said, you know what? I'm going to just go to the gas station and sit in my car for about 45 minutes to gather my thoughts. And I was just like, bitch, if this was back in the day, I would have been sucking dick in 45 minutes. A whole nother dick. Not even his dick. And I was like, oh, okay. So you can turn a horsewife into a slave. What the fuck? Horsewife into a slave. Housewife into a hoe into a housewife. You could turn a hoe into a housewife. Look at me. Look. House is clean. I'll be cleaning up after my kids, his kids, cooking every day, big meals. I'll be sucking the same dick every day. Every day.
Goodness.
And it's going good.
Oh, the humanity.
Man, these streets, yo. A horsewife. She said, man, brothers, yo.
You gotta get.
Yeah, not the round sound effect. Round sound effect. This is what y'all putting up with. This is why these women that get into skeezerism earlier, it's hard to get them off because the streets are just so present.
In these streets.
She said back in the day, in 45 minutes, she would be over there giving somebody else, she would be dropping that neck.
It's barbecue in there.
But she's saying, I stay and work it out, and I'm over there dropping neck on the same guy. They're not used to being Guys, they're not used to being faithful and monogamous. These women today, they're not used to, they've never been. And I challenge anyone, okay? I challenge anyone. I want you to think about this, and specifically women. Are there any women in the house? They never say anything on my show. I challenge you. Have you ever been in a faithful relationship? Ladies, this is for the ladies. For the ladies, have you ever been in a faithful relationship? Now, I'm going to tell you what they just heard. Have they ever cheated? That's what they're going to say. I've never cheated on my man. I'm going to ask you again. Have you ever been in a faithful relationship? Meaning that you didn't cheat, all right? Or the man you was with didn't cheat. Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say you were faithful. Was the man you with married while you were faithful to him? Uh-oh. Okay, so that means you were in a knowing relationship with a married man. And that married man was saying, oh, my wife don't do this. We headed for divorce. And you was with that man. And you was faithful and loyal to that man. But that man was married. You know how many women literally have rarely ever been in a monogamous relationship? Like they thought they were in one, but they weren't. Or they were in one and they were not married, but the other guy was married. Like you could go right down the line. Most of them have never been. Most of these women have never been in a situation where they were with one man and didn't have a roster of niggas that served another purpose. Money, emotional, so forth and so on. Homie that I went to school with, best friend. sneaky link. Most women under 30, for sure 25, have never been in a faithful relationship, monogamous. Never. But what'll happen is they'll end up trying it, and then they won't like it. All right, just as an example here, for the women in these videos, they'll try it for a little while, and their programming, they'll try it for a month. I was faithful for a month. And then they'll want to go back. The streets will be calling them again.
In these streets.
All right, just like this woman said, this is nah. All right, I'm going to have all of this and get nothing from it and then divorce and go back to the streets. This woman says right here, nah, I would, back in the day, I would break up and be sucking the next man's dick in 45 minutes. 45 minutes. But now I got in an argument and I got to go back and suck the same guy's dick. All right,
it's barbecue in there.
And they'll do this for a little while. All right, they'll do this for a little while, which for them will seem like an eternity. I was good. I was faithful and loyal for how long? 2 years. They think that's an eternity. 2 years, you're going to live to 80. You're supposed to be married for 40 and 50 years. You did 2 years and couldn't take it, and you was back out there whoring. All right, back out there. Good luck out here, gentlemen, man. This is what you got, and these are the people. Yeah, this is what you got, man. This is the programming that they're falling for. So I don't know what to tell you. Just good luck out there.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
I was faithful for 1 month, all right? And she was like 1 month, and she was tired of it. Anyway, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Do me a favor, just give me the likes, don't pass the scroll. Mugga. We almost got 1,000 likes. We got 2,000 people in here. YouTube let me get over 2,000? I must be out of YouTube jail. Shout out to Big Buck, says the morning cup of Joe for the coach. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Joshua Moon. He wants to remind you that
here's William.
Indeed. Shout out to Clifford. Biggie Small showing support while I redirect my life. Let's go. We can do it. Shout out to our brother Tay B, says Simpy Chan. Simping for his girlfriend. We got Joshua Moon, says don't crash out. Ninja cash out. 100%. And we have to say our brother Tay B with the co-sponsorship. We need to acknowledge him. Hustle every day, grew up with ninjas. He says, grow up, ninja, work for yourself, pay for trim, free agent lifestyle for life, lock in. And hustle every day, you're slowly being pushed towards the cracks. Boss up, slowly being pushed towards the cracks.
Better boss up, nigga.
You guys, you know you're being entrapped. It's a trap. The rat race is a trap. Most people don't realize it until they're like, they can't get out. Same thing, similar marriages. Hustle every day. I fought a ninja over my spot to play Contra. He says, Niggy tried to skip me. It's about the principle, though. I was a dumb as a child. Also 40-ounce blue, big gulp in this house. All right, shout out to you right there. Thank you, man. How come I have so much hard time reading your chats? Clarence says, making things right with my ex. Had to go monk mode for a minute. Shout out to her. Thank you so much for making me understand. Leverage my brother. He says, when you come down under, hit me up. Boss up season. Give me the money. Shout out to you, man. Boss up season out here.
I got money.
And he says right here, you making me understand leverage. Leverage is essential. Is essential. NGN, would you consider men desiring or desire for legacy as the ultimate extension of the male ego because they don't even view their women, kids, or grandkids as individual human beings with their own desires, but rather as objects? Interesting question. The desire for a men's legacy, which is men have always had a desire for legacy, but most men were paupers and, peons. You never had a chance at legacy, but our legacy stories come from kings, all right, fiefdoms, and these stories of me building a legacy and passing something on, our family crest, our colors, our name, and our history, our religions, our gods. But most of you guys don't have any of that. You're just passing on DNA. You don't have any legacy. You don't have any family principles. And in a sense, your family members don't give a fuck about none of that. Ask Gen Z people. Ask Gen Z people, what did their grandfather do for work, nigga? They don't know. They have no earthly idea. And I don't care if your family is rich, all right? They don't know. nor do they give a fuck. They barely know what you do for a living as a father, and they don't give a fuck. They probably embarrassed by it. So the sense of this legacy thing is something that I think that for a lot of people, it's just something you guys have come up with to hang your hat on something that might make you feel better as a man to produce something and produce a kid. I want you to do this. I want to have a kid. I want to know maybe if my kid will be the next Steph Curry. All right, if you think that, literally, I think there's only one Steph Curry. But what I want you to do, and you have to do this legally, don't be a creep when you do this. I want you to go, and you can't do this now because there's no school in session. But I want you to go by school. And I want you to go by these motherfucking public schools where it's all fenced up and it looks like a prison. Okay, go by those schools and watch all those K's wildebeests of children. And look at all these fucking losers out here. All right, I want you to go look at all the loser kids. They're disillusioned, misguided, undecided, sniffing glue and Nas. All right, they're already doing lines of coca holes out here, walking around half naked. Most of them depressed. Their hormones are going crazy. Face looking like a crust of a pizza crust. All right, they don't know what the fuck they doing. There's 98% losers in that motherfucker. Caged up, listening to bells ring. All right, and going from class to class to class, not knowing what the fuck's about to happen next in life, and so forth and so on. They hate their parents and vice versa. All right, so okay, and if you don't want to go over by the school because possibly you can't get within 15 square block of a school because you're on a register offenders list, just go where the kids all pile in to go walk around, you know, aimlessly in life, smoking dope and fucking in between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. All right, before their parents get home from their fucking job. All right, but that's neither here nor there. Most kids that are being had are aimless losers that don't know what to do. They 22 years old right now, don't know what to do with themselves. They don't have a fucking clue. And people are saying, and it ain't just the women, it's the men too. I just showed you that. All right, ninja stabbing and shooting each other. All right, but for the most part, yeah, this whole sense of a legacy, I hear mostly people saying that they don't got shit to pass on. Nothing. They don't got no trust, no will, nothing. What are you passing on? Ninja, you ain't got no car. You don't even own a car. Like, what are you passing on? You certainly don't own any real estate. All you're passing on is DNA. That's it. This legacy shit is bullshit. It's just something that you can say. It's kind of like when you niggas was watching, what was the movie called? Lion King. And then when you had the Lion King and you had little Simba and you had the monkey raise him up to the moon. Ass nigga. All right, this is mine. One day you gonna be somebody. And then you outside and they just shooting in the background, speeding off in there. You living in the middle of Detroit. Crack house. You in piles and piles of debt. You in mountains of debt. Talking about, it's my legacy. Ass nigga. Got nothing. What are you passing on, bro? All right. Anyway. All right. Let me see. What are you passing on, fam? This is what y'all niggas is doing right here. I'm going to pass on my legacy, coach. Coach, I want to have kids so I can pass my legacy. What legacy? Nigga, nobody in your neighborhood knows your names. You're an unrecognizable character in your whole community. All right? Here we go. Nobody even knows who you are, bruh. All right? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's your legacy being thrown over the top. Oh, no. That's terrible right here. This is terrible right here.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, look, that's the legacy being tossed over there. All right, here we go. They throwing it. Uh-oh, there he is. Okay, there's the legacy right there. Just throwing it away. Another fucking kid out of wedlock. Great. Oh, my Lord. You guys are some weirdos, ass niggas. All right, hold on for a second. Why is my phone bugging out? All right, I got to get this alert here. Okay, I see what happened. Okay, anyway. And you think I'm weird. Hey, they was throwing the legacy off the side of the road. All right. It wasn't me. All right. Here we go. That's the real pick. Oh, see, it wasn't me. He the one throwing it off. There's your legacy, guys. That's your legacy, you out of wedlock DNA passers. All right. And look at the whore you're having a baby with. Legacy. All right. Shout out to our brother here. Yeet. Yeah, he did yeet him over. All right. NGN, do you think men would still believe and follow any religion if there was no mention of women being submissive, helpmeets, and or guaranteeing them virgins after death? Since trad-cons like to use the Bible to make women hide their true nature. This is interesting. Do you think men would follow religion if there was no mention of women being submissive? Because that is a big like point of they want men to come over there, because yes, they want men to believe that if they come over there, you're going to get women that are doing this. If there was no mention of that, would men turn to religion? Interesting. Very interesting. That's a good one right there. Shout out to Sky. Let me see here. It's Sky Daddy. He says definitely down for a meetup. Looking forward to meeting the coach and the coach tribe live. All glory to the Most High. Wayne says paying tuition for the upcoming semester. Lameek says, Coach, roasting us Gen Zs. You are spot on, though. Everything is feelings and being overly emotional. That's why the YNs are quick to skitty pop, the motherfuckers. He said they're sissified. You think you a man with that gun in your hand. He says, I'm a man without it. A man without it. Shout out to you, Craig Voice. But yeah, we have men that are, I think, and I've been saying this for a long time, the idea of emotions overriding logic has been the degradation of our society, because once you say your feelings matter more than anything else, where else can you go? Where else can you go? You're in a deadly trap. Where else can you go to get the conversation back on track? Because we have now prioritized a person's feelings and their health. Shout out to all the mental health people. Mental health is important. All right, but I think it's a way out, right? That means you cannot bring the conversation and get it back on track, because the feelings matter more than anything else. All right, it matters more than the reality. It matters more than the truth. It matters more than logic. It matters more than everything. Okay, so these are your feelings. What's the actual truth? Once we skip over that, we're in trouble. We can never get the conversation back to reality. And I think even relationships, to an extent, have been punished because of this. Because the woman has a mindset. She has some feelings that she's loyal to. And then the man has a mindset of feelings that he's loyal to. And now he has to have a debate on feelings. When before, the guy could just overpower the woman, all right, and say,
shut your bitch ass up.
Okay, or let's say the woman could overpower the man, right? Or whatever. Or there, because now you have, okay, who's the strongest? Who's the most consistent? What we have is we want to be right. Now, here's the thing. You don't have to be right all the time. And this is where people don't understand. Who's right the most is what matters. Who's typically going to be right the most? Who's the most consistent? Because nobody's perfect. Men or women in relationship, nobody's perfect. Who's right the most? What you will find is in relationships, men are right the most. And it's on big things and little things. They're right the most because they never have to have this feelings and logic conversation. They don't have to have a powwow, a meeting. They don't need a referee, a therapist. They don't need all of these ancillary figures to determine minor things. They don't need to micromanage everything when somebody's feelings get hurt. Right? Because you could just power through it. You're like, look, I don't care what the feelings are. Who's right? Okay, this is what's right. We're going to move on. But nah, y'all got to have a powwow. Somebody's going to go see their therapist. Somebody's got to go see their mother-in-law. Somebody's got to have this. But my feelings. Well, have you considered the fact that? Nah, motherfucker, I'm right. Moving on. Let's go. Get in motherfucking line. And at the end of the day, let's arm wrestle for it. Okay, you lost. We're doing what we're doing. We've lost this sense of what real power is. Now, have people abused that sense of power? Yes. However, that has matriculated the ball downfield. 10-yard fight. All right, that sense is being displayed in the most logical places, which is sports. Sports is almost, now sports is entertainment. It is somewhat scripted, so you can't really trust it. But sports was the ultimate measure of reality because it was always who's the most consistent, who makes the most decisions consistently over a long period of time to win the game, who makes the least mistakes, right? Who turns over the ball the least, who penalizes themselves the most. You're gonna lose. All right. Now we're gonna use power, might, craftiness, strength, will. I'm gonna be right more than you. What did they usually? They used to do two things to measure who's gonna win a game. Number one, in basketball, who gets to 100 first. That metric is almost 80-90% of games in NBA. Who got to 100 first would be the winner. That's called consistency. I can consistently get to a point over time, not just once, but over the entire point of the game to get to 100. I'm going to win 89% of the time if I get to 100 first. Because you're going to wear down. What about boxing? I just went to the boxing match. Shout out to Manny Pacquiao. Boxing, you come out here and throw haymakers in the first round. And in the second round, you're doing the same thing. I'm going to just punch. By the third round, you punched out. Now you can't hold your arms up. Now the fifth round, I'm wearing your ass out with the jab. Okay? And then I got your motherfucking legs rubbery and wobbly. All right, so you were right in the first round throwing haymakers. But now we got 12-round fight. Now I'm wearing your ass out, just standing in front of your ass after I just let you punch yourself out, leaning against the ropes. Now you chasing me around the ring. Now your stamina gone. Now you breathing hard. All right, and now I'm standing there, and now I have more might by the end of the game. You punched me out. You won the first 3 rounds, but I won the whole fight. Okay? Same thing with football. Football, great. We're all good until motherfuckers start fumbling the ball. Okay? Now you start making 1 fumble and 2 fumbles and 3 fumbles. All I need you to do is fumble the ball 3 or 4 times or throw an interception 1 or 2 times. You lost. That's the game. Or time of possession. How long can I possess the ball? How long can I be right? How long can I make your defense play defense? And then your offense gets on the field. Third play, fumble the ball. Now your defense is back on the field. And I wear their ass out. See, that's how life is played. Not with this feelings bullshit. It's about what we do consistently over a period of time. That is the measure of if you're going to be a winner and a loser. Sports was almost always that. You can always depend on learning life lessons through sports because that was always the lesson. Basketball game, niggas in the warm-up doing 360 dunks. And then you got the other team over there doing bounce passes and jump stops. All right. And you can obviously say that team is better than the team doing jump stops and bounce passes. And then the game starts. All them niggas that was doing 360 dunks and in between the legs and killer crossovers, now they getting worn the fuck out on bounce passes and backdoor passes. Now the other team boxing out, getting rebounds, 1 possession. All of a sudden, that press, they getting tired. Legs tired. And they don't got a deep bench. The other team got 9 players coming in. Jump stop, bounce pass, backdoor cut, layup. Wearing their ass out. All right, over a what? Over a 48-minute game. Wearing your ass out. Now, all of a sudden, that press that I was turning the ball over in the first quarter, now you trying to press 4 quarters. Now you got to press to catch up. So this is life. So the feelings it don't matter. It matters here and there. But we don't have time to stop the game for 1 little mistake. We don't have time to stop the game. Okay, I was wrong that time, but nigga, I've been wrong. I've been right most of the time. So follow my motherfucking ass. It is what it is. That's how I look at life. That's the ultimate life teacher. When you put feelings as the priority, you fuck up the entire flow of life in the game. You don't get to learn no lesson. You just fuck everything up. Now you can't even get the shit conversation back on track. We got to stop the game. All right, what the fuck? Yep. So that's my opinion on feelings. And I'm not negating people's feelings, but that's my opinion on people's feelings is fuck your feelings. All right, let's motherfucking win the game. Period. Point blank. That's how it is. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your feelings. I don't give a fuck about feelings. I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time. All right, I'm trying to win, motherfucker. All right, what you trying to motherfucking win an argument, and I'm trying to win life. Think about the 2 perspectives. All right, anyway, fuck all that shit. Let's get to All right, here. Let's get to and matter of fact, I want you to look up this word. It's a word in the pyramid of success of John Wooden. Poise. Poise. All right, P-O-I-S-E. Poise. All right, poise is the ability to recognize you have a feeling, but to be able to withstand it long enough to even keep yourself in emotional check, right? You have poise. Everybody's going to have feelings. Everybody's going to have emotions, but you're able to say, okay, through this, I'm able to stand tall and focus on the next step. All right. I don't know if that's the exact definition of poise, but poise means something. All right. You see this in public figures. They'll basically like, hey, I went through a tough time. I turned the ball over, but I got over it. I was pissed. I slammed the cup to the ground and my towel. I threw the towel in the stands, but I'm good. All right. I shook it off. I focused on the next play and I was able to recover. And in the fourth quarter, it mattered. All right, so I managed my feelings. I managed my emotions. I didn't let that one thing override everything. All right, I went through a tough time. We all go through tough time on the field. And guess what? I was able to be resilient and respond and bounce back from it. That's life. Okay? So does the feelings matter? Yeah, it matters. But getting over that feeling fast enough to be able to win is what matters. Not having a fucking powwow in a therapy session after every time you have some fucked up feelings. All right, I got to motherfucking get that shit back on the goddamn field. I got to go win. Everybody going through some bullshit. Everybody going through that bullshit. Everybody going through some emotions. But how you manage those? Can you manage those in an effective manner to be able to put yourself back on the field to win? Not to sit around and woe is me and figure out what this is. And most of the time you ain't been right. You've been wrong. So you wrong. Get that shit going on here. Man, let's go. Let's boss up. Blue Bag, and shout out to you. Did you say anything? But you've been a contributor. He says, DeNinjaring, the pro-black delegation looks down with you with disdain and utter disgust. Coach Greg Adams, we do have the pro-black delegation right here. Looking down on me right here. There they are right there. They are definitely not happy with me talking about
the real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
All right, they hate that. All right, because they want to be a victim. By the way, victim mindset is being overly emotional. All right, it doesn't allow you to progress. It sets you back because you're trying to manage something that's not manageable. Right? You're trying to re-win a war you lost hundreds of years ago. This is why you can't have too much victim mindset. You lost that war. You lost your marriage 12 years ago. You can't win it back. All right, or you broke up and you're trying to get revenge on your ex. It's too late. All right, it's done. What's done is done. Move on and move forward. Right? And typically women use the courts. They're trying to get this win that you already lost. Okay, you can't re-win a war. We need to get back and reparations for our slave. That's already gone. Time's passed. As you know, you've already had a black president that could have signed it. You had a fake black president running for woman president, running for president. Right? You had a fake black woman vice president that could have, with the stroke of a pen, signed it. Neither of these fake niggas did it. All right. So guess what's going to happen? You're not getting it. All right. It's a reality. You're not going to get it. Why don't you focus forward instead of focusing backwards? Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Right? That's just my life advice. So being a victim is just basically mismanaging your emotions so that you cannot progress forward. And re-winning a war you already clearly lost. You clearly lost the fucking war. You guys got mollywopped and whooped. Your women have become spoils of war over the last 150 to 200 years. And that's that. You're not getting your family back, your community. And by the way, right, you're not getting any your gentrification. You're just going to get gentrified because you own nothing there. Niggas be like, they're gentrifying our neighborhoods. You own nothing there. If they were gentrifying your neighborhoods, they would be literally stealing it from you, but they're not. You own nothing there. You rent it. That's not your neighborhood. You occupy that neighborhood. You were pushed into those corners. So those aren't your neighborhoods. All right. If you own nothing there or you're not selling it to the people who are gentrifying it, that's not your neighborhood. All right. So that's the reality of it. That's logic. That's a non-emotional response to something that people are using emotion to try to settle. You lost. You don't own nothing there. That's not yours. You lost the war. Your women are spoils of that war. They've always been spoils of that war. They've never been your women. That's logic speaking. That's not emotional. All right. That's the reality. You lost the war regroup, dust yourself off, and motherfucker go win your goddamn life. The war's been over. All right. The South shall rise again. Whistling Dixie. Y'all lost. Okay. The South will not rise again. All right. Go ahead and stop Jim Crowism, if you will. All right. So anyway, crime and law CGA. We got a little bit of crime. All right. Crime and law CGA. We have a woman here that is being kicked off of airlines because the airline says her shorts were too short. All right, let me know if you agree. Spirit Airlines is the airline that we are literally looking at here, and I have never flown Spirit. I refuse to fly Spirit. I don't care what they tell me. I don't care if the flight is 1 hour. I refuse to fly Spirit, but here we go.
And now to a story you'll see only here on CBS News Miami. Tension at the ticket counter when a passenger is denied entry onto a Miami flight to Chicago.
She called us to look into what happened after she was told it happened because her shorts were too short. The incident escalating from there, landing her sister in jail overnight. CBS News Miami's Ted Scouten joins us live from MIA with new reaction from Spirit. Ted?
Yeah, we've been looking into this story all day after we got that phone call from that passenger. This all began as a sister's trip to Miami and ended with one of them in jail.
Need your boarding pass, please?
Tension at the ticket counter after Tanasia Grayer is told she can't board her flight home to Chicago. She reached out to us after it happened.
I'm right here. I'm telling you. I'm right here. You need to get out my face. You don't have to address me like that. You can say whatever you need to say from right there. You don't have to get in my face.
My face. When you hear that, you don't have to get in my face. All right. And I wonder if that's the woman down there, because that seems like that's the next video that's going to play. Is that the Strag down there? This is definitely Strag shit. And of course, this is why I separate from this group of people demographically. They're like trailer park trash to white people. All right. These are not my people. All right. But you have to get out of my face. What is that? You got to get out of my face, Strag. All right. And look at this white guy. He looking at her like, who are you?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
All right. Somebody put now I know why people had water hoses and billy clubs put on them. All right. It just makes sense now. All right. But let's continue.
You don't get to tell me what to do. And you don't get to tell me what to do. Okay, just say it from over there. And these is just regular shorts. This is how I walk through the airport. This is how I walk through the airport with these shorts on. With my robe. This is exactly how I have my clothes.
She had, oh my God, bruh. And she on TV. I hope you didn't. That's a fake Versace. That's a faux Sachi robe. A faux Sachi. That's not Versace. Okay. All right. I'll be hard pressed to find a pink Versace robe. All right. But it could be possible. That is a faux Sachi robe. And this looks like a workout uniform. All right. Maybe a track uniform. Come on, bruh.
I have my clothes.
It all started when Grayer said she was denied boarding because of her outfit. She's wearing the same thing today.
That's underwear.
Because her luggage made it onto the flight, even though she didn't. She also tells us she wore similar shorts when she flew to Miami on Sunday.
We was
Strag.
Getting ready to board the plane, and the lady at the front desk, she stopped me and said, "You're not getting on a plane like that." So I looked at her and I said, "Like what?" She said, "With those shorts."
Wearing her bathrobe over her outfit, Grayer said her clothes were not revealing.
They said that you can't have the bottom or your butt out. That's why this robe is on. That's why this robe is on, so that I'm not too revealing. If it was a problem with me wearing this robe, I was in the airport for 40 minutes.
She got them How You Like Me Nows on. All right, I guess, man, everything comes back full circle, man. Kumo D. All right. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, Kumo. But as you can see where this is going here, she's getting a lot of attention from this. So this is the highlight of her life. This is certainly her 15 minutes. This is definitely an outfit. First of all, the fake Versace robe and the track uniform. This would be something you would wear for outdoor track season. I mean, this would be terrible. All right. But she's getting a lot of attention, and she's probably trying to get as much as a run out of it as she possibly can.
If it was a problem with me wearing this robe, I was in the airport for 40 minutes. Y'all should have told me that. That way I could have went and changed my clothes or put anything else on. I'm confused. I'm confused. This is crazy. This is insane.
The voice you hear in the background is Grayer's sister, Jessica Kordaleski. She was arrested, accused of disorderly conduct.
They treated me like a real criminal.
Now out of jail, the sisters are both ready to get back to Chicago.
Chicago Strag.
Going home, getting on a flight and going home.
Did you get
done with Miami? We ain't never coming here again. Miami at all. Ever.
All right, bitches coming out of jail. Let me tell you, man, they definitely got different daddies. All right, there's your legacy right there. They do not have the same father, for sure. There's a 100% chance they got different daddies. All right, and they blame it. And here's the same thing. They're blaming it on everybody else. It's everybody else's fault.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
There was one guy in there with 16 kids, and that's your legacy right there. They definitely got Pookie as a father. And I did see a ninja in the background. So let's go ahead and see who that ninja is belling out these strags. There he is right there. All right, there's the Mr. I get it for free ass nigga right there. Of course, he has a black tank top on. He has underwear on too. All right. All right, let me stop talking shit about him. He looked like the type of nigga to come find you. And he looks dumb as hell. All right, look, he looks slow. Little Neanderthalish, if you will. All right, but let me stop talking about him before he come find me, because that's what y'all niggas be trying to do out here. All right, he looks slow. Why everybody got underwear on? It is Miami, though. It is Miami, so I will give him that. It is hot in Miami at this time of the year. So, anyway, that dumb nigga looked like the elevator don't go all the way to the top floor. All right, anyway, it's an evil world we live in. We're matriculating the ball downfield consistently. Consistency is key to success. Consistency are the keys to success. You're getting life lessons. You're getting the boss up treatment over here, man. Do me a favor. Hit the like button in here as I take a sip of champagne. The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the blue chip mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our blue chip mindset on. The window is still open. Hey, we back. I was tripping. I was looking at something else here. I was in the wrong world right now. Let's go. I was looking at my phone. Monk Dan says this is in regards to the elevator white women, in their scent. He says they have this pleasant smell about them. Uncle Ruckus described it as lemon pledge. What is it? I'm going to tell you what it is. It's shampoo. All right.
I am so happy and grateful.
All right.
That the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow.
All right. Shout out to you right there. Yes, it's shampoo. It's shampoo. All right. White women smell like shampoo. All right. And so do, some Asian women and Latinas. The thing is, if you're a black man and you grew up around black people, black women, is that they don't use shampoo like that. Yeah. Because they typically washing coarse hair is not ideal. It's going to dry it out and make it brittle and break and this type of thing. But it's shampoo typically. If you're around Latina women with very curly hair, they have to use detangler and conditioner and shampoo. And so white women, same. They have to use herbal essence and all of these type of shampoos. And so when you get around as a black man, and Monk Dan is a black, all right, you get around these people that you're normally around women that typically don't wash their hair on a daily or weekly basis. When you get around white people and Latinas, you're going to smell hair and leave-in conditioner and shit like that. That's what you're going to smell. And so Uncle Ruckus was describing it. They smell like fruits and berries. They smell like, lemon pledge. It's basically, that Pantene and herbal essence. You're mostly conditioner is what you're smelling in their hair. All right. So anyway, you're not smelling burnt hair or wig or weave or any of that. All right. And they do have to do an extra lot of covering up of other natural smells. So they are not, it's not a natural smell you're smelling. It's covered up. Sometimes you smell dog on them. All right. And if you never smell dog on white people, you could just look and see dog on white people. All right. That's what you could do. All right. And white people always got dog on them. That dog hair. All right. Just look real close at them. If they're wearing anything of like black clothing or look at a baseball cap that they have, it's going to be covered with dog hair. All right. And you have to do, they sit in dog lick, dogs be licking shit and they be constantly touching it and they won't be washing their hands and shit like that. They constantly petting the dog and letting the dog lick them. All right. So they gonna smell like dog. All right. They gonna have dog or cat hair all over them. You know what I mean? You sit on a couch, you come over to their house, you sit in a car, you get out the car, nigga, it's just cat hair all over your shit. You dog hair and shit. You pulling like white women shed like dogs. All right, you make out with a white woman and they hair all in your beard. You pull out that long ass white girl hair. You be laying it on you. You be like, white girl hairs. All right. Yep, they be having dog drool all over them. They hands, they wrists, they arms. You can't just be walking around touching white people. Because they liable to have dog drool, dog piss, dog dookie, or dog hair on them at some particular point. All right. At some particular point, they got dog something on them. So they need to cover up all that shit. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Look out for them. All right. That's definitely a thing. You can't just go over white people's house and sit on their furniture because they let the dog is like a human being to them. They let it sit on the furniture, sit at the dinner table, lay on the damn counter. All right. They let their dog do everything. Yep. They let their dog eat ice cream off the spoon they eating. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, yeah. And they'll lick it. And if you're around like children, white female children, they're going to have lice. All right, the likelihood, there's a 60% chance they'll have lice. All right, so, if you have black kids, don't let your black kid go and hang out with 4th grade white girls and they don't have their hair braided. All right, your daughter's going to come back with lice. And you're going to be like, why my daughter got motherfucking lice in their hair? All right, you let your daughter hang out with the white girls, the 4th grade and 5th grade white girls. All right. And they share combs and shit, and they be letting their hair be flying around and shit, and the lights be just swinging off the ends of their hairs. All right, and now your daughter got it. Now your black daughter at the lice hair place. So watch out. If you let your daughter, if you have mulatto or black daughters, and they want to go play at little Katie's or Caitlin's house, make sure that their mama put their hair in braids. Okay. Put them in some pigtails or some braids. Nah, you ain't going over her house. Them motherfucking little thin ass hairs and lights swinging off the end of them. And you ain't going to hang out at my motherfucking kid's house. All right. Coming home with lice. All right. Because they will. The real ages is 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. If they don't have their hair braided, white girls, all right, they're definitely going to have lice. There's a 60% chance you're going to get lice. All right, so don't let them rub hairs and touch hairs and lay on each other's pillow and shit. Nah, your daughter gonna come back with lice. All right, so it said ringworm. All right, what's the other one they be having? Tick infections and shit. They be having ticks growing in them. You gotta watch out for white folks. They be having some shit. All right, white people be dying of some wild shit. They catch weird diseases and shit. I had a tick. You be like, a tick? You let a tick grow into you and you got an infection, Lyme disease? Like, how the fuck? Where did that come from? All right. How did you get a tick in there? What? Maybe them 3 mangy ass mutts you got over there that you be letting run in the woods and come back. Now that motherfucker brought a tick back. Now the tick is in your fucking head. All right. What's going on with y'all? What's going on with y'all? You guys like live in a horse fucking barn? Like, what are you doing, bro? You got a whole house full of ticks. All right, yo, this is crazy. You don't catch niggas with Lyme disease and ticks. All right, they don't have that type of shit. They be having mental ticks, but they don't be having ticks. All right, but anyway, y'all need to get out of them rural areas. Find a hospital and go get your physical checked up. Got your dog bringing ticks in, climbing all in your head. All right, this is crazy. Unclean, filthy animals. He says, apology for my typo. Yeah, and I read through it. He says, thanks for having the first free agent meetup in northern Wyoming at my cabin. Tecmo Bowl and sugar sandwiches for everyone. The JUCO is spotty out there, but we free agent lifestyles, man. Yes, it is. In northern Wyoming, I can't even imagine, for sure. All right, white people are like, I've never had a tick or a ringworm or lice. All right, white people, are you here? Have you ever had lice? Okay, let me just say this, because the boys don't get lice too much. The boys don't get lice too much. All right, but the boys, white guys, did you have a sister or a daughter? Have they ever had lice? There's a 90% chance they've had it. All right, so don't act like I'm tripping. All right, I went to a suburban school. All right, my kids went to suburban schools, and there was lice breakouts every year, and it was right around that 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade year. All right, and the white girl, they traced it back. They had to be like, who had the birthday party? Caitlin. Caitlin had the birthday party. She had the birthday sleepover. Caitlin had 4 girls over or 6 girls over. Now, them bitches passed it on, and they went to go play soccer over here, AYSO soccer. Then them other niggas went to camp. All right, the other girls went to camp, and they spread it like wildfire. All right, and the whole school had to shut down. Everybody know what I'm talking about. All right, white people was like, not me. Has your daughter or sister had lice? Probably. It's very common. I mean, it grows in that type of scalp. That type of hair is really good for it. All right, that's why you always see white girls, and back in the day, used to put pigtails all the time. They used to have their hair braided up. All right, braid your fucking shit up. Grandma knew. That white grandma, right? Grandmama knew. Do not send them girls out there outside playing, and they hair not braided up. All right, so white girls been known to wear those little 2 braids like this. I don't even know what to call it. Is it pigtails? All right, where the girl's hair will be braided up. It was typically a youthful look for white women. That's because them bitches be catching lice. All right, they hair not braided up, they gonna catch lice. All right, they couldn't just let their hair just be out and just be down. Come on inside, get them pigtails. That little house on the prairie shit, yeah. All right, that little Salt Lake City French braiding, put the little French braids in, and they put it down. That yodel-a-hee-hoo shit. That's the anti-lice hairstyle. All right, anyway. Yep, the fishtail braid. That's to prevent lice. That's to prevent them catching lice and ticks in their hair and shit. All right, white folks have to do shit like that. All right, but anyway, that's our white women conversation today. I don't know where this show always is to educate. I'm here to educate. I'm not here to talk shit about people. I'm only here to educate, and I'm giving you the truth. So this is edutainment. We call this edutainment. You're always going to learn something new here. You're always going to learn something new. Yeah, that Wendy's. Okay. That little house on the prairie, Wendy's shit. Where's the mascot? So this is why they always had their shit up like this. All right. So that they didn't come home with lice from school. All right. Where we at here? Why am I trying to share this? Well, that's not completely braided, but yeah, that's the anti-lice. Don't get no, yep. Don't play in nobody's hair. Don't share combs. All right, what are we doing here? Let's get back to this part of the show. It's an evil world we live in. How's dating going? How's the dating world going? We have evil world we live in. We're going to give you the inside scoop on what young women think about dating, all right? Not you old women. Remember, not 30 and up. We're talking about 18 to 30. That is what we are looking at. 18 to 30. This is the zone. This woman says this.
If you're pretty, you have every right to be picky about the partner you choose. Okay? Don't let anyone tell you that your standards are too high. You have every right, because 9 times out of 10, the person who approaches you has lustful intentions. Okay? You're allowed to want someone who can pay. You're allowed to want someone who can provide. You're allowed to want someone who's patient. don't let anyone tell you that your standards are too high because they're just telling you that they can't meet them. If you're pretty, you have every right to be picky about the partner you choose.
All right, yeah, damn, man. Yo, when you mess with an Asian that's been Americanized, it's a wrap, all right? It's a wrap, ladies. Come on, you should be on this time right here.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
But she's not, all right? She's over here messing around with the westernized Ling shit.
Where the white women at?
Oh, sorry. All right, that's not what I wanted to play. I wanted to play this.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, but of course we got condescending Asian, and she's been completely Americanized, and there's no way she's going to make you chow mein or none of that. It's a wrap. All right? She says right here, if you're pretty, you have every right to be picky. All right? Somebody said, what happened to the days where people grew with their partner? First of all, you using the word partner is a problem. I'm going to just tell you, there's no partnerships. Nobody grows in a partnership. All right, there's a dictator, there's a leader and a follower. There's a dominant and a submissive. All right, that is the very nature of relationships. All right, and it could be the woman is being the dominant. It is, in cases, in some culture, the woman is the dominant. Now, I wouldn't be in a relationship like that, but that's neither here nor there. All right, but yeah, people growing together and partners, that doesn't go hand in hand, all right, for the most part. And it could be in a relationship where the person was the dominant ends up being the submissive. Right? And the other person that was submissive ends up being the dominant. So the power shifts. But somebody's got to leave, motherfucker. All right? There can't be two motherfucking chefs in the kitchen. All right? But she says, if you're pretty enough, let's take a look. Now, she ain't ugly, but 49ers are going crazy. 49ers are going crazy. Not the San Francisco 49ers. Women who are 4s and want to be treated like 9s. This needs to be studied as the de-evolution of our society. I mean, the 49ers, women who are 4s on the beauty scale but want to be treated like 9s. It's an epidemic of epic proportion. All right? This is not, and she ain't bad. I'm not saying I wouldn't bone her. I definitely would smash. But stop. If you're pretty, you have every right to be a pick. You're not going to get the top pick. You're picking off the bottom. Now, you can pick off the beta male white guys. She could pick the beta male white guys and get top pick. All right, for sure. Or an old white guy, she could get top pick. Anybody else, she picking from the middle or below. Maybe possibly from the bottom of the deck. All right, let's continue.
Okay, don't let anyone tell you that your standards are too high. You have every right because 9 times out of 10, the person who approaches you has lustful intentions.
9 times, that's true. All right, 9 times out of 10, the women that the person, she's talking about men. All right, you choosing McGuire's. All right, and some women don't even understand this. Guys talking to me, they want to get to know me. No, they don't. They want to fuck you. They want to fuck you. Nobody wants to get to know you. And ladies, if you ever think that a man does not have lustful intentions, all right, and they really want to get to know you, I actually heard this from a meme. This is what you do. All right, get the guy's phone number. All right, this is what you, because this will definitely work on me. Like a guy comes up and he's listening to you. Oh, wow. And really, and ooh, and wow, that's crazy. Oh, man, you great. You're wonderful. All right, and he's telling you all this shit as he cold approaching you and shit, and he's listening to you, and you're at a birthday party holding a red Solo cup, and he's like, oh, man, I would really get to know you. Let me get your phone number. All right, if you don't think he wants to fuck and you think he really wants to know you, call this nigga and tell him that your tire blew out on the 405 and you would like for him to come help you. And then just wait. Don't even wait for his answer. Just click. And wait for him to show up. Tell him what exit ramp you at. Hey, listen, my tire blew out. I know you want to get to know me, but yeah, damsel in distress. I'll wait for you to show up and you'll get to know me. And I can almost guarantee this guy will not show up. He ain't going to be there. All right. The guy you think that really wants to know you, he's not going to show up. There's a 99% chance that you don't hear back from this motherfucker. All right. So no guy wants to get to know you. He wants to fuck you. All right. Now, he might want to get to know you after fucking you. All right. He might. There's a chance that might happen. There's a 20% chance that might happen. All right, but no guy that's introducing and having conversation with you and getting phone number, he really don't give a fuck about you. He doesn't. He might sound like he does, but he doesn't. Just say you had your tire blowout on the freeway and you need him to come pick you up. It ain't gonna show up. All right, so anyway, yes, it's an evil world we live in right here. So there's your girl. We have another one here. Another Ling Ling. All right, yo.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Another Ling Ling. So this should be interesting, man. Everybody catching it today. Everybody's catching it today. Nobody can say I just pick on one demographic. All right, Ling Ling's caught it today. White women caught it. White guys caught it. Black guys. Everybody catching it. The Latinos, the Mexicans, you're next. All right, we're going to catch the Mexicans in a minute. All right, what is Ling Ling talking about here? Nothing dries me up more than a stingy, successful guy. Another Americanized Ling Ling. All right, so here we go.
Stingy guys are literally the worst, especially when they are actually wealthy. So that pisses me off even more because you could be making such a huge difference. You could be making more of a contribution, but you just choose not to. Like, you could easily afford it. It's not a problem for you, but they're literally just the worst. Like, they don't value anything that they can't get a major discount on. They're constantly thinking about how they can spend less money. And being with a man who you feel like is pinching and counting every single penny he ever spends towards you, it's just such a turnoff. Like, nothing dries up my more than that. Honestly, if it ever really came down to the choice, much rather date a generous, less wealthy guy. As long as he's generous towards you, that is all that matters. The richest guy who is super Scrooge McDuck could be a billionaire. But if he will not spend on you, if he will not be generous toward you, what good is that money for, honey? You are never going to see a single cent of it.
Okay. I mean, show me an Asian woman that don't look like this in California. I mean, this woman, there's at least got to be 1 million of this in California, Northern California alone. All right. Why? And the personality going to be just about the same, condescending wise. All right, you're not going to get much different. There ain't going to be much more excitement than this. All right, that right there. Look at, that's her excited face. That's her excited face. Like, if you're into Asians and you're like, Coach, man, I'm into Asian women, but you live in the South and you don't see them a lot, and you're going to go all the way over to the east, the far east, I'd be like, nah, just come to Garden Grove, man. Just go to Irvine. You'll get all of it out, bro. All right, go up to San Jose, San Francisco, you'll see millions of them. All right, just like this, condescending like a motherfucker right here. And your whole parents came in here and started life owning 2 dry cleaners in a donut store. And they talking shit on you. They talking shit on you. They owned a donut store. Your parents got up at 2 a.m. making fried donuts for a living. And then when they closed up the store, the windshields at 10 a.m., they opened up the dry cleaner. All right, and they talking about stingy rich niggas. All right, yo, this is crazy. This is a disgrace. Your father worked his fingers to the bone. This is disrespecting your father, who literally pinched pennies driving a Toyota Camry your entire life, sending you to motherfucking violin lessons, and here you are talking about stingy rich guys. Stingy rich guys. The reason why they're rich is because they're stingy. Did you ever think that? So now what you want to do is you want to go to a guy that has less money, that is reckless with his money. That means he's never going to be rich if he's being generous with you. And then as soon as he run out of spending, you're going to go try to find another guy and bleed him dry like a leech. They don't understand. They don't understand. This is simple, basic human behavior. This woman's psycho. This is the advice that they're out here trying to live and perpetrate.
It's an evil world we live in.
This is what she's going to do. She's going to work that fucking job till she's dead. All right, that's what she's going to do.
Stingy guys are literally the worst, especially when they are actually wealthy. So that pisses me off even more.
Why do you entitled to his money? If he's generous, fine. But even if you know he has money, you're not entitled to it. I know you got $500,000 in your bank account. So what? So what? You can afford $400. I could. But I don't see any value in doing it. That's easy. I hate when broke men, oh, I'm broke but you're begging me to buy something for $400, but I'm broke. I can clearly show you there's 500 grand in my bank account. I have 500 grand in all kind of investment accounts. So I'm broke because I won't give you $350. The reason why I have that in my bank account, because I don't give you goofy bitches $350. That's why I have that much. Now, these niggas living paycheck to paycheck trying to impress you. Ricky Tan trying to keep you in their life, trying to impress you. He's never going to be rich because he thinks impressing you for $350 is going to get something, and it's not. All right, so it's not going to get anything. You don't like him anymore or less. You're just going to use him up until he don't have another $350 and dip and find the next dick to suck. That's all you're going to do. And he ain't never going to get rich. He going to be just frustrated like this young man. Trying to balance relationships, keeping up with you to take you out to pho or fa, whatever the fuck it's called, and boba tea. And now he ain't got no more money left. So now you're going to jump on the next man's dick to go get $350 worth of eyebrow design or whatever the fuck that is. All right, this is crazy.
Because you could be making such a huge difference. You could be making more of a contribution. But
you could be making more of a contribution to her. All right. This is, again, women in binds. I'm in a bind, Nate. Women in binds.
You just choose not to. Like,
exactly. Why? Why am I giving you shit? Are you sucking a good dick? Are you available for me to fuck on request? Like, you got to be available for me to fuck on request. Like, all right, here. Here, suck on that real quick. And she should be like, as soon as you say that, she should be, okay, daddy. There should be no argument. And if you did that, there would be no argument with me parting ways with the $350. All right. Oh, here, $350, fine. All right. Oh, before I give you that, here, suck on this real quick. Let's go to the bathroom right now in the car. Yep, right here. She should drop that neck as soon as you say it. All right. Right. Immediately. Immediately. That means you stingy with your mouth. I'm stingy with my wallet. You stingy with the punani. I'm stingy with my wallet. All right. But this type of woman right here look like she's stingy with the puss. All right. You got to jump through all. Well, not right now. No, right now. Right now. It shouldn't be a problem. All right. Let's go around the corner right now. Let's go back to the car in the parking lot. All right. You didn't ask me for two things. Let's go in the car in the parking lot and work that neck real quick. Work that neck real quick. She should have no problem doing that. But she won't. She won't. All right, let's go to the next one right here. Oh, we got Lebanon. I'll tell you, man. Is that a nose? Oh, my goodness. This is definitely something, man. Hey, man, if you date the Middle Eastern chick, you better make sure that you find, if you're dating her and you meet her after 20, certainly after 25, and you meet her, you better find the pictures with that fucking big ass nose. All right. Because that's what your kids is going to come out like Toucan Sam. Your kids are going to come out like Toucan Sam. All right. So, Asian, if you're dating Koreans, women from Japan, Middle Eastern women, who-ish women, American, Jewish American princesses. All right. If you're dating any of these, sometimes the Latinas, if you're dating any of these modern women, you better go find a picture of when they was in high school with that schnoz and with that flat itty bitty titty ass chest they got. All right. Before the BBL. So you better go find them pictures, bruh, because you're going to be shocked at what they look like. Because take a look at this picture right here. All right. Take a look. The one woman got the Humpty nose over here. All right. She got the Humpty nose and shit. All right. But the other girl got her shit done already. The other girl got her shit done. Her hook nose is gone. Find them sophomore and junior, senior year pictures. All right. Yep. You know who it is. You better find them. All right. Because they get that shit done and they walk out here with that Kim Kardashian $20 Kim Kardashian face. All right. And you thinking she pretty. All right. But nah, bruh. All right. Well, I got to say, I can't say it real quick, but
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
All right. So she taking her shit down from Toucan Sam. She just swollen up right now. But let me play the video here. Dating in Lebanon. All right. Dating in Lebanon. So how's it going? Here we go right here.
So what's it like dating in Lebanon?
Dating is very hard, actually.
We think there's no more guys available.
Yeah, because
there's a lot of gays. There's a lot of people who want to play. Yeah, no serious
guys.
So there's no serious guys, there's a lot of gays, and there's a lot of guys that like to play.
Yeah, and we're not wasting our time.
And you're both looking for husbands.
A serious relationship before marriage.
And do you want to date someone from Lebanon, or do you want to date someone from another country?
No, we're open to meeting all kinds of.
Somebody is praying 5 times to the east right now. And these skeezers was out here talking about, nah. Right? And there's your legacy. You can't even get, and these women headed to Dubai. All right? That's why they got their nose done. They're headed to Dubai. So this is what you're out here doing. And it doesn't matter if you got Sharia law. It doesn't matter no more. None of that shit matters. These women have what we call stability. Okay? So when a woman has stability, which is going to be part of the main event, when a woman has stability, now they have the ability to believe that they can pick their partners, right? I can pick, all right? And the guy has to be ready, steady, go. All right, ready, steady, go. So this is what these women are saying right now, all right? I have financial stability. I have my job. I make $50,000 a year and blah, 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 blah. Once they have that, they don't have people just clubbing them over the head and dragging them into the bushes. They have less sexual assault. They have comfortability. They have food. They don't have insecurities related to that. All right, they just now need you to complete the whole thing. All right, I need somebody to pay them bills.
What do you do for work?
I'm a doctor.
I'm a lawyer.
And a lawyer, okay. So yeah, guys from around the world, like here we go. We got some 2 eligible bachelorettes. How old are you?
Hi guys, I'm 28.
26.
All right, 20, and she lying, but she said 26. All right, follow the nose.
And your name?
It's Joy.
Pamela.
Joy and Pamela from Lebanon? I think not. I think not. All right, they're probably some. All right, that's probably what their name is. All right, but all right, Joy and Pamela. They definitely Americanized sitting over in Lebanon, but there's your future there, and obviously because they have a degree, my doctor degree and my lawyer's degree, my JD, makes it so I have stability. Now I can pick, in their mind, from the top. So this isn't just an American thing. Now that women are educated, now that they have a source of income, now that they have security, now that they can stabilize themselves to a certain point, now they're not leading love. They're not leading romance. Now they're needing, in their mind, they need this person that is not stingy with their money. The person that is, I feel like I'm pretty and have stability and degree. Now I can pick from the top, like the other woman said. Okay. And so now you see, it's not just American women. It's not. It's not just black women. It's not just white women. It is across the board. And now, of course, now we have a 28 and a 26-year-old woman from from Lebanon. You're going to have, oh, by the way, the fact that they said he doesn't have to be Lebanese tells you what happened there, right? So now they're opening up to the possibilities of marrying men from any culture. So your religion means nothing. I'm pretty sure their religion means nothing. They can marry a Christian. They can marry a Muslim, right? They can marry somebody that is completely agnostic or atheist. It doesn't matter. The stability, the money, the income is overriding that. And so this is where you're seeing it. It's a worldwide phenomenon. It's just not in America. Right. Shout out to these young ladies out here. Congratulations to their success here.
All right. It was so nice meeting you. Thanks for sharing a little bit about dating life here in Lebanon. Ciao.
All right. And there it is right there. Shout out to them, man. Listen, I got no hate related to this. I just see this is the new world we live in. So it's going to make relationships that much harder to become possible. All right. Because you don't have the men that are catching up. I do have one more video. It is Joy Taylor. All right. And I know Joy Taylor is a phenomenon going on here. She just recently being laid off or fired over at Fox News Sports. That's not a surprise, all right, because she was pretty talentless already. All right, she had no talent other than those 2 peanut butter cans, as the sports guy always talks about. And she definitely don't got no booty though. But she's a mulatto, so that's not a surprise. This is what Joy Taylor says. She is a submissive alpha. A submissive alpha. Okay. Play the video.
am an alpha submissive. I love being soft with my man. It's the only way I actually can be around a man. If a man is around me and brings out, as soon as that corso starts snaring, I'm not even interested anymore, because like you, my tongue, I am going to say something that is going to mentally and emotionally destroy you. That's my goal, actually. If you put me in a space where I'm in a corner and I have to defend myself or I have to fight my way out of this, I'm going to employ the things that I have at my disposal. I talk for a living. I'm gonna say something that's gonna fuck you up for your whole life. This thing I've been holding on to because you put me in that position.
Hey, man, this is exactly, I think even Shaquille O'Neal had a video of him saying this. This is her podcast. And I think she has a podcast with another woman. But yeah, this is why men don't open up to women, number one. All right. She just said that her mouth, her tongue, which a woman's tongue is sharp. One of the things that get women in trouble is their mouth. All right. And that's why they get that Ike Turner treatment back in the day. All right. They start saying shit. And then she said, I'm going to say shit that's going to ruin your whatever. I'm going to hold on to a piece of information and say this to ruin you, which is, this is supposed to be your person. This is supposed to be your partner. This is supposed to be your spouse. They're holding on to information to use against you when she feels cornered. Okay. So she's going to say something lethal. Now, that's not alpha. Just because you're a bitch doesn't mean you're an alpha. All right. But she says she's naturally submissive, but then she's going to protect herself and try to take her power back by saying some reckless shit about the mouth. All right. And now you got to put her in the slap-a-hoe tribe. That's what people used to do. Put her in the slap-a-hoe tribe. So then what happens is she becomes the victim. Now, you can't become a victim and be alpha. So just because you talk for a living and you got a sharp, lethal tongue and you reckless about the mouth, all right, and you like to talk about yourself, and shout out to Jason Whitlock, but that doesn't mean you're an alpha. I always say that about men. Just because you the loudest nigga in the room, you're not an alpha. All right, you're the guys that has had the biggest raging insecurities. You need to be showing everybody you're the alpha. Normally, the alpha is the one that silently stood back there about to whoop your ass after a minute, after he gets annoyed. All right, so in this situation here, this is, again, this is indicative of what you're dealing with, where you got to train this out of them. You got to train this out of them, and it's just almost too much work for men to train this type of shit out of them, and these women go into their mid-30s like this. And she's attractive, but she's in her mid-30s. She's going to be single and fucking guys on the cock carousel. She's said that and admitted it, so I'm not saying anything that she hasn't admitted herself. And she's going to ride this shit out to the end, never having a loyal, faithful partner at all. And I'm going to tell you, she's the one that cheated on, had a sexual relationship with a married man. In fact, I said that earlier. Women think they've been in loyal, monogamous relationships. They've never been in one. They've always been with guys that either have relationships, they've been married, or they have relationships, or were married, or have boyfriends and rosters. These bitches have never had a monogamous relationship. Never. Never. Not one. Not one, and definitely not for a long period of time. All right? Not for a long period of time, and that's the relationship. Then what'll happen is when they're in their mid to late 30s, they'll want one.
It's an evil world we live in.
They'll want one. All right, they'll want one. I really just, and then guess what? They then settle. And then they're settling, they'll be like, I'm happy. I'm like, dude, you wouldn't have had that guy. The guy you settled for, you wouldn't have took him. You wouldn't have took him 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 15 years ago for certain, or 20 years ago. You wouldn't have never took that person. Now you ended up with the gump. All right, and
that's
you're going to say you're happy. No, you're happy because you got him in that time and place. You wouldn't have been happy 10 years ago if you got him. All right, but anyway, these self-sabotaging chicas are out of control. That's the evil world we live in. We do have a little bit of breaking news, and I normally don't announce any deaths. I'm not a person that does a lot of RIPing on my channel, even when my relatives. I don't really think it's a thing to do. I definitely like to have people rest in peace. But breaking news, this is pretty incredible news to see this, because this person, yeah, man. Growing up in my childhood, he was there. I was basically learning what a young man should be taught, and all of this, on the Cosby Show. Sad to report, Malcolm Jamal Warner from the Cosby Show, dead at 54. Man, rest in peace. It gives me a little tear in my eye to hear that. 54. Man. Sheesh. All right. He says right here he's died at 54. Unconfirmed source says he died as a result of an accidental drowning. An accidental drowning. This is unconfirmed. He played Theo Huxtable. He was known as Theo Huxtable from The Cosby Show. All right, 54 years old. Man, 50s for black men is dangerous territory. 50 for black men. And it sounds like possibly he was maybe doing something in the water. I'm not sure if it was in his backyard pool. We don't know. I'm just, everything I'm going to say from this as a result of this unconfirmed is not true. So do not run with it. But it could have been he was in his backyard pool, or maybe he was encouraged to get on a boat or some jet skis and he might have been uncomfortable, possibly. Maybe he didn't know how to swim, which is definitely a thing that, Gen X black men were not groomed to be swimmers because typically they grew up with single mothers, and single mothers themselves did not fucking go swimming, right? Because of their hair, right? And maybe your hair, you had a Jerry curl or an S curl. So you were groomed into not being able to learn how to swim if you grew up with a single mother. That's typical. That's typical. Maybe he was uncomfortable around water and he was in it and he thought he could control it and he couldn't. All right. Or maybe he got knocked out, right? We don't know what happened there. Maybe he got knocked out. Maybe he had a girlfriend drown him on purpose. We don't know. We don't know when and where it is. I don't know where it is, but they're unconfirming that it was likely an accidental drowning. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible, man. 54. So for men, they'd say the life expectancy is for black men is barely in their 60s. And I think the reason for that is not because they typically die in their 50s or 60s. It's typically because there's so many that die in their 20s and 30s. So the number gets completely dragged down. All right. Their teens and their 20s, I should say. So the number gets down. So the life expectancy typically is going to be shorter. But then when you go and look at the amount of men in their 50s and 60s that die, black men, all right, normally because due to some conditions that you could have prevented, like preventative conditions, like things like doing maintenance and checkups and doing colonoscopies, taking care of yourself, things like, you didn't learn how to swim and you got out there and you thought maybe I can just give it a chance. Stress, hypertension, high cholesterol, blood pressure, these type of things, bad diet, overweightness, diabetes, obesity, high sugar, right? These are all things that you're seeing people do, and it's totally preventative. Totally preventative. So there are, even in our space, a lot of the big major voices have died in their 50s. And, as I approach my 50s, as you can see, I said I've been investing in myself. I've been investing in taking care of myself. I've been hiring trainers and, Pilates instructors and, stretch reflexologists and chiropractors, and I've been doing my nutrition. I got my Chef Cass. He puts meals together. All right, people feeding me, making me breakfasts. People are like, you can make it on yourself. Nah, bro. I want to use my time wisely, and I want to make sure I'm getting the best foods. I've been trying to cut out of eating snacks and candy, although that's damn near impossible, but I have to cut it down. Okay. But you guys, for the most part, now, if you're listening to me as a man, I know we are trying to build ourselves up and boss up, stuff like this, but we got to take care of ourselves in a variety of ways. This wasn't a situation where he didn't take care of himself, but if it was a drowning, maybe he should have not gotten the water, because people do encourage you to get in that water, and you might not be comfortable getting in that water, all right? And they'll pressure you. Just get in. Nigga, nah, I'm scared, motherfucker. Like, you don't know how to swim? No, motherfucker. Like, but men are afraid to announce that because, people will ridicule you and shame you and be like, oh, well, nigga, you left out. And, or you'll tell them, I got a fear. I have anxiety. I don't know. And they'll tell you to still jump in. Your life has to save you. Well, now you out there with the sharks and shit. Now you out there with anxiety when them waves are crashing on your face. Now you don't know how to protect yourself. Now, nose is going up water is going up your nose, and you don't know how to lay back and float. Now now you going crazy because people will just tell you, it'll be all right. You got a life vest, and now your ass sunk in the water. All right, now your ass is up floating. So, as young people, we tell you, black people tell you, take your kids to the swimming pool. Throw their ass in. Let them learn when they're young, because now when you're older, it's damn near impossible for you to learn. Yeah, the panic is what makes you drop, all right? And you don't know how to kick your legs in the circle. You don't know how to flap them arms. That life vest ain't going to help you in the middle of the fucking ocean, all right? It's only going to help you a little bit. It's going to help you enough to get people to get that little dinghy over there to drag your ass out. But it's only going to take you 30 seconds to drown. So, you're going to need that. You're going to need that more than 30 seconds. So, these are things that we have to say. So anyway, we're just teaching people to take care of themselves. Sad news, man, to report that he died. Damn. And he was always seemed like a smart guy who was always trying to do better for himself. The Cosby curse, because his real life son has died in the 90s. And now the son who played his son has now died, but it was years later. It wasn't under the same circumstances as far as we know. All right, but we're going to talk about dick discipline coming up next. That's going to be sub-main event and the main event. Let me get to all these contributors. All right. We don't know where he drowned. We don't know. All right. We're just assuming. Remember, I said everything I said is going to be not part of what is true or part of the story related to his water death, if it was that. Shout out to our brother. It is Kaylin says, I'm convinced that there are only 3 men in society who women like. That is The Weeknd, Usher, and Chris Brown. Though these men have had their breakups and bad moments, their female fans will go crazy for them. It's unbelievable at times. Don't take your girl to go see them. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Taking your girl to go see Chris Brown is really crazy. All right. That's crazy for me. I wouldn't take her. I'll send her, though. Shout out to Pro Mansplainer. Shouty. For you to be a princess, your daddy would have to have been a king. But he is a simp. He says that we all have simped. He says, Coach says, go forth to the JUCO and simp no more. All right? Simp no more. And you have, a lot of people are saying, these women are representing themselves as prostitutes. But they don't see it as that. All right? They don't see it as that. Just so we know, they don't see it as that. I'm not saying you shouldn't see it as that. But the modern women's mindset, where's that Sista? Right here. Here's another one right here. I tried being a housewife. It didn't work. It sucked. Where's the black woman? There's the black mom. Where's the black mom at? Right there. This one. They certainly don't see this as prostitution on any culture. They see this as what men should do for women. In order for them to feel like they're liked at some point of their life, they want men to do this. Now, some guys are going to say, I know women that don't want that. I know. I'm not saying that this is a constant. They go through phases. So you might meet a woman that she doesn't care about this. That doesn't mean she's never cared about that. Everything's on a spectrum. Nothing's consistent. Nothing's constant. So people will have these arguments. Men will have these arguments about dating, relationships, and women. And they will have them as if it's one-dimensional and stationary. And it's not. So the same woman you say, I know a woman that pays for men to go to lunch. She was not like that the entire time. She wasn't. So if I encountered her 5 years prior or 5 years after, it could be completely different. It could be completely different. It's not women are not robots. They're not one-dimensional. So some women eventually evolve or they grow or they get stability and then they are acting differently. And then your experience with them is different. But women work on a spectrum. Like whatever they have, they will get it and then they will operate a certain way. And then they change. They go through so many metamorphoses and changes. You cannot tell me what one woman thinks. And because that woman thinks that, then there's a different woman out there. You just got to meet her at a different time. And you might get a different result. Or you're a different dude. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't like when guys go back and forth. Because what they'll do is they'll try to put out one guy's mindset. I'm gonna change your mindset. They'll try to change the men's mindset. You don't have to have money. Because I know women out here that money's not important to them. That it's not important to them at that time. So you're referencing a time where you knew her where it wasn't important. But if you backed up the fucking timeline 10 years, you can almost certainly say it was important. All right. Period. Point blank. I try to bring a little bit of logic into the conversation, but women are not one-dimensional at all. Not at all. And you can break it down to in ages. You could take a woman and go, what would she like 14 to 19? Then 20 to 26, then 26 to 32, then 32. I actually had a little sheet that I used to put on this one. All right. And I used to teach this people, and Kevin Samuels had a sheet like this, but of course mine came first. All right. But let me see here. The woman's timeline right there. Okay. You could just take this and then go, okay, what woman you talking about? You could just take her age and say, okay, what year? Okay. You talking about a 38-year-old woman. Completely different. Okay, that's different. Okay, what was she like when she was 20? Completely different. They're going to go through so many changes. They're on a different timeline. Okay, that 38-year-old woman you're talking about that doesn't need to be taken out on a fancy date, at 24, she was like that. All right. I can guarantee you she was like that. There's a high degree chance that was important to her at the time. So then she missed her window. Now she's single at 38, and now, because she has a decent job, she doesn't require you to take her out on an expensive date or to pay for things or cover half the rent. They're not one-dimensional. Especially younger women, they gotta go around selling pussy and patching their ways up and what do they call it? Foodie call dating. That's survival. That's survival. Almost all women are in survival mode at some point in their life. Heavy survival. They're trying to not go homeless. They're trying to find food. They're trying to find shelter, protection, security. Some women re-enter survival mode, divorce, breakup. They re-enter survival mode, and this causes anxiety and stress. And then they start to reach for men to solve that. Then when you don't, they'll call you broke or stingy or something like that. Why? Because they're in survival mode. So a lot of men think that these women are getting rich off of you. No, they're just trying to survive. And you're a means to an end, and they will engage in usury. Now, if she doesn't get out of survival mode, if she does get out of survival mode, watch her change. She's going to change significantly. She'll be present. She'll be conscious. She won't be stressed out, specifically around finances. She will open up. She'll probably be generous. She'll buy gifts. You'll start seeing her do all kind of wild shit. She won't request guys give her $350. She won't be in survival. And here's the thing. This is just human beings in general. This is human beings. It's not just women. Today, we're in survival mode. In 2019, we weren't in survival mode as a group, as a country. But in 2025, we seem to be a little bit more in survival mode. What is it causing? Fractures, breakup, stress, anxiety, unsurety. We're kind of in survival mode. Inflation's causing it. A lot of things are causing it. We're in survival mode. Politically, we're in survival mode. Whether you believe with Trump or Biden, or we're in survival mode. Okay. In 2004, we weren't in survival mode. In 2009, we were in survival mode. In fact, if our security went, like our peace and our security went left today, we'd eat each other in about 8 days. Okay. We'd all eat each other. We'd kill and eat each other right now. We'll walk up in people's garages. We'll commit crimes and homicide, gRape. It would be out of control if we became an unstable, unsecure people. But the fact that we operate the way we do, we can have mores and cultures and norms, is because we have security. The minute security goes out the door, all the culture, the mores, the norms go right out the fucking window immediately. In 8 days, we're killing and eat each other right here. All right. And I can guarantee that. So don't ever. That's why I think morality is a joke. Morality is only a joke when you have security. Morality is only important when you have security. Soon as you have lack of security, look at Superman, any Superman or Spider-Man movie. Soon as shit start going left, motherfuckers start going crazy. Right? The sky is falling. And people start going crazy. Some people paralyzed with fear. So they don't do nothing. They just stand there, paralyzed with fear. There goes all the norms. There's all the morals. There's all the mores. There goes the culture. Just like that. So in less than a week, we be carving each other up, eating each other alive, by the way. So so when we attribute this to them women, it's you can explain it by saying this is just the human condition. But women seem to be more fearful because they tend to not be able to secure themselves, especially in their teens and 20s. So what do? That's when they do the most reckless shit, right? Sexually, dating-wise. This is where they get the highest early termination of pregnancies. This is where you're getting all the craziness, all right? And then what'll happen is they'll settle in. They'll start to get a little more secure. When they get a lot more security, they start to then, I'm going to pick this, and I want this type of partner. They'll start being able to pick. And let's say they get married to them. They'll have security. Once that marriage goes left, they'll be less secure. Then they start trying to get alimony and child support to secure themselves. And then if it doesn't work, they'll go crazy. They'll go crazy because that lack of security is there. Let's say they don't get the child support alimony that they thought they were going to get in the divorce. Then all their 30s and 40s and 50s going to be fucking insane. They're going to need to go to the mental health hospital. It's going to be over for them. It's going to be a wrap. Then now they got to find another man to marry and support and provide for them. Otherwise, they're going to be your own rental assistant for the rest of their fucking life, looking at the end of their glass ceiling career, their career coming to a fucking end. So it's security and the fact that women lack security that makes them do the wild shit that you're seeing. Once they get security, the simp, the that's you guy, their behavior changes. KP, a fitness question. I lost 40 pounds last year, gained 30 of it back over a year. You said something about something you don't do, something with vegetable oil and most sugar. I focus on chicken protein. Can I share my guidelines for good food habits? You're Indian, so you are pretty carb heavy with the rice. How do you manage Indian clients? I have managed Indian clients. Difficulty is, and I don't do too much nutrition and personal training talk on here because everybody thinks they're a nutritionist and a personal trainer. When I worked in gyms, I didn't even discuss it with them motherfuckers because everybody had a magic diet, a magic pill. Everybody had a thing. And my advice is one size never fits all. All right. We're all different physically. We all have different makeups. We have all different body types. So what applies to you doesn't apply to others. I have different metabolisms. I have different, I have a smaller stomach. I can eat on far less. Some people have to eat more. Okay. So I don't give simple across the line nutrition advice. I've never did. I don't give across the board, one size fits all physical fitness advice. I don't do it. Anybody that does it is suspect. Anybody that does it is suspect. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All right. Because you have to take the individual. Then you also have to take how people eat. You take a Mexican and you tell them niggas they can't eat beans and rice. You can't eat tortillas. Now, how you going to do that? All right. How you going to do that? First of all, every family reunion, every family event, every fiesta, every quinceañera or party, every time they go to Abuela's house, they're going to be hungry like a motherfucker. Like they're going to be hungry like the werewolf of London. That's number one. Okay. Every family, they're going to have to disregard their family forever if you take away tortillas, flour or corn, and beans. And chips and salsa and guacamole and all of that motherfucking high fat shit. All right. So now what do? And they got to beat genetics. Fuck that. They up Shit's Creek. The bitch only 5'1" with big titties and big ass legs. There ain't no, you got to take away all the margaritas and you got to take away Dodger games. Fuck it, bro. You cook. She cooked. She already got big titties. She already overdeveloped. All right. So I'm going to sit here and give across the board fitness advice to people, and I got to consider how they have family. No, I don't give across the board. I have to have individual meeting with you to figure out your background, your genetics, your tendencies, how you eat, what do you eat, All right. Anyway. Yep. They can't eat carnitas anymore. They can't eat street tacos no more. All right. And she already going to blow up like the Goodyear blimp. She going to pull the pin on the fat grenade and T-minus. She behind right now, bruh. There ain't no way. All right. There ain't no way. It is what it is. She been overdeveloped since she was like 16 in high school. All right. She was skinny at 15. She overdeveloped at 16. And she got a fupa at 22. And she got 2 kids. It's curtains. She's going to have to move to another. She's going to have to move away from her family. How do I lose weight? Move away from your family. Don't go to no more family shit. Disregard your entire family. And I know Latino women can't do that. They love their family, all their nieces and nephews and tios and tias and abuelos and abuelas. All right. All they mamas and poppies and papacitos and all of their culture. You got to take away soccer games when Chivas is playing. Fuck that, bro. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. There's no way. No more churros. No more flan. Nah, fuck that. I told you everybody was going to catch it. Everybody has caught it in this show. So if you're insecure and you think I attack certain races of people, I think everybody's caught it. Middle Easterns have caught it today. Black people have caught it today. White women have caught it today. I think the white guys have caught it. I might need to go on them. The Mexicans have caught it. The Indians have caught wreck today. The Asians have caught wreck. Everybody is caught wreck. I don't want to hear anybody say that I just specifically target a certain group of people. Everybody caught wreck today. Who did I miss out? The who wishes with their toucan saying hook nose. They caught it too.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
So I don't just target one group of people. Everybody can catch that wreck. All right. So I'm an equal opportunity hater. Ricky Tan caught it. Everybody's caught it. All right. So I don't just target one group of people. You hate, self-hate. Everybody caught that shit today. All right. So don't be a motherfucking piss poor party pooper. Don't be a piss poor party pooper. Shout out to Joshua Moon says that's not your woman or your neighborhood for sure. These aren't your women or your neighborhood. Shout out to our brother here. Paul says, please consider that he might have been murdered. I do consider that. I do consider that. If it's accidental drowning, it could be a situation, who was present there. If he had a girlfriend or a wife, it could be a situation that could have been a result of it. I'm a true crimes person. So anytime somebody has died, you have to look at the people close to them. We got our brother here. No government name SD. Coach, my neighbor adopted and raised his wife's kid as his own. The kid is now 35, still will not keep a job, and constantly asks my neighbor for money. That's an expensive legacy. Facts. Okay. That's crazy. I mean, step granddaddy is nuts to me. All right. Because you don't consider that's possibly going to be a situation where you're a stepfather. All right. You want to be a step granddaddy, meaning that kid, not only does your step kid doesn't have any of your DNA, the grandkids that you got at your house have none. Now that's crazy work to me. You boomers could do it, but not me. Macaroni Tony, been a while. He says, been a while, time to bring it back. He says, y'all don't even own the court you hoop on. For real. We got our brother Hex Euripides says, women and dogs are facts. Every time we got busy, her damn dog was watching us. Yep. If you mess with white girls, they will have sex in front of their dogs. Like the dog will just be looking. You on the bed and the dog on the bed watching you just, all right, and the dog just licking your heel. I'm like, y'all just be fucking in front of y'all dogs. Y'all crazy. I'll be like, let me put Nova in the crate. All right, let's go upstairs. All right, but no government name, coach. Is it safer to have a JUCO or find a good gentleman's club with benefits? I like to do my shit in privacy. That's just me. I don't like to be at the Momo. I don't like to be in the VIP room or the champagne room. I don't like to be on some bed massage table, right? I want to be in my comfort. You know what I mean? I want to be in my element and shit. So that's just me. Derek says, Coach, it's been a while since you've opened your DMs to the I get it to free ass niggies. He says, spill the beans. Shout out to you. All right. The I get it to free ass niggies. I should talk about that. Anyway, and I think I got a couple more. We got Rick Martel Lamar says ratchets and niggies complain about not having access to trips back in the day. Now Spirit Airlines, Carnival, and etc. gives them access, and they still find a way to ruin it. We need to do better. And that's true. If you think about it, man, I mean, one thing that I'm going to tell you, and I'm the truth speaker. I'm the speaker of truth. And people don't like to hear this. Black people are their own worst enemy, period. I mean, anytime they get up there complaining about people and they don't want us around and they don't want, they don't. You know why? There's a real legit reason why. 9 times out of 10, it's you and your people. Nobody wants to be doing what you're doing. Nobody wants to hear your loud ass loudspeaker. Nobody wants to hear your music blaring. Nobody wants to smell your weed. Nobody wants to hang out with your fucking 2 chain wearing ass shit. Nobody wants to see your butt crack with your pants sagging off your ass. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody cares about that. Now, when you're in your nigga neighborhood, maybe people don't want to see that, but they can't say anything because they niggas. But nobody wants to be around this bullshit. Nobody thinks you're cool, especially if you're over 25 doing it. Nobody admires you. You're loud and obnoxious. You're aggressive. Y'all niggas, you look intimidating, right? Everybody thinks you're going to steal some shit, which one of you niggas probably are going to steal something. Nobody wants to get killed for stepping on your shoe. Nobody wants your loud ass fucking mouth telling me you can't tell me what to do. Nobody wants to go back and see food get and take it back to the kitchen, right? You know, nobody wants to be around that shit. Like, for a minute. Nobody wants to see that. And people will be like, well, we ain't all like that. You know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. I'm not pointing out things that, well, you just talking about a stereotype. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro. Don't play stupid. Don't play stupid. Nobody want to be around that shit. Nobody's impressed by this lifestyle. Nobody wants to see hair weave falling out. Nobody wants to see gold chains and fake gold chain. Nobody wants their chain snatched. Nobody wants their chain snatched. Because you know them sticky finger ass niggas is going to do something. It's always going to be one. Nobody wants to see niggas fighting, you know. Nobody wants to see this shit. And it's really your own worst. You do it to yourself. And you might be some bougie ass person and you might operate with class. And everybody knows this. Look, the niggas are leaving. All right. I don't know what to tell y'all. Y'all leaving. But everybody knows this, because if you know this, well, I'm not like that. I'm uppity. All right. I can pass the brown paper bag test. All right. Nobody can. Okay. But listen, we all are a part of a family of ratchets, crackheads, and niggas. Everybody knows that. Like, you don't got that far. There's a 3-degree separation from Pookie to you. And that's every black person in America. You're a 3. Dude, you guys got relatives in jail serving life sentences, relatives that got murders, relatives part of gang members, a gang affiliation. You could go to where your family live, your grandmama live, and it's a fucking gang zone. All of us. Nobody's immune from this. So don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about, bro. Don't act like you don't know you got a 3-degree separation from bullshit that you won't even go to. Like, you won't even go there. Nah, I ain't going. You wouldn't even invite these people to your house. But for some people, that's a stereotype. Yeah, okay. Okay, keep saying that, bro. Stop it. Just acknowledge that nobody likes y'all. All right, they like your music. They like your little money. All right, they like your culture and your slang and all that shit. They like all that, but they want to keep that shit at a distance because if they hung out there for long enough, they'll be a victim of the bullshit. All right, so yeah, some shit gonna break out. Somebody all of a sudden, the shooting's gonna break out. So it is what it is. Now, if you want something different, be different. But you already know Carnival Cruise, Spirit Airlines is going to be on some nigga shit. So I don't want to be on there. Just admit that that's the truth and move on. That you're likely to see some shit like this. Have you ever been to a spring break and go to that? And it's gonna be a whole monkey fest out there. Everybody standing outside of and around the pool. You go to a concert, a rap concert, it's just they rolling loud and it smells loud, and it's bullshit. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So anyway. Let's get back to the show right here. Is this the main event? It's the sub-main event because this is important. We're talking about Dilsnick discipline. A lot of us as men, the red pill, manosphere, what I'm hearing is this. Manosphere men not holding themselves accountable. All right, so let me see what we can talk about right here. Here it is. What men in this space or space adjacent like to say, and it's going to get you views. I heard Andrew Tate say something about this. I've said something about this. I know other people are talking about this. I just haven't had time to look. But the CEO, let's talk about the CEO because there's news. Of course, this was on Friday, so it's not going to seem as much breaking news, but should be reported here. The CEO of Astronomer has resigned from his position after being let off of his job for administration leave. So everybody knows this story is quite viral. And this is a guy who was married and they were ridiculing and shaming him for this. This is the video at the Coldplay concert. And I think he was making 1.2 or worth $1.2 billion. And he was, making waves. And there's the woman there in the case. And he threw away his CEO niggeroism for this old human resource broad. All right. And I don't get it. I'm like, why was you with an old human resource broad hugged up at a Coldplay concert, right? All up in the public. And now, God did what God did, if you will. God did. And so he was placed on administrative leave and then he resigned. So he's resigned his position. Now, what the red pill guys, the red pill ragers are going to say, why she ain't get fired? That's not accountability, guys. See, if you're one of these weak motherfucking males, we'll talk about the woman because I already talked about her. If you're one of these weak motherfucking men that keep saying why she ain't get fired, why the woman didn't get any repercussions, see, which way do you want it? I have to ask you, weak motherfucking men, do you want equality or do you want to be the fucking leader? You want to be the leader. You want to be the dominant. You want these women to be the submissive. Well, that comes with some shit. That comes with some shit. Unfortunately, it comes with the fact that you have to be held to a higher standard. You have to be willing. If you want men to be CEOs and women not to be CEOs, they ain't qualified, and they're going to be constantly being subordinates, well, then they're going to be the victim then. They're going to be the victim. But what you want is to have the women's pursuit of equality play out so that both people are held accountable equally. And that ain't how it's ever going to be, especially if we're still holding the line for us to be the dominant, for us to be the leader. Well, that's going to come with some shit. When you're the leader, you're the first one to get the bullet in the motherfucking forehead. You're the target. If the woman's the subordinate, she is going to be protected. She's going to be able to file a lawsuit and say she's the victim. Period. And that's how it's going to be. It is never going to change. There's highly unlikely she's going to get fired. She has already hired an attorney and they're ready to pounce. They're going to get that fucking check. Cassie got her check. Cassie got her check. $30 million. And then still played the victim long enough to try to put Diddy in jail for life. Yeah, the game ain't fair, but you can't have it both ways. What men have to understand is if you're going to be the leader, you have to have accountability and you have to have dick discipline. This is why men have always went to the jerk shack. This is why men have always had concubines and side bitches and side families and shit like this to get their rocks off. For you to be the CEO and you're fucking the human resource department woman, and you now want the human resource department woman to take the fall too and fall on that sword, you're crazy. You are crazy if you think that ever is going to happen. That dynamic is literally one of the biggest violations you can have within any leadership, corporation, or company. You cannot expect that woman's going to take the fall too. That is rule number one of a company. You own the company. You cannot fuck the subordinates pretty much since the last 20 or 30 years. Pretty much the last 20 or 30 years. Now, before that, you could. Today, you can't. That should be 100% accountability on him. Now, we'll talk about the woman here in a minute. But he fumbled hard for an old 50-year-old broad. You lost your spot on your day off for a 50-year-old broad. You guys want to do what? You want to be leaders. You want to be rich. You want to make more money than these hoes. You want to have power. You want to have leverage. But you want to fuck a subordinate and then have the subordinate take the fall too? It ain't going to happen. That comes with leadership. That comes with being the boss. That comes with bossing up. Ain't no way the subordinate's going to take the fall. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way the housewife going to take the fucking fall and go down with the ship. You didn't let this woman stay at home and took care of her. Now, nigga, because you can't do what you're supposed to do and be disciplined, and you out here fucking around, now you want the housewife to take the fall too? Ain't gonna happen. You want these women to be at home and cooking and cleaning, but you want these bitches to go broke when you go broke too? Ain't gonna happen. You red pill niggas got red pill conundrum syndrome. What you are people who don't know how to lead. You're never going to have the housewife go poor because you went poor and made bad decisions. Not in this world. Not in this world. That's not equality. That's never going to happen. If you think women are going to practice equality and then them say, I'm going to take the fall too by doing stupid shit and having affairs, I don't know what world you're living in. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your mindset. You're wasting your thoughts. It ain't happening. It's never going to happen. That's like the pro-blacks asking for reparations. Move on with life. You literally are making yourself stressed out and going crazy, screaming at the internet like Andrew Tate. Because what? You think this shit is going to be, she should fall too, and she should be fired too. You guys are going to lose your fucking mind. As men, you're going to lose your mind. Okay? It's crazy. But this is the so-called red pill space that I'm losing respect for every time I see this shit because you want me to jump on that train too. No. It's never going to happen. Why am I going to fight that? Why would I fight that for you when it's never going to happen? You understand, as a man. It's going to get me views, and it's going to be rage bait, and you goofy-ass incel niggas are going to be like, yeah, equality. But I ain't dying on that fucking hill. I ain't going to rage myself for that because I'm a little bit better than that. Right here. That's what's going to happen, and that's a conscious choice that he made. And if you make that same choice, you can expect the same damn result. You can expect the same damn result. As far as I know, women have never played this game of life fair. And they never will. They want to. As I tell you stories all the time, women generally say they want to, and that's because of outcome. I want to play fair. I want to work hard. I want to have a career. I want to make more money. Okay? I want to be CEO. Dude, when I was a kid and I had sisters and I played with female friends, you know, we were out with our boys and the female friends want to do this. We want to ride bikes with you too. We want to play video games with you too. They want to do all of that shit. Then when accountability shows up, then when it's time to play the rules fair, play the game fair, they change the rules in the middle of the game. Who remembers this? You were playing on the playground with some girls. You were playing a game. The girls come up. We want to play too. Nah, girls, y'all ain't big enough. Y'all ain't strong enough or fast enough. Yes, we are. Then you start playing the game. All right, bitches, y'all can get in. Then they get in the game and they start saying it ain't fair. They start changing the rules. Why the rules like this? They start saying the teams ain't fair. All right, and they start playing the game and crying. All right, when they lose. They tell the teacher they doing this and that. All right, your sister wanted to ride with your boyfriends to the BMX track, and y'all got to go up and down the ravine and around the corner and through traffic. This bitch fall on, scrape her knee. Oh, you guys are riding too fast. You're leaving me behind. I can't catch up. Now you got to stop playing your game and stop going through the BMX because your sister scraped the knee. And now you got to take her back and carry her bike and her little buggy and basket and teddy bear in the bike. You got to carry all her shit and carry her too, all the way back. Why did you leave her? Why did you run off from her? Why were y'all riding so fast? We was riding average and she couldn't catch up. Now we back here instead of having fun. We told her ass to stay home. We told her ass she was too weak and small to go. We told her ass she couldn't catch up, but she said she could. Now her ass sitting over there with a scraped up knee with her face full of tears, and we're sitting here looking at this shit. Now we taking the fall. Why you have her out there? Why you have her in traffic? Why you have her riding so fast? You know she can't ride so fast. Now our fucking fun is ruined because she wanted to put her fucking nose in it. See, you have to understand as a man that that's the game. When you got the swinging dick, that's the game you playing. It ain't never gonna be fair with these women, ever. So if you a bitch ass nigga wondering why she didn't get fired, you a bitch ass nigga at this point. You don't want to be a man. You don't want to be a man. You trying to be equal to these bitches instead of being a man. Focus on being a goddamn man, you bitch ass men. Instead of bitching about these women, they need to be fired too, you bitch ass nigga. You guys are a disgrace. You want a bitch to be fired for getting fucked? Ain't never gonna happen. Y'all need to think way past this. You try to equal this shit out, and you do. It don't need to be equaled out. We run this shit. They need us. Stop fucking up. He could have hired a whole prostitute and been good, but nah. He want to get it for free. He want burning desire. And he fucking his subordinate. You think she fixing to get fired? She protected. Oh, check this out. Oh, you didn't know she was protected, huh? Oh, so we gonna show y'all. See, we gonna show y'all. I guarantee you she ain't getting fired. Watch this. She got the protection. The HR exec in the Coldplay cheating scandal married into one of the oldest, wealthiest families in Boston. The Cabots speak to God. She protected, fam. She protected. She going nowhere. Let me read it. Okay? So that's why you know she ain't going nowhere, Nikki.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say
the
that.
HR exec at the center of the viral infidelity scandal married into one of the oldest, wealthiest families in Boston. Kristen Cabot or Cabot, I'm not sure. It says who is on leave from her job at Astronomer following the embarrassing caught on jumbo screen video last week, appears to be married in the privateer rum owner Andrew Cabot's, according to social media posts. The allegedly jilted husband touts his family lineage as the 6th generation owner of the long-standing rum brand founded by the original Andrew Cabot. The Cabot, see? I told you. New world order. I told you, bro. I told you. It's getting too real in here. It's getting too real. It's getting too real. Look at that. New world order. It's getting too real. Telling too much. New world order. That wasn't a coincidence. That wasn't a coincidence. Look at these guys. Look at this bitch nigga, Thomas Paul. This channel's morphed into 304 Liberation, pay for women bad behavior. Bitch ass niggas. Bye-bye, bitch. You don't want to be a man. I'm tired of you bitch ass niggas. I told you I'm tired of you Mitches. All right, just so I don't complain to you Mitches. You niggas don't want to boss up. Fuck you, and I hope you leave. Please subscribe.
New world order.
Be a man. Be a man. Be the man you say you are. Be the man you say you are. Yep, it's Emi Udoka all over again. Be the man you say you are. You incels, MGTOWs, red pill ragers, take your ass on. Take your ass on. This shit ain't gonna fly. It's been, you think I'm gonna do this for the next 10 years for you bitch ass niggas? Nope. All right, be a man.
New world order.
Women need to be taking accountability. You think I'm gonna force that? It ain't gonna happen. They're behaving bad too. Be a man. You got a man literally behaving bad and you want the woman to go take the fall too. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let me read this article before I was interrupted. The allegedly jilted husband touts his family lineage as a sixth-generation owner of the long-standing rum brand founded by the original Andrew Cabot. The Cabot fortune has transcended generations. It was estimated at $200 million in 1972's New York Times profile of the family. That is now $15.4 billion in 2025. So this woman married in to the oldest, richest family in Boston for $15.4 billion. Yeah. Something tells me she's protected. Something tells me she going nowhere. Something tells me she gonna get a cut.
New world order.
Something tell me it's not clear when Christian and Andrew got married, but it is at least the second marriage for both. Her previous divorce was finalized in 2022. Wow. There's the connection. So she's married, divorced, remarried. And in less than 3 years, she about to get another divorce. Now watch this. Kristen Cabot's now deleted LinkedIn account shows that she has served as on the advisory board of the privateer rum company since 2020 of September. Yep. She protected, bro. She got mad lawyers right now on the phone. All right. And they trying to get a check. And you talking about she should be fired too, as if she was just some woman depending on this job. Obviously not. She's just working this job as something to do. And watch this. Property records show that they bought a $2.2 million house on the New Hampshire coast earlier this year. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Even if she get fired, she good. She literally was in better position than the CEO. She's in better financial position than the CEO. So her new husband from her second marriage just bought a $2.2 million house in New Hampshire. Yeah. Yeah. The Cabot family is one of the original Boston Bremen clans that controlled New England for centuries. A club of so old, waspy, and distinguished that the Irish Catholic Kennedys are left out in the cold. The family made its fortune in soot, key ingredient in car tires, and dates back to New England for 10 generations. But family members have been behind a slew of businesses across New England, including the rum company. The family patriarch, Samuel Cabot, kick-started the family's fortune by marrying Eliza Perkins, the daughter of the wealthiest merchant trader. Now, see, this is why I can't just be out here defending y'all. This is why when you got the complexion for the protection and the connection, this is why things don't move the way you want it to move. She should be fired, as if her being fired is going to matter. All right. She don't need that job. She was just kind of doing that job and keeping herself busy. And this dude gonna lose it, and she good. She gonna be good either if she gets fired or not. See, the thing is, you want her to get fired because that puts her down, but it don't put her down. She don't need that job. She's still gonna get a check from this company, by the way. But you thinking fired is gonna hurt her. She good either way. All right, she gonna be fine. All right, for the most part. She'll just gonna go back and go to this old wallpaper ass shit, 10 generations deep legacy. Good luck. See, this is why you can't just swing that sword. You gotta use your shield. What I'm teaching you is you guys want to swing the sword and come up with these things to try to make it equal, but the relationship apparently wasn't even on equal level regardless. The woman was not in a situation where she needed to fuck her way to the top and he exploited her in that. She's going to paint it as that, but that's what it is. You guys always want to swing the sword. And the sad part about you bitch-ass niggas in this space, and I'm going to say this for real, you always want me to swing the sword for you. You want me out here with my name, my face, my image, my likeness, while you hide behind faceless avatars, cartoon characters, anime characters, not even your real name. You don't contribute to the show. And you want me to swing the fucking sword and put my neck on the line and not even support it. You want me to be enraged for you. You want me to speak for your faceless coward ass and still not support. You want me to swing the sword while you hide behind your fucking shield of cowardness. You guys are here doing that, and I ain't gonna do it for you. I got a big ass middle finger for you. Fuck you weak ass men that want me out here to take the fucking risk and down the sword for you. I'm not gonna do it. You have to be realistic. All I'm going to do is tell you to wear your shield. As a man, equip yourself. Wear your shield. You guys have all these avenues to get pussy. But now you want to take pussy from a subordinate and then her take the fall. Yeah. It ain't going to happen. And you ain't going to get me out here to swing that sword of accountability to women because it ain't gonna happen. Now that you know the rules, let's play the game. Now that you know the rules, let's play the game. But I ain't gonna sit up here getting dirty in my name up for you faceless cowards of the manosphere. You faceless cowards of the manosphere. You weak fucking beta males that don't got nothing but fake ass icons to hide behind and talk shit about. So I got a big fuck you for men like you, because you're cowards, and I won't defend cowards because you can't arm up and you can't motherfucking get up here and say what you want to say. You got to get me to say it and fuck my whole brand up. Fuck you and fuck your life. That's what I got to say about you manosphere ass niggas. All right? You want me to hold them. You want me to hold women accountable and complain about holding women accountable when they never gonna happen. Why don't you make good decisions out here as a man? Why don't you make good decisions out here as a man? Speaking of, we have this guy out here. I don't even know if this should be an accurate way of him losing his job, but we have an NFL players rep who then lost his goddamn job. His name is Lloyd Howell Jr. I can't tell what he is. He's a bald man. He's resigned after being exposed for using union funds for visits to strip clubs, writing it off as a player's engagement. All right, here's the full article right there. There he is. Again. Some expenses probably shouldn't be on your company's dime. Before his resignation Thursday from his position as the executive director of the NFL Player Association, Lloyd Howell Jr. has been exposed for charging the union for 2 strip club visits. Multiple controversies were pointed to Thursday as possible reason for him have to step down and resign, but the strip club visits seem to align most with his statement that read, "It's clear that my leadership, has become a distraction to the important work of the NFLPA advances each day." Howell wasted no time during his first frisky fiasco, according to the records. And this is why when you get put in position like this, you cannot fumble the bag. You get put in positions like this, you can't fumble the bag. And you can't expect the strippers to now take the downfall. Oh, the strippers should be held accountable too, bruh. You're in position. You're the leader. Be a leader. He was reportedly here, picked up a car service from Fort Lauderdale International Airport on November 2nd, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. and went straight to a Miami Garden strip club. Shout out to him. There's the strip club. That's Tootsie's in Miami. This is also Tootsie's here. Howell then had the driver wait outside of Tootsie's Cabaret for 7 hours while the NFLPA leader was inside at a self-described world's largest strip club. At his time, or after the time, in the venue, he was dropped off at his residency in Sunny Isles Beach around 6 a.m. So he probably told his wife, I'm going to be coming in late. Howell's price tag for the car service, which was charged to the union, was $738.82. Probably wouldn't have spent his own money on that one. And it says Bob Strope, a widely respected veteran labor lawyer, said the reimbursement for the car service is the kind of sexy thing that gets attention from the U.S. Department of Labor. That's unbelievable. I don't know how you get around that. It's hard to believe anyone would be that stupid. Yeah. Again, I don't mind him going to the strip club. But if he's the leader, he can't use the union's money to do so. He can't put that on the corporate card. Use your own money for that. I don't mind that at all. Go ahead and use your own money for that. A year later, he struck again with 2 other employees during the 2025 NFL Summit in Atlanta. This February, he and 2 union employees spent the night out at the Magic City strip club and racked up charges near $2,500. The charges included numerous cash withdrawals ranging from $200 to $525 from the ATM in the club, as well as the use of 2 VIP rooms. Damn. Woo-wee.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir. Damn, you took money off the corporate card to pay for hoes in the VIP room to jerk your dick? Oh, my goodness. How did Howell incorporate, it says right here, how did he and the company note the $2,400 expense on the Spence report? He called it player engagement event to support and grow our union. So he put that on the expense report. Again, death nail. Player engagement event, strip club. The former union official told ESPN that the NFLPA has strict guidelines on reimbursement, especially when it comes to categories of entertainment. However, strip clubs are not specified in this guideline. My man spent money on hoes and wanted the company to reimburse him. Woo! I don't think anyone in their right mind would think that this is a optical good scenario right here. Okay. The policy should be revisited. Okay. And I guess they have a history of this. They're saying to other people here. He made $3.6 million last year. His income. Look, we talk about bossing up. We talk about being a man. We talk about men making more money than women. We talk about all these things, and men should be this and women should be that. Well, take a look. He made $3.6 million in income last year and fumbled it for trying to get $2,400 reimbursement for jerking off at the VIP room and putting his hand in a woman's booty hole. I mean, right? All right, over a bottle of Moscato. All right, like, damn. A bottle of Ace of Spades and slipping finger into a 18-year-old stripper's punani. I mean, that's fumbling. The girl should be fired too, coach. We shouldn't have strip clubs. Sharia law, ass niggies. All right, look, main event coming up here. We got the report. Where are we at? 3-hour mark? Yeah, we're good. How do I sit here and be talking like this for hours and hours? Somebody explain this shit. Anyway. Dick Discipline. Mr. Ant the Great Coach has been a while. He says, amidst used your men are in love, women are in business quote on Instagram and got 2,000 likes. Someone commented that they never heard that before. I tagged you and said that you've been saying it for years, and I also checked the Mitch. Credit is due. Somebody screenshotted an AI. All right. And it was definitely contributed back to me. I actually saw Myron actually do a quote of that. He basically remixed it in one of his recent posts on Twitter. So it does. That's kind of how the shit gets haywire. I actually saw Andrew Tate do the same thing as well. All right. So this is the person, if actually you would actually hear say, it says this of the AI has attributed back to me, is, if you will. But it says right here, this video discusses men are in love, women are in business, and it's who? It's me. Okay, but it's a video of me according to the AI. All right, so it happens. A wise man once said, men are in love, women are in business. Yeah, there you go right there. All right, so there is a lot. Oh, there it is. Women are in love, men are in business. All right, so there's the Lapeef network going in after the Notorious one. All right, but there it is right there. All right, a lot of people do start borrowing from it. But it's okay. It's okay. You're going to pump my gas one day. It's the Notorious one. Coach, man, it doesn't matter who gets the credit. Oh, but y'all want me out here holding women accountable, but don't want to give me credit? Okay. I see you Mitch ass niggas. All right, shout out to Ronald Isley Martinez. I learned that from Eddie Griffin about guys that think they're Billy Badass until they run into Billy Badass. That's a fact. That is a fact. Guys, don't ever think you can't get your ass whooped out here. Shout out to our brother Anthony. Anesthesia Boss says, although sad, at least he didn't get Me Too'd. Rest in power, King Malcolm. Sad report. J Flow, I found out my wife bought an AirTag. I'm not sure why, but she might be stalking a niggy. I don't know who she's stalking. Don't get married. All right. Yeah, if she's stalking you, you're going to get notified of the AirTag. Shout out to our brother here. It is grime. The most offensive shit ever is finding out your girl name. She named your firstborn son after her first love. It happens. Yes, I've heard that. You know, women are very, very, you know, I often say that men are in love. Men are the emotional ones. We're taught that men are less emotional. We're taught that women are more emotional. I think that's not true. I think women display more emotions and they can get away with it. Men have to keep their emotions in, so they tend to try to overcome their emotions without showing them. That doesn't mean they're more emotional. When breakups happen, I found that men are the most crushed. The women are not. But we often then say, oh, she was heartbroken. But the man is pretty much cooked. But yeah, man, I'm saying that women do evil shit to men all the time, and they get away with it. Like evil shit. And then they'll tell you years down the line, like, oh, yeah, you know, I named my son after my first love. You're like, huh? Yeah, man. Shout out to our brother Josh Breezy. Says, Coach, you the GOAT. 5 vacations a year is the standard. We work hard. We sacrifice. What's stopping us? For real. But they don't want to hear it, bruh. Men don't want to hear that shit. Men are perpetual victims today. And it's bullshit. Leveraging options. Leveraging options. Leverage. All right. And dick discipline. He says, Coach is not lying, Cody said, about men smashing anything. I went to James Bond lengths to make sure an 8 didn't know I was smashing a 4 as well. All right. And that's what men have to understand here. I think what men want is that men that are high status to not smash lower status women or women that are in the middle. All right. I've never heard men complain about men who were wealthy attracting wealthy or pretty women. You know what I hear? I hear men complain about men that are higher status smashing average women. Right? That's what I hear. And then we call these women delusional and we say, I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. She a 4 without makeup. She mid. And guess what? She getting digged down. And then you'll say, I wouldn't touch her and I don't know who would fuck her. But you then say there's an 80-20 rule. The red pill conundrum. I've been telling you in this space, and I'm a veteran enough in this space to call it out. These men are conflicted, bruh. These men are conflicted. They don't know what the fuck to complain about. They complain about something, and then they come back the other side and say it don't exist. I'm like, nigga, you just made a whole video on 80-20 rule. You say 80% of the women are smashing 20% of the men. And then you will jump up here and say, nobody is smashing this woman. She lying. Nobody fucking her. Nobody in the DMs. Nobody nothing in her. What is it? Which one is it? I think the men in this space have been thoroughly confused by the group of men that have led this space. This space is thoroughly confusing to me, and I'm a veteran of the space. The conundrums of the bitch ass niggas in this space keep this space where it is by literally not dealing with reality and their delusion. And it's crazy. It's insane. And I'm a veteran enough to call the shit out. I'm not just going to stand over here and just pull y'all over here without calling out obvious bullshits. She a 4. Nobody would ever talk to her. I would never fuck. These are the women literally you call the 80-20 rule. It's like, what? Them women are in the 80%. Smashing the 20%. But you will tell me up and down you can't see anybody that will smash it. Okay, the only women that are in the 20% are ones and women in wheelchairs. And them women can get smashed too. Quickly. And most of y'all trying to do what? At 5, smash the ones. And the bitches with one leg, an amputee, and wheelchair. But then when you find out somebody higher level goes above it, you call them a simp. Like, what do you want? I know what this space doesn't want a solution. Because when you give them the solution, that's when you lose them. They go crazy. You putting too much expectations on men. We have expectations enough. Go do some fucking push-ups. For real, guys. For real. Stop. You guys are stuck. You're stuck in your own piece of shit life that you created, waiting for shit to change around you. You men wanted the shit to change around you. And I told you it wasn't going to happen. I told you it was just going to get worse. And I was right. You thought it was going to change around you. Every time, this is a win for men. Coach, this is a win for men. Guys, there's a battle and there's a war. The war you lost already. You lost the war. These are just battles and skirmishes that you're winning every now and then, that you think are going to change the trajectory of and swing the pendulum back to where you guys had it easier. The war's already lost. The war was lost in 1919 when women got the right to vote. Then it was lost further when women became the majority voters. If y'all don't swing that back, you cannot. I ain't wasting time supporting you goofy ass niggas. Y'all lost. That pendulum ain't ever swinging back. As long as they're the majority voter in any general election, presidential election, local, state, and Senate election, it's open. Yep, the Pandora's box is open. It ain't closing. Women ain't going back. They ain't giving up their rights. They ain't giving up any of the things that they progressed for. It's over. All right, it's over in that sense. We're not going back to 1950 or 1990s, period. All right.
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're going to be gray and old.
Y'all want to win these little skirmishes, and maybe this will swing the pendulum back. It's not. How when you only make up 30% of the voting populace in any election? Then black men don't vote very well at all. So forget it. All right, for a variety of reasons that I can't even go into because it will take too much time. But black men don't vote very much highly at all. So I don't know what y'all complaining about. Well, voting don't matter. Okay, well then just give up. All right, just give up. You're not going to get it back at all then. Because you're definitely not going to get anybody to make any laws to benefit you if you're only going to make up 30% of the voting populace. Fuck it. You're going to continue to have laws made against you and made against you and made against you and made against you, and you ain't never going to win. You're going to walk into court thinking you're going to come in there and say, well, I have a swinging dick, so doesn't that matter? And no, it doesn't. All right? You got the judges up there. And by the way, community activism and women getting involved in volunteerism, getting involved in political lanes, getting involved in courts, getting involved in these, they're involved. Not only are women involved, gay men are involved. I'm telling you, you guys are behind the 8 ball. As soon as you show up to court, all you see are women and gay people. And men that are making money off of everybody. White dudes, lawyers. And all you are the motherfucking sacrificial lamb walking in there. You don't know anything about procedure. You haven't gone to school for this shit. You ain't done nothing. You ain't done no homework, no background. You just gonna walk in there. I'm a man with your motherfucking white deodorant in your underarm hair. You haven't taken any steps at all. You just jumped on the internet and talked and talked. Meanwhile, the shit has been slipping away. And you think for some reason the world is just going to come back and say, we need to protect men and we need to keep men in the power position because you want to talk about it? It ain't happening. So it ain't going to happen that way. I'm not going to support it tilting that way or encourage it to go that way when you guys take no action. None. Then you want me to hand over the information to you for what? When you do no action. Men today are taking no action. All you doing is talking shit. Yep, corporate America, the same thing. Y'all don't want to work. We don't want to work in corporate America. Okay, guess what? 70% of American corporations are corporate and beta males. Women and beta males. Now you fucking out of there. So the one masculine man that walks into the room in any corporate room is going to get shot down. Ain't no alpha male is going to survive in corporate America. Not now. All right. He going to walk in here, man, fuck all this meeting shit. Like I couldn't survive in corporate America for 5 minutes. I will walk in with my beard. Coach, you think you can trim that beard? Man, I ain't got no time, man. Don't tell me what to wear. I'm wearing this fucking beard. Your beard length is a little too long. You think you can trim that? You need to carry your ass on about that shit now. Am I still running the fucking project meeting? And then I'm going to be in the human resource office with 4 fat women getting an exit interview. Okay? So that's where that is. Oh, also colleges and universities, same thing. Colleges and universities are the same thing. So where are you guys going to swing the pendulum back? When you're taking no action, you're just falling back and falling out. And then hoping that then women are going to learn to take accountability. Where? They don't do it at school, not even in high school, not even in college, not even in corporate America, not even in the political landscape, not in the courts, nowhere. Nowhere. Where they going to start taking accountability at? Where y'all going to start holding them accountable at? They've been running shit running amok on you motherfuckers. But you want me to jump up on the YouTube to facilitate a solution for you when you ain't gonna make no goddamn plans, all because you were born male? You were born a male? You thought you got some rights and some respect coming your way because you were born a male? Nigga, you're gonna be born alone, die alone. At the end of the day, you're gonna be a non-memorable character. Nobody's going to remember what you did and who you did it for, nigga. You're going to be dead as a doorknob. Luckily to have a motherfucking pine box. So this space has just de-evolved into some bitch-ass niggas complaining about shit that ain't never going to happen instead of taking action of their own lives, hoping that women are going to be sympathetic to them. I'm going to tell you what. Women are never going to be sympathetic toward you, ever. Ever, ever, ever. And then if they ain't sympathetic towards you, who's going to be? Are the politicians? The women run the politicians. They're not going to be sympathetic to you either. Neither are the police. Neither is the courts. None of these people. None. You're wasting your breath. You're wasting your energy in this rage. Period. And most of these dudes that talk that shit, when you walk outside with that bird chest and that motherfucking recessed chin and the dandruff on your motherfucking hoodie sweatshirt that you've been wearing for 3 days, the Frito-Lay crumbs all in your goddamn pocket. All right, when you walk outside, I can guarantee you that's why you have your opinion. But won't bust a grape in a fruit fight. You won't bust no guns. You won't motherfucking grab no collars. You won't snatch no collars. You won't grab a neck. Niggas ain't gonna pull no hair. You ain't gonna kick no nuts. You ain't gonna kick no shins. Nothing. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing. Yep, they gonna walk out with their dookie wave cap. All right, wearing a purple wave cap and a white crusty ass tank top. And you want me to run out here to defend you goofy ass motherfuckers. So I can defend you and hold women accountable, nigga. And you can't do 25 consecutive push-ups. 25 consecutive push-ups. 25 consecutive push-ups. I'm supposed to defend men because you can't do 25 consecutive push-ups and 10 pull-ups. Nigga, you can't run the quarter mile in less than fucking 2 minutes. You can't do a mile and a half in under 12 minutes because you got asthma, nigga. So what are you talking about, bro? With your fat stomach double up over your belt line, wanting me to fight for you, nigga, and you can't even run a lap without giving a note to your PE teacher. I'm not going to do it. You dookie rag wearing niggas, all right? And you fat, recessed chin white boys. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put my life on the line for you motherfuckers. I'm not going to hold hoes accountable for you niggas. Go see some hoes. Why don't y'all get in a relationship with some hoes? That's obviously who you like. Go fuck hoes. These niggas want women to be hoes, but don't want women to be hoes for everybody. Bruh, go get some hoes, man. They hoes for sale and for lease and for rent. Go get some. Go get you some pussy, bruh. No, I want genuine burning desire. I want her to like it. Nobody's gonna like the way you fuck, all right? Especially when you ain't getting no practice. Go practice fucking. Go practice getting your back into it, nigga. Go practice putting your back into it. Get your stroke on, nigga. All right, put your chest and hit you with that ooh ah ass nigga. All right, but you get up in there with that. All right, no, your wife gonna not want to fuck you no more. All right, neither is some hoes. They don't want to give you no free pussy so you can get up in there. All right, with your bird chest. You niggas got a body chest full of hair. Why don't you get you one of them motherfucking body hair trimmers too, man? Groom yourself. Groom yourself, nigga. You walking out there with all that hair around your shit. You think women want to drop your neck looking at that little prick in between your legs? You want some burning desire? You mad Pookie fucking your woman? You ain't got no money for hoes. Hey, man. It is what it is. I can't afford hoes. But that's why you mad. Let's just clear it up. That's why you mad. You're mad you can't afford hoes. Let's just get the conversation straight. You like hoes. You would fuck hoes, but you can't afford hoes. So you mad at hoes. Okay, well, I see where your problem is. I see where your problem is. It's not that you don't want women to be hoes. It's that you want women to freely be hoes. You want to be able to afford these hoes. All right, I get it. So your problem is you lack money. All right, there it is right there. So possibly get some more money? Because these hoes is out here affordable, man. They making it so completely affordable for you to just avoid these women and live a free life. He said they sidelined. Look at these men leaving. Hey, man, and if you leaving because of this, this shows me what this audience is about, man. I got a major fuck you with this audience, man, because for real, like, bruh, it's crazy. Why should we have to do more to get hoes? I don't know. But keep tapping them on the shoulder and asking them for a free lap dance and see what happens. I don't know. Maybe you'll get one after a while. I don't know. He said, when they broke, they become moral. Yep. When they broke, that's when they lean on. I told you morality is a broke person's sport. Morality is a broke person's sport. Because when you broke, all you have is morals. All right. And that's like religion. Religion, people become religious when they ain't got no fucking choice. Right? They be out here committing crimes and they don't give a fuck. Soon as they get locked the fuck up and they got 23 hours in the cell, now they get religious. Now they want to sell bean pies when they get out. Now they know reading scripture and shit. After a while, 6 months later, when they get their asshole violated, now they want to read scriptures and they become religious. And they want to talk about who I'm praying to and shit. Why? Now you're moral and shit, locked up behind bars. It makes sense. You ain't got nowhere to go. But you was a whole full pandering pimp out here when you was free. Okay, now you want to talk about the Lord. All right, when you broken, now it's time for moral and guide to show up. Same as these hoes. All of a sudden, they catch 2 or 3 STIs and shit, and their whole reputation is ruined. Now they want to turn the fucking page and then turn to the Lord Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. Like, bruh, yo, go kick rocks, man. I ain't got no time for this shit. Then they want me to be on their goddamn parade. You see me out here living, now you want to persecute me as if I was causing this shit. All right? Don't come in here because you fired up about the Lord. Take your ass somewhere else. All right? Because I'm a heathen out here, man. And I'm going to be a heathen until I'm broken down. All right? When I get that humble pie and that black wake-up call, now I might turn my life over to the Lord. And the Lord don't mind. He will wash all my sins away and I will be redeemed. So it don't matter. Until then, I'm fucking these hoes. That's what I'm doing. And I advise you to go get you some pussy. All right. They out here selling it. They getting it out here. You can go get you some. But y'all all pent up frustration. Mad at these hoes, wanting me to be the hoe slayer. I'm going to slay them, all right. All right, you want me to persecute these hoes and be out here like the Reverend Phelps telling these hoes they going to go to hell? All right, not me. You ain't going to have me out here, bruh. Right. Coach, you need to tell these hoes they going to hell. No, I'm not. You know what I'm going to tell them to do? I'm going to tell them to get on them knees, all right? Put your hands on your knees. We'll put these hoes to work. They want to work? Put these hoes to work, bruh. You need a job? You need a bind fix, baby? You need a motherfucking car tires? Let's go.
I'm in a bind now.
I got you, baby.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
But you want me to be out here with my sword slaying these hoes like Medusa. All right, man. Yo, man, if you don't go get the fuck out of my face. You want me to convince these hoes to give your goofy ass some burning desire.
Okay, daddy.
It's get 'em daddy season, man.
Get 'em daddy.
It's get 'em daddy season. It's get 'em daddy season. Do not come over here with your morality because you can't get no pussy. All right, look, that's your problem. That's a you problem. That ain't a me problem. Well, I think strip clubs should be abolished. Business is booming. All right, what do you want me to start abolishing strip clubs now? Because you think they should be abolished? Men need to stop being simps and going to strip club. That's another thing. Y'all want to stop simps. We need to stop these simps. Okay, let me just give you a piece of advice. You're never going to stop simps. Look, this space is full of men who pick battles that you can't even win. Let's just call it what it is. You're broke. Let's just say, if you're broke, just say that. And I'm not saying it to say that you should do these things, but a lot of this comes from the fact that you're broke. And that you can change, just kind of like a fat person. Instead of complaining about being accepted for being fat, how about you lose some weight? You can change that. And now you don't have to worry about and talk about all the other fat people should be accepted. Why don't you lose some weight? Same as you guys. Why don't you get some fucking money? But you guys want to say the simps are messing it up. Okay, what do we do about the simps? I'll wait. Okay. What do we do about them? Anybody? What are we doing? Stop them? Protest them? Expose them? Ridicule them? Like, what do we want to do? There's only so much we can do. I have a whole 12 Simps of Christmas episode. That's about as far as we can do. We can make fun of them and laugh. What do we do? Wait for them to all catch STDs, to all get divorced. You're just going to wait for Travis Hunter to get divorced so you can. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Take their money? Like, honestly, what? What do we tell the women? Stop fucking with them. Stop using them. Stop manipulating them. There's nothing you could do at this point. Shame them. Can't do it because you can just simp in private now. But there's not much you can do other than maybe keep bringing it up. But there's not much you can do. In the past, you could do it because they had the simp right in front of you, right? They couldn't get away with it. Now you have the internet. There's nothing you could do. They flying people out. They simping in public now. All right. They tricking in public now. What's the dude, the football player? Leonard Fournette. We're going to get to the main event, you low attention span ass niggas. All right. I know y'all leaving looking for something else to watch on YouTube. I can guarantee you there's nothing else to watch. All right. I'll just save you some time. You guys are leaving like, Coach, man, he ain't get to the main event. Maybe I'll come back after I watch something else on YouTube. Let me save you some time. There ain't nothing else to watch on YouTube. You'll be right fucking back after watching 15 minutes of Anton Daniel replays. All right. Shout out to Anton. Anton Daniel is going to put 5 replays up. You're going to watch one and it'll be over. And he's going to have that shit at the end where he says, y'all can't stop me, or whatever that shit says at the end. Soon as you see that shit, y'all can't cancel me at the end of his fucking video. Y'all going to be come back to my fucking channel. All right. Ain't nothing else on. I can guarantee you. Not nothing else you interested in. Not nothing else you interested in. All right. And then y'all niggas want to find some other red pill content creators and shit. Them niggas can't keep up to me. They can't hold your attention like that. All right, guys. All right. What are they going to talk about? All right. They ain't got shit to say. All right, so you're going to watch their goofy-ass video of them hiding behind some screen or some animated character or some shit like that. You're going to watch their goofy-ass say something for 8 minutes and you'll be back. Ain't shit on, all right, but you're going to have to go somewhere else, all right? But I don't know what to tell you, all right? But anyway. I told you everybody could catch this wreck. All right, quickly, Free Agent for Life says, Coach, watching you at 3 a.m. from Japan. He says, no niggy behavior here. He says, what we consider class and good etiquette is normal here. It's actually South Korea. Oh, South Korea isn't like Japan, and I like it. You're from South Korea. He said, you just don't act out because you feel like it. JUCO heaven and 4-hour flights to access Southeast Asia. Shout out to you out there in South Korea. I misidentified
what kind of fuck you give me?
Your flag. What are you really owed? He says, what do you think about the WNBA wearing the pay us what you owe us shirt? But from what I've read, they haven't been operating at a loss. That's what you read. They haven't been. The NBA covers their shortfalls. Question mark. Something tells me the WNBA will get their way. I don't understand why they are caving to their demands. The reality is this is how women work. All right. I'm teaching you a lesson. I only teach you lessons, man. I'm not going to teach you how to change something you can't change. How women work is they keep asking for something until they get it. Okay. Dude, this started with your little sister. Can I please? Can I with sugar on top? Can I do this? They start making promises and start begging and complaining and saying shit ain't fair, and they drew the short end of the stick and blah, 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 blah. You think they're going to look at fucking accounting paperwork and spreadsheets and say, dude, it doesn't matter what you tell them. You guys don't turn a profit. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. All right. And this is why we got in the situation we're in. We want to work in the workplace. They get that shit. All right, here's a motherfucking typewriter. Why don't you type on that, Tammy? All right. And she was like, this is fine. Next generation of women will come. We want to be managers. We want to be promoted. That's only fair. We're going to burn bras. We're going to make laws. Now they want to be managers. Then when they get up in there, now they want to be CEO. Now they want their... They never, ever care about the bottom line. They want outcome. They are outcome driven. Women are outcome driven. They don't care about the rest of that shit. You figure the rest of that shit out. All right. Listen, we want a bigger piece of the pie. All right. Most jobs in corporations today are made up specifically for women, right? HR department, right? If there was no HR department, literally 30% of the women at jobs would be canceled. HR related departments and shit, jobs related to, the compliance to the HR. All right. But now they got to make up old departments to employ women. By the way, women are great employees. All right. They ain't great bosses. So, I would hire women if I wasn't, hire ugly women. That's my advice. But so you don't fuck them. But women are outcome driven. So the WNBA is saying that they're only getting 9% of the 9% of the revenue generated by the WNBA, but the NBA players get 50%. But the NBA has been around way longer. They've collectively bargained for this. The players have put their life on the line. Like, this is not what the players got initially. They had to work their way to get that. Like, when in the 80s, they didn't have that. In the 70s, they didn't have that. So they worked their way over generations of proving themselves and being willing to play for these things. They play for the love of it. Now, the WNBA is only making 9% of the revenue, but of course, they don't turn a profit. They're taking the bottom half of whatever is left. But the WNBA players want to take off the top. That's eventually what they're saying. We want to take off the top. All right, so they want to take off the gross, not the net. All right, if I'm explaining that. They want to take off the gross and not the net. So they want to take off the gross by the time the NBA and the NBA franchises put in their money to cover their losses and the NBA players donate portions of their salaries to help these women in the women's league. They want to take from the top of that. They're not going to wait till everything comes out and gets reconciled and deal with the 9% of what's left. Right? They don't want that. And it's weird because it doesn't make any sense. It's a charity league. It's a summer league. It ain't even a real league if you think about it. It's not a real league. It's a summer league. If they wanted a real league and to get paid, what I would tell them is, and people have solutions. Remember, I coach women's basketball. I'm going to tell you what I would do. I'm not lowering the rim. Nobody cares about women dunking. Lowering the rim wouldn't help women dunk anyway. Okay, lowering the rim wouldn't help women dunk. You think some bitch is going to dunk on another woman? No. Women tend to be non-contact in general. So the breakaway dunk is not going to help sell some tickets, all right? All right, you need women dunking in traffic, all right? Think of the best dunks. They were always posterizing dunks, somebody getting dunked on. Women are never going to dunk on someone, all right? They don't have the hang time to dunk on someone. You know what would help them, all right, other than them? You don't want them playing in booty shorts. 80% of the women you wouldn't want to see in booty shorts. So, you would have to get a whole bunch of Olivia Dunns out there playing basketball. That would help, not bull daggers. But this is what will help them get credible. They would have to literally play a full season. What I would tell them is to play a full season. The NBA plays 82 regular season games, including all the travel, and so forth and so on. Now, make your league an 82 game league. Then plus playoffs. Now, them bitches going to be injured by middle of the season. All right. So the season will be over by mid-season. All right. You don't have the depth. Like, you know what I mean? Your stars. Caitlin Clark can't even survive a whole season of basketball. All right. She in and out with injuries. So in order for you to get what the men are getting, you would have to have a comparable. Unfortunately, you don't. And this is why women always keep begging. For instance, tennis didn't even do that. Tennis doesn't even do that, but they still wanted equal pay for tournaments. Well, because they're outcome driven. I'm a star. I attract eyes, so I should get paid. But tennis doesn't even do that. What do we know about tennis? Tennis Women's tennis, who they complain should have equality, doesn't even play an equal amount of sets. Their matches are shorter. They play the best 2 out of 3. But the men play longer matches and they play the best 3 out of 5. If I'm not mistaken. They literally play shorter games so that if the women's champion is going to have to only win 25 sets and the men's champion is going to have to win 40 sets. But they walk away with the same check. See, reality tells me what you have to understand is that women are never see anything equal but the outcome. Everything else is irrelevant. They can work less hours as long as they're getting the same paycheck. They felt that's equal, and it's not. That's why equality is a joke to me. It's a joke. It's never going to be equal. That's why they keep asking for shit and asking and harassing, and then you finally give in. Men fight. There's going to be some guy that finally gives in and say, okay, they could get paid more by doing less. It's always going to be that way. Women's boxing, them bitches fight 2-minute rounds. The niggas fight 3-minute rounds. Like, come on. Come on, man. It's never going to be the same. It's never going to be equal. They just going to pester you and pester you and pester you until they keep pointing out the obvious inequality. You keep pointing out the obvious inequality on their side, and they will never care. They only care about outcome. When you understand that and accept it, that's the reality. The WNBA players only care about the outcome. They don't care about accounting. They don't care about revenue, gross, net, who turns a profit or not. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about that. They play only 32 games versus the NBA players play 82 games. That's why the NBA players get 50% of the revenue, and bitch, you only get 9% of the revenue because you only play comparable to the NBA players a third of their season, if not a quarter of their season. But you want what the NBA players get. That's because they're outcome driven. They don't care about equality. They're just going to beg your ass till you give in. And they will. They'll get it. They'll just get enough people. Shaq over here simping for them, but he has a business reason to simp for him because he's trying to get on the money side of the WNBA. Okay? Now, if you know this, you won't get all flustered by it. But I would simply say, why don't y'all play 82-game season if you want 50% of the revenue or an increase of the revenue from 9 to 30, 9 to 20. Play more games. The NFL did that, by the way. I don't know if you know that. The NFL did that. The NFL players wanted more money because they kept saying that the owners were taking more of the money and not giving it to the NFL players. What did the NFL do? They increased from 16 weeks to 18 weeks and added an extra game. They said, you want more money? Play more games. The players was like, we can't play more games. It's already hard enough to play 16 games. NFL said, I don't give a fuck. Play more games. And now you have an 18-week season with a bye instead of 16. Simple. It's simple math. And guess what? The men said, I guess we're going to have to go out there and play more games. Okay. Now, the WNBA should do the same thing. We should say, okay, ladies, you want more money, play more games that nobody's going to watch. But we can sell more $8 tickets to make up the difference and give you that money. You see, that's the way you have a common sense argument. You got to make them pay the fucking piper. But what people don't do is make women pay the piper. You guys just, well, what are we doing? You guys start showing them spreadsheets and shit and start showing them money. And they don't care about none of that. They are outcome driven. What you do is say tit for tat, quid pro quo. What you say is, okay, all right, we'll give you a bigger piece of the pot. You guys are going to play 40 more games. Play 40 more games that you're going to have low attendance and give away tickets. Bitch, we got to sell popcorns and T-shirts for us to make up the difference for you to get that extra 10, 20% that you're asking for. All right. Anyway. I'm the guy with the plan. Y'all just don't want to listen to me, right? Dr. Love, the manosphere is filled with cartoon characters, Looney Tunes, Sesame Street actors, goofballs, airheads, and faceless fictional characters complaining about fake modern women. I'm gonna read that again. The manosphere, okay? The manosphere, and he said it's not the number of games. I get it. But what I'm saying is you got to make them do more. All right, but let's go back. He says the manosphere is filled with cartoon characters, men that don't use their real names, Looney Tunes, Sesame Street actors, goofballs, airheads, and faceless fictional characters complaining about fake modern women. Facts. Don't use your real name. I get it. But it's a joke at this point. Okay? It's a joke. All right, and you can't hold people hostage when nobody's watching. All right, so it is what it is. Play more games. And by the way, when you play more games, your ability to play is going to diminish. Right? It's going to diminish. Like the product you put on the floor is going to diminish. Because, man, you can only put your body through so much. Right? Look at the LA Clippers. Right? LA Clippers are a prime example of that. All right? You pay all that money for 3 and 4 players, and they go out there and can play a combined 15 games together. It's a joke. All right, a combined. Their big 3 players can play a combined 15 games together. They get the 5th seed in the playoffs and get knocked out in the semifinals. Yeah. All right, so main event. All right, what are we doing here? We got, and then you get a coach that can't fucking coach, like Doc Rivers and shit. All right, but let's get into it here. Why is this? Why don't I have something here? All right, what are we doing here? I thought I had something. Okay. All right, we'll just have that banner right there. Shannon Sharpe settles his lawsuit that sought $50 million. Now, we're going to break this down. We're going overtime today, just so you guys know, man.
It's an evil world we live in.
It is an evil world we live in.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
Shannon Sharpe settles his GRape case. Now, I do want to make sure I give Shannon Sharpe his props and be a voice for Shannon Sharpe, at least because I did at least 5 or 6 videos on Shannon Sharpe when this allegations came out. I talked about consent. I talked about this is him fumbling the bag. This is like sexual discipline, and we all could be vulnerable to it. I said this is possibly a personal attack. It's sad that this is what happened to him, and his reputation has been ruined by this, of course. And once you peel back the layers of this case, it was absolutely incredible to see him getting caught up in that. But I'm going to read the article here. The Shannon Sharpe, right here, Hall of Famer, tight end, media personality, he has resolved a lawsuit in which his ex-girlfriend accused him of GRape. According to the woman's attorney, Tony Buzbee finally wins here. The woman, who was referred to as Jane Doe, was seeking $50 million for pain and suffering, psychological and emotional distress, mental anguish, embarrassment, and humiliation, and that's not from her OnlyFans. All right. Her OnlyFans didn't cause that. It was his relationship or her relationship with Shannon Sharpe. It says her attorney, Tony Buzbee, announced the dismissal on Friday in a post on X. He didn't specify the details of the settlement. And he publicly denied the allegations immediately after the accuser filed the suit in April, calling it a shakedown, which it was, and everybody knew that. That was obvious, Captain Obvious. He maintained that he and the Nevada woman were in a consensual sexual relationship, which Buzbee confirmed in his tweet. Now, everybody knew that. They were just talking about the one time that he allegedly went up the Duke shoot. After protracted and respectful negotiations in which he initially offered, I want to say $10 million, I'm pleased to announce that we have reached a mutual agreement upon resolution. Right there. And Buzbee wrote, all the matters have now been addressed satisfactorily, and the matter is closed. The lawsuit will thus be dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can't bring this back up. Okay, they can't bring it back up. They can't resue him. Certainly not in this particular situation. They've settled it. We thought Diddy settled with Cassie like this, but obviously the feds didn't give a fuck. I think in this case, a dismissal with prejudice means Sharpe's accuser can't refile the same claim against him in the same Vegas court. No criminal charges were filed against Sharpe. So, yeah, only that claim cannot be filed in Vegas. The original lawsuit says Sharpe graped the woman twice, one in October and one in January. It also accuses Sharpe of repeatedly recording the two having sex without their consent during the 2-year relationship. I mean, this woman is having sex on camera on OnlyFans. I mean, this is crazy. And it says they began in 2023. He cold approached her in the gym. The suit further alleges Sharpe was physically abusive, choking and hitting Doe. That's just rough play during sex. In addition to threatening her life multiple times, not so much. Probably a little bit of role play. Sharpe's attorney, when the case was filed, declined to comment. Buzbee's office has not responded to the request comment. Davis previously said Sharpe offered the woman $10 million before she filed the lawsuit, but she rejected it. And she also asked for $25K a cheek before she filed the lawsuit. Now, we're just going to make an assumption here. I'm just going to assume it was somewhere near $15 million. Could have been $5 million, could have been $10 million. All right, something like that. All right, but we're just going to make that assumption. Now, as a result, and shout out to Shannon Sharpe, you know, he definitely wanted to handle this before the NFL season starts so that he possibly can rejoin ESPN in football. So there it is right there. We know that this has had to be close to the $10 million number. Had to be close to the $10 million number. I think her case was weakened as well. So she wasn't going to get only so far. I don't think she got anywhere close to $50 million. Okay. Even Cassie wanted $30 million from Diddy and only got 20. All right. Remember, she initially said, give me my $30 million. And we learned later during the trial that she got 20. So she didn't get the full 30 she asked. Now she ended up getting $10 million from the Intercontinental Hotel that ended up being the $30 million. All right. But she initially wanted 30 from Diddy and she only got 20. So she wanted $50 million. He offered 10. We could just say maybe split it and there's $15 million. And there had to be enough because this happened. It was enough for her to retire from OnlyFans. So this was a significant situation that we talked about here. It must have been significant enough for her to put away her OnlyFans. Okay. And it says right here, OF model Gabriella Zuniga announces retirement from OnlyFans after quietly settling her $50 million Shannon Sharpe's sexual assault lawsuit. All right, taxes. Normally in a civil case, this is tax-free money. All right, just so you guys know. Normally in these cases, this could be tax-free money. All right, so there's no taxes. You're going to know the attorney's going to get their cut, and it could be 30, 40%. Ask the lead attorney. I have no idea what the cut could be. All right, but all right, but now she's going, you know what? I don't need this OnlyFans no more. And it says today, this is according to her statement here on, I don't know if that's on OnlyFans or Instagram. And it says, today I have decided to retire from OF. Thank you for the incredible support you've shown me over the past few years. This community has given me a life I could have never imagined. I'll still be active on social media and have several new projects in the works that I can't wait to share. I'm truly excited for the next chapter. It says right here, I love y'all forever and ever. All right, so what do we see here? What do you see here? All right, he made her so rich that she was able to do retire for something that most of us men think these women want to do, right? We believe they want to be OnlyFans characters, but I'm here to tell you they truly don't. All right, they don't want to really be doing it. It's a means to an end. Just like the women, they want to be selling pussy out here. They really don't want to. They have to. They're willing to. They're willing to be on OnlyFans. But soon as she got what? I talked about this. Security. Soon as a woman gets security, you're going to see her change. You're going to see her metamorphose. You're going to see her put away that and go to this. This is why you have the whole that you. This is why when you saw those other Lebanese women, oh, I'm a doctor, I'm a lawyer. I got security financially. Now I get to pick who I want. This is their belief system. You see what I mean? This is what they do. So then you realize, oh, she really didn't want to do OnlyFans. Like, if she really wanted to do it, she would keep doing it. But now she don't got to put her bunghole on the camera no more. She don't got to put selfies out. She don't got to put her pussy out on the internet. She don't got to fuck on the internet no more. Why? She has security. All right, so women are different based on if they have security or not. And now we see a lot of women that are doing OnlyFans that finally get security. They get a husband, they get married, porn stars, vice versa. They get married, they put all of that away. Then you realize they didn't really want to do it. They were doing it because to make ends meet. They were doing it to make some money. All right, but it was something that they really weren't engaged in as of doing it. Okay, so she immediately retires. Now, whatever money she got, people are gonna assume that she's in her early to mid 20s, that she's gonna blow through that money, and she might. She also says this. Okay, we want to highlight this. It says right here, all right, she's going to retire from it, all right, and now she's going to change her image. Next chapter, okay? What do we hear? We hear women say this all the time. Turn the page, next chapter, journey, new journey, era, okay? Next chapter. So she's saying, I'm going to turn that page. I'm putting that behind me. I no longer want to be known as that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to still be active on social media. She's going to put on a dress. She's going to cover up. She's going to put on she's going to be the next Call Her Daddy podcast. Next thing you know, she's going to have a nice podcast and she's going to be getting interviews and so forth and so on. This is what you see young women do. They go be whores early and then they go settle down later. Okay. What they need is stability for them to do that. What do you see them do? She's been dating older guys, 30, 40 years older than her? What's her next man going to be? Her age. She's going to be able to pick the beta white dude. And it's going to be a white dude. It's going to be a white guy. And it's going to be kind of a beta male, kind of bradish, chattish boyfriend. And he going to be the second part of the podcast, producer in the back. Right? Ass nigga, he's going to be my rock. Her rib, he gonna be supporting her, talking about how brave she was in the face of adversity, how she built this shit brick by brick, how she built it step by step, how she worked so hard to get to this point, how her reputation got dragged, how people only see her from her past and not who she really is today. And everybody gonna praise this motherfucker. Praise him. Praise him. We need men like this to overlook these whores' past. We don't need them constantly holding that over their head. That's what she did when she didn't really want to do it. She had to do it for you pervs. She didn't really want to do that. That wasn't really her, but she all jumping up and down on the nigga like dick, like a pogo stick, all right? And she didn't really want to do it. It don't really represent who she really is. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? This is how it works, gentlemen. It is how it works, brother. Hey.
And that's you.
Look at Cassie's husband. Praise him. He's brave. He's a real man. That's what real men should do. This is where it's going to go. So then she can reach back and be an advocate for women that are doing it now. These women don't really want to do this. They're only doing it because they need security and there's no men out here securing them. They don't have this and women are persecuted and they are forced into this. They're trafficked into this. They're victims of this narrative in here. As soon as I got a little bit of money and stability for being victimized, I stopped it because I really didn't want to do it. It hurt my heart. It was tragic. They're going to paint themselves as the victim, putting their pussy on the internet. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what we do. And then she just walks right out the motherfucker. All right, next chapter, new projects. All because she got some money in the bank account. But we made her, we allowed her to do this and get her to this point. All right, we supported her. Thanks for all the simps that watched me and supported me all these years. Thanks for sending that hard-earned money. And now I'm going to change my dress. I'm going to put on flowery dresses. I'm going to not let niggas penetrate my bunghole. I'm not going to date old niggas no more. I'm not going to jock sniff and date celebrities. She make more than NFL football players. And she ain't played one snap. So this is the evolution, if you will. This is the evolution. This is where they go. All right, but it says right here, a $10 million settlement was made by Sharpe. That was the original one. And, can I add, Shannon Sharpe, whatever he continues to do, she getting a cut of it. I want you to look at that. See, Shannon Sharpe, whatever he settled, I don't think he got it. I ain't trying to diss the man. But let's say he settled for 8. I don't think he got 8 liquid. Which means, in effect, he's going to have to make payments to her. You're going to make 8 payments of X. Okay, let's just say it was 5 million, 10 million. He ain't got 10 million liquid. He ain't about to liquidate his assets. That would be foolish. So now, every time he jump up on the podcast, every time he on a football breakdown show, he's working for her. She getting the cut. And that could be for seasons. Every time this nigga on TV and they say Shannon Sharpe podcast got X amount of dollars, Gabriella Zuniga getting the cut. Payment plan. So she don't got to work on OnlyFans no more. She get to work on what she want to work on. But that nigga got to go to work. Yeah. Oh, it's a fact. This is a fact. Anybody that don't think I'm yeah. Shout out to ABL says, I get it for free though, coach. Yep. I get it for free. He gonna work for her, bro. He going to work for her. That's how that works. And think about this. He could have gave her $25K a cheek initially. It could have been $50,000. It could have been $50K. He was getting it for free, allegedly. But again, like I say, all men pay. The back end payment, what do I tell you? The back end payment is going to be way more than the front end payment. I tell you that all the time. And you young guys, if you're under 40, you better listen to me. This is real life information I'm giving you. It only takes you one woman to make you pay for all the other women you got for free. I want you to listen. It only takes one woman to make you pay, which would be the equivalent for all the women you've ever fucked for free. It only takes one woman to make you pay for all the other women that you fuck for free. So you fucked 100 women for free. Number 101, now you paying. What do I say? The front end is always cheaper than the back end. When you get married, when you have sexual relationships with a woman, you have written a blank check to that woman. You have signed a blank check to her. Now, she might say no thanks at the end of it, and now you get to keep that blank check. Every time you penetrate the next woman, blank check, blank check, blank check, blank check. One woman's going to say, let me fill that blank check out. Let me write in what I want. And that's what Gabriella Zuniga did. She wrote in what she wanted. Yep. Somebody said Russian roulette. It's Russian roulette. Keep motherfucking pulling the trigger and spinning the motherfucking. Eventually, bang. Keep playing. Keep playing. All right. Remember, I also tell you, you don't know who you will be in 10 years. My info is not to convince you to do things and convince you it's happening or not happening. My reality is the reality. It's the reality of all. I always tell you, you don't know who you're going to be in 10 years. So you're getting away with it now, 10 years down the line. You're the CEO of Astronomer. Now what? Now a woman has an incentive to fill out that fucking signed blank check. Now there's an incentive. All right. But now you a nobody. But you want to be somebody someday. Just think about it. Now you're somebody. Now some bitch from 1986 comes out. Hey, where's that blank check? So this isn't something to argue about. All men pay. And it only takes one woman to make you pay for all of the rest you fuck for free. And you never know who you'll be in 10 years. You could be somebody worth suing in 10 years. And if she got a story about what you did when you were playing with her pussy, not consensually, she can come back and put that story out there. And then force your hand. She forced Shannon's hand. Okay. And said, I got to go ahead and sign this fucking check. And I say, the front end is always cheaper than the back end. The back end payment is always the fucking worst. All right. Because it is based on nothing. All right. You can't negotiate the back end payment because the damage is already done. All the sex has been had. All the children has been had. All the houses have been bought. You don't have no leverage to negotiate the back end. You can't just go in and tell the bitch, no, I ain't giving you shit. Can't tell them because they have rules about the back end payment. But the front end is negotiable. Before you have sex with her, before you move her in, before you marry her, that's all negotiable. You can negotiate that. You have leverage. Okay, bitch. Okay, you can't move in my house. Okay, I'm not marrying you. Okay, I'm not gonna have sex with you. You can negotiate it. The back end, you can't negotiate. So that's why it's always more expensive. And that's why dick discipline is important. That's why you have to understand that there's women out here that facilitate front end payments and they'll protect you. Mostly. Then there's women that will play you. And now she on the back end. It's what it is. I cannot help you. I can't be out here enraged. I can't persecute Gabriella Zuniga. She played the game how she was supposed to play it. Shannon Sharpe got played. He didn't see it happening. He didn't see it coming. And he wasn't Shannon Sharpe. He kind of was becoming who Shannon Sharpe needed to be. He was becoming that while he was with her. Okay? And he didn't switch. He didn't switch his mind. He didn't change. Now all of a sudden, in the middle of their relationship, he's the $100 million man. When they began the relationship, he really probably was on his way to becoming the $100 million man. What if they come back after the fact, even if you paid up front? Guys, all of these what ifs can happen. All I'm telling you is what is. All right, y'all, what if this happens? Or what if that happens? That happens. Look. Let me just tell you something. If you don't want women to sue you, stop fucking them. Right? If you don't want women to sue you, don't fuck them. Don't give them a child. Don't marry them. I once said this, and I see, because Myron's very vocal. He gets a lot of credit for this, but he's a remixer of thoughts. All right? No disrespect. I love the guy. He doesn't come up with anything original. All right? And this is no shade. A lot of the stuff he says is remixed, reheated. All right? And I said this. Listen. I said, if you can't afford a divorce, don't get married. I also said, if you can't afford to date because you're broke, don't date. It's simple. I've heard people see him remixing the shit. Period. You can't afford a divorce. You have no business getting married. And I wish I would have known that too. If you can't afford a divorce, don't get married. If you can't afford to date, stay on the fucking sideline till you can. Once you do that, you're going to approach it much differently. Let me add this. Can I add this? Once you get leverage, the women you were trying to date, you will stop dating them. When you don't have leverage, you try to date every bitch. Money it all comes down to the money. Once you have money, you stop trying to date funky ass bitches. You stop looking at funky ass bitches. You stop worrying about women trying to give you attention. When you pulling up in certain shit, you ain't even worried about it no more. You literally eliminate 90% of women. But then when you don't have options or leverage, you trying to convince every raggedy broad to date you. Then you piss that these raggedy broads don't want to date you. Bruh, it's simple. But dudes, y'all making it complicated, thinking you're going to get genuine, burning desire and love from these women. Not unless you really put in. The only way you could get it is if they're dickmatized. And that comes to an end at some particular point. If you broke, you're in a fucked up position. You're in a fucked up position. And I've been broke and I was in a fucked up position with women. That's why I say that. I don't belittle you. I'm just telling you. Once you get up, then you stop dating raggedy broads. All right, now you can date who you want to date. It's also similar to what Gabriella Zuniga showed you. Once women get security, they stop doing raggedy shit. Now she got security, she stopped doing OnlyFans. Same as dudes. You get money, you get security, you stop dating raggedy broads. Always comes down to the money. I hear dudes like, there's some women out here that be doing stuff for free and blase. She also does that with dudes that have money. So she ain't just dating broke dudes. She dating dudes that have money and that he ain't paying. So that doesn't put you in a better position because she doesn't care about money. She'll also date dudes with money. She ain't just going to lower herself to the raggedy niggas because she don't care about money. But trust me, she was out there with some dudes out there for the money at some point. Okay, but it's simple, guys. It is simple, simple, simple. It comes down to, listen, money and vagina is going to be the bottom line to almost everything you do. Okay? When men and women try to take that out, and let me just say that for women, I'll correct it. When money and beauty is the bottom line to everything. Everything comes down to that. Now, dudes that are getting it free, most of the time, the bitches is raggedy. All right, it is what it is. But it's money and beauty. That is it. Now, I can actually show you and dictate that, but I'm going to try to get to these super chats. But you can find that men and women who are in elevated positions, they're either come from money or are beautiful. Men and women. All right. They say, what is it? Men that are over 6'2" make up 13% of the population. However, some 50, 60% of CEOs are over 6'2". Almost every United States president was over 6 feet tall. What is that? That's that beauty standard. That's what runs it. You can't take that away. I think only John Quincy Adams was a short nigga. All right, so money and beauty run everything. That's where it is. If you look at women in high elevated positions, they either come from money or are beautiful. Right? Period. Look at the WNBA. They make $70,000 a year. Why? They're ugly and they don't make no money. The majority of the league are ugly women. Who's going to pay for ugly women to go do anything? Money and beauty runs everything, or money and vagina. Bottom line, marriage is about money and vagina. Money you pay to access that woman's vagina, or money you pay to keep that vagina only exclusive to you. It's simple. Okay? It's simple. Then, when she don't want to keep that access to that vagina only to you, you pay money to put her back out there in the marketplace. The restock fee. Now, the ugly people of the world and the broke people of the world seem to have this problem where you think you can play the rules absent of money and beauty or money and vagina. So you want to make the rules absent of these two things. And guess what? Y'all stumbling all over yourselves. You're frustrating yourselves. You're out here trying to pick at straws. Right? Right? Like, stop. Let's just call it what it is. And most men can change. Most women born but ugly, and all they got of us is a vagina to leverage, right? That's all they got. You know what I mean? And that's the only hope they got. All right. Now, men, on the other hand, you can change this. That's the beauty of it. You could change it, or you could completely say, I'm going to live absent of it. I'm going to say, okay, I already know it. I've been dealt I've been dealt the bad hand. And it is what it is. All right. But it ain't never going to change. We ain't never going to see an equal progress society hold women to that standard now. And they never have had. I mean, they've always had to live by that standard. You know, like I'm going to just say this, and I'm going to say that. You also see women, when they make more money, guess what? Then they start saying, I need, not as a whole, but some women, but far too many, make more money and they want to date men who make more money. Like, that's literally opposite of how it should work in an equal society. Do you think they care? No. They don't care. But that's literally how the rules work. You make more money, you support more people. That's how it has always worked. The men who make more money got to have more kids and a bigger house and a car. That man had to support more people. The woman can say, oh, now we can have 5 kids and a house and a ranch and a farm. That's what she got to say. And he had to say, well, as a responsible person that participates in the marketplace, I make more money. I get to support more people. Women make more money, and they, as almost a whole, entirely said that I shouldn't have to support anybody. I still want to have a person that lives the quality of life that I have. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Date down? Me? What? The 70% of women who make more money say, hell no. All right, anyway, let me get to these super chats, man. Look, I've done talk long enough, and y'all done heard me talk long enough. No evening stream today. I got some appointments, but what a fire ass show. Dr. Love, man. Shout out to Dr. Love. I hope that's not Brother Love. We got Joshua Moon says, don't commit to anyone but your future self. Facts. Always protect yourself. The Clipper says, my Clippers ain't did nothing to you, and they ain't did nothing to nothing else. He says, I'm glad to see you back. The Clippers are going Clipper. I have a philosophy about sports. I'm going to just tell you, man. There's teams that ain't never going to win shit. Clippers are one of them. Arizona Cardinals are 2. The New York Jets are 3. There's nothing you can do about it. Cincinnati Bengals, 4. Okay? These teams will never do shit, but nothing. All right? That's what they'll do. All right? And maybe every 75 years they might show up and threaten to do some shit. Now, there's some teams that's always going to be in the mix, and that's what it is. All right? But I have a philosophy based on that. None of these teams ain't never going to do shit. So if you a fan, and don't tell me about the Raiders, nigga. So the Raiders was good at one point, but that's neither here nor there. All right. All right, but there's a reason why. And it's basically chalked up. Atlanta Hawks are another one of these teams. They ain't never going to do nothing. Jacksonville Jags ain't never. The Washington Wizards ain't. These teams are never going to do anything. They're never going to win nothing. All right. They're never going to win. Chargers, never going to win. LA Chargers, never going to do goddamn thing. Cleveland Browns, and there's a reason why. It's because these teams are run shitty organizations. They're shitty organizations. They're ran by family members and people that don't know what the fuck they're doing. All right. They don't put good teams together. All right. They might get a good player or two that changes the trajectory of them, and they might, threaten 1 year here and there. But Charlotte Hornets, they in there too. All right. They in there too. They ain't going to ever do shit. All right. So they just going to put that team out there and make their money and sell popcorn and snacks. All right. And then the season's going to be over. All right. That's it. All right. Period. All right. So, it is. Teams ain't never going to do shit. Teams that ain't never going to do shit. So that's where it's at. And you can chum that up to relationships too. Look at certain people. You ain't never going to have a husband. You ain't never going to have a wife. All right. It's never going to happen for you. All right. Let's see here. Shout out to our brother Wild Premier says HR exec's family owns Cabot Cove on Murder She Wrote. All right. Damn. All right. Damn. It's evil out here. Yep. Sacramento Kings. Never going to do nothing. All right. These teams are never going to do anything. All right. Every now and then they're going to threaten. The Kings had the Chris Webber era and all that. They'll threaten here and there. Oakland A's. Right. Never about to do it. Well, the Oakland A's were a good franchise back in the day. Yeah, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Forget it. Shout out to our brother Leon Lovelace says, I'll now proclaim the CGA the hoe slayer. Shout out to you, man. We making hoes out here.
In these streets.
All right. Hoe makers. Slut makers. All right. And don't blame me because I wasn't doing nothing. Shout out to our brother here. Shout out to our brother. It is DC with the double sponsor co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
My man said the Bengals, bruh, the Bengals are done. The Bengals are done. They're over. I'm sorry.
I'm rich, bitch.
One more double sponsor, co-sponsorship from DC. He says, appreciate what you do and the knowledge you share. Shout out to DC. Appreciate you, man. And 100% double sponsor, co-sponsor. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Bengals had that 1 year when Joe Burrow came out. That ninja gonna be injured. They ain't even got no offensive line that can protect him. They're never gonna keep one long enough to keep him on the field. H Everyday says, yes, that was a player's engagement. I don't see what the problem is. Do your business expenses by yourself with cash, nigga. He says, where is Paul Pierce? Shout out to you. Cash. 6 months cash. The T-Wolves are another team. Forget it, man. I mean, most of these teams are going to make one run, and they need to capitalize on that run when they get there. Because what will happen is these teams will make a run. They'll get to the Western Conference Final. They'll get to the AFC Championship. They might get to the NBA Finals or the Super Bowl. And then guess what? then they'll lose. And they'll be like, oh, they're gonna be back. And then they never get back. There's so many tragic examples of that, of these teams that got the team. They're going to be the team that rises, and they're going to be the team that takes over. They get to the championship, and then they don't do shit. All right. And by the way, the Orlando Magic was that as well, several times with Shaquille O'Neal. They're going to be next. What did Shaquille O'Neal do? He packed up and went to the Lakers. All right. So they had that big run. They went to the finals, got swept, and then all of a sudden Shaquille's in LA. So, and there goes the Orlando Magic for the next 20 years, floundering in misery. So, you guys, man, have to realize once you make a run, you got to win then. You got to win then. All right. You can't just be like, we'll be back and build better. All right. So the T-Wolves went to the finals, if I'm not mistaken. And then they got rid of Carl Anthony Towns. They got rid of Carl Anthony Towns. They got rid of their center and brought in a power forward. And guess what? Got knocked the fuck out in the first round. All right. Cooked. You gotta make your run. Detroit Lions, you too, man. Detroit Lions, you too. Y'all had y'all chance last year. Don't think y'all gonna just run the table this year. Don't think. Y'all had y'all chance. Y'all needed to get that Super Bowl that year. Okay, but you had injuries and all that. Now, y'all gonna walk out on the field and that razzle-dazzle gamble shit ain't gonna work no more. This shit ain't gonna work. That razzle-dazzle ain't gonna work. All right, because everybody knows the razzle-dazzle. Like, you're using the element of surprise to creep up on motherfuckers. That's when you getting them, the element of surprise. They still thinking that you the old Detroit Lions. And then you come in there and then wax their ass. And then everybody's like, oh, what happened? And you got razzle dazzle. Now everybody got plays. They watching you on the screen. They done did some review. No more razzle dazzle. All right. So watch out for that. All right. They prepare for you. They're like, don't let them do this. Don't let them do that. They try to stop your ass. So you're using the element of surprise to rise up and sneak people. When you sneak people, you got to knock their ass out. You got to knock their ass out. You don't knock them out, you're going to be like, I'll knock them out next time. No. Just think of that for you guys. For you guys, you want to knock somebody out and you're just waiting and you see that nigga. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm a steal on this nigga when I see him. And he's standing out there wide open. No security, no homeboys, no nothing. Chest out, all of that shit. Standing there, his chin up like this. You right behind his back like, I'm fixing to clock this nigga. And you run up behind him and you do the whole why I oughta. And you go, pow. And he stumbles. Do you think you fixing to sneak him again? Do you think you going to catch him slipping again? You think you going to get him again? Like, that was your chance to knock his ass out. Flat cold. Had this nigga sleeping. All right? Chest just. But you didn't make him eat. He just ate that punch up and looked at you and you ran. You think you going to sneak him again? That was your chance, bro. Look at the Atlanta Falcons. They went to the Super Bowl. They was up third quarter, and they lost. Where they been since then? Quiet. Falcons, done. They could have won. Same with the Arizona Cardinals versus the Steelers. They went there. Kurt Warner. They lost at the end. They ain't been the same since. So these teams that rise up, you need to win when you got the chance. You can't be like, we'll be back next year. Look at the Indiana Pacers. Indiana Pacers had that great Magic run, hitting buzzer beater shots, and they got all the way to the finals. But their best player ruptured his Achilles, and he ain't even going to play next year. So they cooked. That's the end of the Pacers. So they did all of that. And he overextended himself physically, and they still lost the finals and lost the player that got him to the finals. He ain't even going to play the whole year. You got to win now. For you men, you get a chance to make some money and people tell you, oh, money ain't that important, and you miss the window. Okay, I'll support my girlfriend and my family. Forget working hard. You think you're going to get another chance to make more money? You're not. That was your chance. Go all in now, make the money, and then apologize with money later. All right, kids, sorry I wasn't home enough. All right, honey, sorry you had to fuck the pool guy in my absence, but at least I got the bag. See, the bag you can't re-get. You can't get another door to open. You can't expect another door to open. You got to go get that now. You can fuck the rest. You can change the people. Go get it now. Shout out to our brother Kevin Sullivan says tuition. Our brother No Government says, I love that you live life. Boss up. Thank you. Free agent lifestyle for life. R.I.P. to Malcolm Jamal Warner. Rest in peace to Theo. All right. Yep. You got to win now. There is no tomorrow. Go get it now. Don't wait. Don't let motherfucking losers talk you out of getting that shit. Kevin W. says, red pillars, women are not equal to men. Also, red pillars, women should get the same punishment as men. For real. Like, I am flabbergasted at these amount of men that be running out here say, women aren't equal. Men are the prize. But then run out here, they should get the same punishment as men. Like, what is it going to be? What's it going to be, guys? What do y'all want as red pillars? What do you want as manosphere people? Are they equal or are they the prize? See, what you want them to do is be penalized for trying to pursue equality. That's what you're trying to get them to do, but you never see them as equal. You're like, we ain't equal to us. Fuck them hoes. And they ain't never going to be equal. We going to be the prize. Okay, if you're the prize, then you pay the bigger penalty for shit. Right? You got the bigger target on your back. You have to have the most responsibility. You get the most accountability. That's how that works. Shout out to Kevin for talking about that. Justin O says, ex called, text me 8 years later and said, it was there's something going on here. Are you sure I need to read this? First she called and then text. All right, ex called 8 years later and said it was her life that was in shambles. Just be Lex Luthor, Coach Gang. He says no matter what you do, you will always be the bad guy. Okay, so it was you that made her life in shambles? Yeah, so she's blaming you. All right, so that's what she's doing. A little bit of there. ASAP Hansworth says, facts, coach. The woman want guys to be the Forrest Gump to their Jenny. In better news, I made my move to Miami Beach. The JUCO is insane out here. Yes, and you need a little bit of money, but it's wide open out there too. But women's fantasy for men is to be able, this is a woman's fantasy, to be able to make horrible life decisions and then still end up with a good man at the end. That's their life. And I remember a guy in the comment section was like, these women need to be held accountable. I'm like, bruh. No, coach, these women need to be held accountable. I'll wait. For every 10 women that do things that they need to be held accountable for, I would say a good one of them will. 1 out of 10. I would venture to say 1 out of 100. And if I took history, it's more like 1 in a million women are held accountable for their actions. About 1 in a million, historically. In recent times, it's about 1 in 100. All right, you can look at that. The law, teachers sleeping with students. But you guys think, I'm going to hold these hoes accountable. They need to be held accountable. What are they going to do? This is never going to happen. Shit, that will never happen. Donnie Yee, the law of power number 40, despise the free lunch. What is offered for free is dangerous. It usually involves either a trick or a hidden obligation, in which I keep telling men, yeah, you could get women for free. It often comes with a hidden obligation. Women have guys, women are crafty people. They're liars, manipulators, but what you have to understand is they're crafty. Women have figured out, there have been some sectors of women that have figured out that if they pay for half of the date, that you're going to fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Or if they give you pussy for nothing, that there's something else they're getting. Maybe they're getting satisfaction. They're getting status or attention. Or they're getting a possibility of you nutting in them and having a baby. Now you got 18 years of child support. Maybe they can push you down the line for marriage. Okay, maybe they can get you to easily commit. They're smart with that. So dudes are thinking free, but I'm like, you don't see that there's a hidden obligation. They also to get you to give up a lot more time. Right? I could get more time and attention from him. Now, they got you all ruffled up, but they're giving you this. She'll make herself available. You can fuck me anytime you want. You're like, I'll take that deal. What are you going to do? You be going crazy on her. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Nigga, you leaving early from work to go get that pussy. She like, I'm laying in bed naked. Who's ever been here? Who's ever been here? Man, dude, I got plenty of situations where the girl would be like, I'll stay home and you work. And then she texting me, I'm at home in your bed naked. I'll be here waiting when you get here. What do? You could be like, oh, shit. What do? Packing up you logging out. You logging out. I got to get home. You telling your boss, oh, shit, I got to go pick up the cleaners before it closed. You out the fucking door. Out the door. Now, just think about this. You just gave up your potential to work overtime, your potential to make money. You're ruining your reputation or your work ethic with your colleagues and your boss to go get some pussy laying at the house. That's a hidden obligation that you possibly gonna get knocked up and pregnant or in a relationship with. Now you spending more time laid up with this woman. Like, yep. Now you done called off sick for work. You taking a day off tomorrow because you don't recover because you done went 3-4 rounds and now you woke up late on Monday. This is what free ends up being, but nobody ever talks about that side of the payment. They always talk about it. I walked in the door, fucked, nutted, and dipped. Okay. And it was all free. Nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't pay nothing. I didn't give nothing. It was all free. Okay. Yeah, right. It was not, dude. It was not. It's despise the free lunch. You got to always look at things more pragmatically so it can make sense. All right. Shout out to our brother Lameek says, Firestream coach, discipline is more important than we realize. We often let our lust and ego cloud our judgment, which leads us to losing sight of great opportunities and losing money. Boss up, niggas. Yep, you're going to lose money. Opportunity cost. Opportunities to network. I'm not going to go to the network meeting today. Why? You laid up in some coochie. That's payment. That's got to be considered payment. You took the work shift off. You took an opportunity to work an extra shift because that's got to be considered payment. Who doesn't consider? Press 1 if you don't consider that payment. That on every metric got to be considered paying for it. I mean, I get it. I pay outright, so I get, but stop, guys. All right, you see they getting me, so I'm going to do the last one and then get up out of here. They done with me giving you the truth. All right, and we got Here's William says, Coach, you saving lives. He says, I've been ninja watching for long enough. I'm the founder, CEO, running 2 very large corporations. Your advice has kept me safe so far. Okay? Your advice has kept me safe so far. Shout out to Here's William in the building. Shout out to you.
Here's William.
All right. Shout out to you. Thank you, man. And I think that's the last one. Here's William with the sponsorship, by the way. Thank you. All right, and let me make sure if that's the last one. No, it's Ko-Fi supporter says, thanks, Coach. He says, shout out to Coach from France. Appreciate you, man. And all I'm going to say is, bonjour. Appreciate y'all. Let me refresh the stream as we're out, and I'm going to have a good day today. I hope you guys have a great day. Protect yourself. Shout out to Juan Premier says, law number 15, crush your enemies totally. Leave no path for revenge. I got to do a breakdown on 48 laws. But law number 15, crush your enemy totally. Leave them no path for revenge. You got to take them out now. Okay? We got to win now. All right? This is a must-win situation. We got to get everybody on the field. Shout out to Jahari Russell. I thought that was the last one. It is, he says, literally the only team that ever came back was the Kansas City Royals in 2014 and 15, and they suck. Yeah. Baseball is a little bit more open from teams to go from worst to first. All right. The other sports, not so much. I don't know what makes baseball ability to do that, but I think it centers around the idea that they have they have a luxury tax potentially, or they do some share in revenue so that the Yankees don't win every year and the Dodgers don't win every year. So then you have teams like the Atlanta Braves, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Kansas City Royals, the Texas Rangers. They can have a team that they field that has a strong pitching, strong something, and they can turn it around in a year. All right, I think Major League Baseball is the only organization that you can see that. All right, the NBA, NFL, for a good, strong while, they don't have a salary cap. For a good, strong while, the NBA literally had like 5 teams that won championships over 20 years. All right, now it's been different recently. But the NBA over 20 to 30, damn near 40 years, there was only 6 teams that won. And that was the Pistons, the Bulls, the Lakers, the Celtics, the Spurs, and did I say the Bulls? Like for 40 years, 5 or 6 teams dominated. All right. And then there will be a sprinkle here and there. The Dallas Mavericks, one here, onesie twosies. So they had the least parity, the NBA. Then the NFL was similar. New England Patriots kept winning it. And then there were some other teams splattered in there. All right. That I can't even. The Pittsburgh Steelers won a couple. They had a little more parity. Yeah, the Houston Rockets were in there as another team. So over 40 years, only 6 or 7 franchises won. Major League Baseball has the most parity where they'll have a team come out of nowhere and they were worse. The Angels will come up from worst to first. The Royals will come up worst to first. The Rangers, worst to first. So, the NBA, you'll never see a team go from worst to first and win a championship. It's never going to happen. Neither in the NFL either. Neither in NFL. All right, so anyway, that's kind of what I see with Major League Baseball. And hockey, similar. You're not going to see, you have the Golden Knights come out of nowhere, literally nowhere, and be dominant. But that was on purpose. They didn't want these franchises to be bad for many years because it's bad to have an expansion team and they suck. All right, so they ended up getting a lot of their best players off of teams through expansion draft and shit like that. So the Vegas Golden Knights are not normal. Okay. Yankees got it 29 times. Yeah, but that was most of their 29 times was like before any of us were born. The Yankees have been terrible almost all my life, except for the 90s. Like the Yankees in the 80s were shitty, all right? Especially from like 82 to 96. The Yankees were shitty, all right, in my whole early childhood. Yankees wasn't going to do a goddamn thing when I was a kid, all right? But then when I became an adult, the Yankees started becoming dominant. And then since then, not so much, all right? So much of their success has been just like the Celtics in the 60s and the 50s. What's it, the early 2000s? Yeah, the Yankees were a terrible team. I mean, if I was just born in the 80s thinking, how good were the Yankees? Terrible. All right. They wasn't going to win nothing. All right. It's when I was a child. So, it's all perspective. Let's go ahead and get up out of here. Shout out to the Coach Gang. We out of here. Peace and respect.
Better boss up, nigga.